Officer driving through here on the loud.
Yo. What's up, chat? Sorry I'm late. What's going on? Camera don't work. What's new? Everything is old. This is boring now. And I'm back. What's up? Hey, everybody. What's going on? We are live and live, baby. It is horrid outside, if you don't know. In LA, we are going through an event, man. It is a fucking event, okay? Holy shit, bro. Just went and saw Nosferatu. That's why I'm late. We caught like a 4 p.m. Yeah, I think we lost power here while we were at the movie. I came back and my computer was off. Like every all of the, you know, the stove's clock is blinking. Whew, it's fucking crazy, dude. Very scary. I'm genuinely feeling for my city right now. Worried about what will come. Just like driving home, it was like the wind was so strong. I've never seen anything like that. Even like it's like storm, like if you're at the height of a storm in Kansas City, like a thunderstorm, you know, you'll get that a little bit, but dude, it was so bad. It was so. Okay, let's there we go. Chill. Yeah, man, it was so bad. There's like massive trees over and stuff. Like it's really right now it's the wind. And then also there's this fire, and there's nothing that the LA Fire Department can do in this wind to deal with that fire. It's very, very scary. So we're gonna do a little bit of coverage of that. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna watch a YouTube movie tonight, a documentary that was published on YouTube. That I've heard. Sorry, chat. If I told you what I'm doing right now, okay, I'll tell you. Look. This is what I'm using as a belt. I forgot my belt when I went back for Kansas City, and I own one belt, and so I'm using this thing I bought, and I'm just doing this, and it was really uncomfortable when I was sitting down, so I was trying to take it off. Buy another one. I know. I haven't gotten around to it. It's one of those things where I was really busy today, actually. I was like a very productive day. I uploaded a new video to the YouTube, exclamation point YouTube. Go subscribe over there. Uploaded the Catherine Hamilton interview, the UCLA Bruins reporter we interviewed recently. So that was great. We uploaded that. And then we also, what else did I do? Oh, I fixed the alerts. I completely redid my alerts. I mean, it's the same alerts and some new ones. But I completely redid the alerts. So they're now through Twitch, which is really interesting. Because like I guess they feel the same. They're gonna feel the same, but it's through Twitch now. But the one benefit that I actually thought was pretty cool was if you sub, you can choose from 5 alerts to play when you sub or gift a sub, I think, which is cool. So now you can pick your favorite alert, you know, or I don't know, time them and drop them when it's really funny. We can work with it. If there's alerts you guys really like, let me know. I'll add them to. I think I can only do like 5 options. But yeah, let me know if anybody sees that or notices that when you sub today. And this is not a ploy to get you to sub. This is just something I did today. What else? Oh, you know what else I did, chat? I did this. Oops, not that. What the heck? Not working. Oh yeah, here we go. Check it out, chat. This is what I did today. A lot of this, check it out. I'm actually so excited about this, chat. We're doing a screening of Union in LA. I'm organizing this, okay? It's going to be very cool. It's on Thursday, January 16th. If you live in LA, buy a ticket, come out in person, meet the community, meet me, and then also enjoy a really good film. I've reached out to like 4 or 5 unions that I've worked with through More Perfect Union or I have connections to, and also the Teamsters to try to get like some more like labor representatives there. We're building the fucking, you know what I mean? I'm trying to be here to build the web, to connect the left and you know, make this you know, rainbow coalition shit, baby. You know, that video we watched last night, you know? Some shit like that. So come out, watch Union. Also, if you're not in LA, guess the fuck what, chat? We're gonna finally screen it, very first of all time. First ever all time on Twitch. We're gonna screen the movie January 16th. Okay, be here. It's gonna be fucking awesome. If you missed it when we watched it together, I know, because there's like a lot of everybody had to buy the ticket separately on a different platform. A lot of people left. I totally understand. Coming up, you will not have to do that. You'll be able to watch it directly on the platform. W's. Where's the enthusiasm in the chat? Come on, guys. Wake the fuck up. This is cool. Thank you, Aaron Swords. Thank you. Bro, dead internet theory up in here. Y'all motherfuckers. Okay, let's move on. Playing zombies, sorry. Fuck off. I'm just kidding. You are. It's okay. Let's watch this new Joey Badass, bro. I love Joey Badass. One of my favorite hip hop artists. Bro, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to move out the city, get a house in the sticks. And to coordinate the like big old house. No, I probably can't afford a big old house, but maybe eventually. Take. What up, Pupasama? You can't buy a house. It's not socialism unless we can all live there for free. True. King of NY, nigga. God damn, he's so good. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Oh, hell yeah. I like that. Let's go, new Joey Badass. Fuck yeah, getting us started tonight. That was nice. I like that. Joey Badass rules, bro. If you don't know Joey Badass, I recommend Before the Money. I don't know how. I think it's also Badass. Before, dude, this album. here. Badass, but it's also before the money. I don't know. However you want to. It's low-key genius. But this album, so fucking good. Like, not a skip on the whole album. It's just banger after banger after banger. Really, really good. Okay, chat. My city is on fucking fire, dude. We got this KTLA report from earlier, which is like crazy. Everybody just abandoned their cars and left. And so this bulldozer had to come in the Palisades. So most of it's been on the West Coast. On the West Coast. So I got a bunch of Twitter threads here. I got this video from KTLA, another one from Fox 10. Actually, first though, can we look at this story? Dude, this is crazy from here in LA. Wild motorist driving recklessly through mid-city, pissed at the concept of sharing the road with cyclists, is caught on video. Guess who the LAPD immediately criticized? There shouldn't be that many bicycles on the road blocking traffic, so that would be unsafe. But I don't know exactly what transpired, Officer Rosario Cervantes said. Look at this. You saw this? This is psychotic. He's like actively trying to kill someone. Look at this.
Hey, move! Hey, watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
Could have. It looks like he fucking wanted to. Unbelievable, bro. LA drivers are actually ridiculous. I don't know what is going on here, but this is like so fucked up. It's crazy. I am really glad to report that there is a happy ending here, though. The justice was actually served. These bikers followed the Benz to a garage, and the Benz paid the price of its hot-headed owner. Not so fun fact. Every day, 2 to 3 cyclists are killed by cars. Drivers are rarely charged with murder for these fatalities. And then we get this beautiful video. Beautiful video. Swift justice for real, bro. They protected themselves. Holy shit, man. See? No need for cops. Justice served. Everybody leaves. We're all good. You know what I mean? We're square now. Don't upload that without blurring faces. True. I don't know where this video even comes from. Yeah. Is this, he links an LA Times article here. Is this the, oh yeah, here, this is it. Posted on social media. Yeah, crazy. Okay, let's go to the fire though. This video was crazy.
Yeah, I want to take you here live right now. So this is Pacific Palisades. All of these cars were ditched. So all of the drivers panicked. They took their keys. This is Palisades Drive as well as Sunset Boulevard. This dozer is just moving these vehicles out of the way. So if this is your car, unfortunately, it's an emergency situation, and this is...
Yeah, dude. I'm so fucking pissed about the fire shit. This is so preventable. It is. I mean, I wish there was more done, but like the answer, I don't know. I did a bunch of like reading and stuff a lot about this. Yeah, maybe pull off the road before ditching. Duh. This is so unsafe. First off, let's just say this is so ridiculous to leave your car in the middle of the road. Like, emergency vehicles need to go through here, man. You're wondering why there's no fire department protecting your house. It's because you blocked them with your fucking car, you ding dong. Okay, but other than that, preventable. The way to prevent it is to not build on this land. If we're being very honest, the way to prevent this is to stop developing and stop building on this land. This land has burned forever. This is the way that the landscape, it's a part of the climate, it's a part of the history, like it's always burned. This land needs to burn. It's like this is just what it is. the city has obviously made it worse, yes, but like the land has to burn. It's not like the burning itself is not the problem. The problem is that we choose to live on this area that burns, like, and that people's lives are being fucking like ruined, and like we're all breathing this air, and like, you know, the rates of asthma inside of Los Angeles are so high. Like for children, like child asthma is so incredibly high. It's actually like crazy to raise a child in the city with those kind of asthma rates and the long-term health effects of just living in this area, you know. Yeah, from the perspective having controlled fires is like part of it, yes. But they're obviously, it's a fire, it's hard to control. Yeah, native people used to do controlled burns while moving to cause the fires early, so that they weren't caught off guard, right? But like the thing is there are houses. The reason we can't do that is because there are houses there on that land, and it's like, you know, there's just always going to be this risk. You can't like engineer this away, you know. You can't. And yes, like winds like this are probably climate change driven, are probably like human impact on climate change accelerated. But that's only one part of the picture, you know.
This is what they have to do.
You can do controlled burns, but like you can't do controlled burns around the Getty Museum. Like where it's burning right now, the Palisades, like dozens of homes are literally burned down. Like we'll go through it later. Like these are residential areas, you know.
As we speak.
And again, the solution is to stop building residential areas like in this area.
Unfortunately, this is real. LA County Fire, they have to do what they have to do. They need to clear a path. So literally they're moving the cars, the SUVs. We're seeing Mercedes, very nice.
Yeah, Maya.
Teslas up here, but that's because
I mean, the wind is just like really bad right now.
their keys.
It's so scary outside.
They left the cars here as the firefighters were trying to clear the pathway, clear the roadway. This is an emergency situation where, you know, they need to get up to the homes. They want to make sure people are not trapped up there. But this line of cars probably goes about 300 feet deep, at least as long as I can see from this bird's eye view. So
Jesus.
they're kind of staying back. They're in a situation here where they are literally
300 feet deep. So it's like a football field full of abandoned cars. Which is like what happened at the front.
These vehicles out of the way. Yes, it is causing damage, as you can hear from the screeching noises, but that is what they have to do.
To Fox 10 News.
Jesus, man.
Tonight out of Los Angeles, where a massive fire is prompting evacuations and threatening lives as well. Thanks for joining us tonight at 4. This massive
Yeah, Maya, for sure.
out of control in the Palisades area of Los Angeles, just north of Santa Monica.
Yeah, if it feels like we've been here before, we have. Just a couple of months ago, the fire that burned right up to the college's Pepperdine, namely in Malibu, California. The entire area this time littered with expensive homes and is under mandatory evacuation.
We'll take some live pictures at this hour showing the huge plume of smoke from the fire. Visibility is way down, as you can imagine, in this area. The fire started around 10 this morning and has grown.
Also, I don't know if you guys saw, but I was watching Hassan when he was covering this for a little bit today. He was like, some people in his chat were like, fuck it, it's just rich people who live up there. Like, fuck it, who cares? Let it burn. And it's like, bro, you are so fucking stupid. Like, I hate that attitude. It's so disgusting. Like, I don't really care like that they're rich and that the homes are one thing. Those can always be replaced. Like, but there are people there, and like nobody deserves to fucking, you know what I mean? Like, there are communities, and not only that, the air. Bro, we all, like, there are millions of people who live in this area that are breathing this air. This air quality is not okay to, like, exist in. And people can't just leave.
To several hundred acres at this point. There are reports of people taking refuge in their pools as the flames burn dangerously close.
Yeah, the winds there, the Santa Ana winds have been a real problem, and many were expecting that if anything broke out today, it would be a problem. Complicating things for firefighters, the dry conditions on the ground, obviously the
Stay safe, Becca.
And in fact, President Biden had to cancel his plans to travel to Riverside County today because of the weather. The National Weather Service has said, quote, this is about as bad as it gets in terms of fire weather, and things won't improve much as the night.
Dude, these guys are crazy too. I'm trying to find a video of this because these guys, the people who are doing the dumping, I think I got one in here.
Cow!
Yo, Cube, thank you so much for the tier 1.
Annihilated a fellow corgi.
Twitch, where's the alert?
Subscribed for 3 months.
What the heck, Twitch? I put together the alerts. Aren't they working?
Jen_ just subscribed.
Okay, here, let's play. I'll play this video while I work on that.
Hi.
Wait, you got an alert?
I'm building.
Wait, you did? Jen, thank you for the tier 1. Wait, you got an alert? You hear it, but you don't see it. Okay, hold on.
The house right down there, and we saw the smoke. We came up here and saw the hill, the fire on the other side of the hill, and it started spreading and spreading. And we saw it jump down there and there and there. And then as we were evacuating, because the police told us to, we saw the flames actually cross this side of the hill. And we watered our roof and ran away and hope to come back tomorrow to a standing house.
Yeah, you guys are probably gonna get out of here pretty soon if this thing gets any closer.
As soon as this video's over.
All right, yeah, good idea. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Wait, why didn't it play? Okay, here, let's try it again. New subscriber. This is what should have played. Test.
No more Oreos. No more Oreos.
Okay, you're hearing it, but you're not seeing it.
No more Oreos.
Cinemarxism just subscribed.
What's the deal with that?
So you were telling me there's a chance?
Okay, well, sorry. I guess I'll have to deal with that tomorrow. That's annoying. It was working earlier. Oh, you know what? It's like off the screen. What the heck? What the heck? Well, how do I bring it over? Bro, I'm sorry. This sucks. But I have to fix this. Let me just find a different video. Here. Wait, I can't hear anything now. There's like no audio on this video? See ya, naughty. I'm sorry. God damn,
Fox
bro.
10 News Alert tonight out of Los.
Okay, thank you.
Up my uncle, my aunt,
Okay.
and basically take us to safety.
And when you came down here, you were kind of going through explaining how it felt. You saw the fire.
There it is.
Scary. It was so scary. I kept wanting to evacuate.
No more
Family kept
Oreos.
stalling on it.
Cinemarxism just subscribed. What
I
did
just
one
got to
ocean
the
say
point
to the
where,
other ocean?
You
Nothing.
know, I was
It
like,
just
no, we
went.
got to get out of here now.
Yeah.
And
You made the right call.
Yeah, I love my family.
Yeah, and I'm seeing they're here with you now. You guys have all your supplies. You guys are out safe.
Cool,
That's
we
the
got
most
it.
important thing. And you have the firefighters that are going to be helping you all, taking you to that other center.
The amount of fire ash I breathed in as a kid is in Cali. I'm surprised we don't have smokers along.
Okay, well, thank you so much for talking
Thank
to
you
us.
so much.
It affects you.
The right thing by leaving. So
Thank you so
I'm
much.
glad. that
Unfortunately,
you're
it does
safe.
affect you,
You're
so-
in good hands.
It's
Thank
like,
you so
Wow,
much.
what a scary experience, though.
it's just scary.
I really appreciate you guys like taking your time to talk to me, because one, this whole experience is messed up, and 2, I've never been on the news before.
Yeah. Well,
So it's cool.
sad that it's for something like this, but
Sad that it's
again,
something for like this, but still kind of cool that it's, I'm on TV now.
Well, thank you for sharing your story and good luck. Yeah, so as you see, Nancy, literally at this moment, the police department, they are
Kind of cool. I'm on TV.
different shelter where she's going to be safe. We didn't really see that many evacuees here at the command center because I don't believe they're supposed to even come here. But for Nancy, it was such a last minute thing. They called the fire department. The fire department came to rescue them. They brought them here. So that's why we ran into Nancy. And luckily she has all the water, Gatorade. We saw food as well, and they're getting taken to safety. So it's really good to see that. But just being in this area, Colleen and Mark, a little bit earlier, I'm sure you saw we were at Palisades High School, and
Niku?
the high school has
The high school burned down.
It's just, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hold that thought for a second? And ordinarily, I wouldn't want to interrupt you, but this is important because there's a new evacuation order, an entirely new area. The city of Santa Monica. The city of Santa Monica now issuing an evacuation order.
No way.
Of the city north of San Vicente. That evacuation order because of an immediate threat to life. They are telling people.
Oh my God.
In all parts of the city north of San Vicente Boulevard to leave now. Again, this is new, brand new evacuation order in the city.
I thought it was all of Santa Monica, and I was gonna freak, but it's like it's just the north side. It's still a lot of people.
Go ahead.
Like you're getting into very residential, like tons of residential areas.
Right there. That's it. It's.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, that's just so sad to hear because we went into Santa Monica not too long ago. We took a quick little break. We went to a gas station.
Chat. The scariest part about this all is that like
just out and about
tonight, they're saying that the winds are gonna get the worst between 10 p.m. and like 5 a.m. tonight. Like overnight, the winds are gonna hit their like peak, and then they'll continue tomorrow. And so it's gonna like this fire's gonna spread tonight a lot, and it's gonna get worse. It's like fucking like power's gonna go out. There was already a bunch of downed trees like when we were driving around, debris flying everywhere. It's fucking gnarly. It's gnarly right now. It is a bad situation. Yeah, if I F, I'll update you on the Discord, but it's probably because the power is going out.
But just knowing that we have no control when it comes to Mother Nature and knowing that it's going to get worse, I'm just on standby to see what else happens out here. Colleen and Mark, hopefully everyone is fine and they do evacuate.
Absolutely, Niku, thank you very much.
Also, like the thing is that like LA does not have infrastructure for evacuations. No matter how many like
a little while ago.
No matter how many like highway lanes they put in and shit, like it's going to be gridlock. You're gonna see more of this, of the people abandoning their cars in a panic and running and leaving, like because the roads are just not they're not prepared for everybody to evacuate like this. That's why like the earthquake, the big one, or something happening. Truly so scary.
North of Sunset Boulevard.
Truly so scary.
In fact, we have some video of some homes that are burning right now on Sunset.
That's why you get a dirt bike and a lifted truck. Yeah, good luck parking a lifted truck here, brother.
We saw fully engulfed in flames. And that is just
I was saying that too, Nate King.
Of what has gone on here in Pacific Palisades today. There are dozens, if not more, homes that are lost right now. Another thing you were talking about, that area north of San Vicente and Santa Monica, that's basically where
it's also just like horrifying. This started this morning.
Country Club. It is just about
like that's what's so scary about this fire too, is that it started this morning.
Is Santa Monica.
This didn't exist yesterday.
That we're talking about. Down Riviera to the
and it's the wind, man. It's the wind. The wind is so unbelievably strong right now.
And they have begun
it's crazy.
Residents up Amalfi Drive. They have a loudspeaker going saying, if you can hear us, it is time to get out. They want people out of this neighborhood. In fact, I was just chatting with a sergeant who's on duty here. He said, this is unofficial, but if I had my way, I would have everyone from here to the 405 freeway leave. That's 4 miles we're talking about from where we are on Amalfi Drive on Sunset Boulevard. He said if he had his way to play it safe, he would evacuate everyone, get their stuff ready, and get going. In fact, there was a report about a mile east of us on Mandeville Canyon that there was some fire at the top of Mandeville. They sent some officers over there to check it out. It turned out that wasn't the case, but several hours or tomorrow from now, that might very drastically change because it is in the...
For my parents in the valley, the wind sounds like thunder. My mom, who works at a community college in the area, they've all been told to work remotely tomorrow. Yeah.
And the south, we're getting wind at our backs, which means it is pushing it to the east in our direction, continuing its easterly flow, which is against where the majority.
So here's a map of Los Angeles.
Have been going. At times it reverses and it'll blow in our faces here and start blowing that way. That is the Santa Ana, the typical Santa Ana direction, coming from the mountains and blowing out towards the ocean. But again, it is such a wild situation that the winds
It doesn't have the 405 on here.
Most of the time, they're at our backs, and we're watching these flames as they continue to make their march here. So again, homes have been lost on the north side of Sunset, just beyond this ridge here, and there's a fear from these LAPD.
Oh, here's the 405.
It's going to spread, mainly because there is
so that would be
no firefight. There is zero
that's a lot.
firefight on the ground here from where we are. We know that
that's a lot of people. From like he's talking about this whole area.
No fire protection.
That's
no firefight.
That's a lot of fucking people.
Unabated, unchecked into these crowded neighborhoods.
Is that what he means?
The fear is that these homes could be.
I don't really know where they are. Maybe maybe they're like up here.
To hear. Thank you so much.
But the fire's like over here right now.
Again, we're covering.
And this is where they've evacuated San Vicente right here. So all of this
Exploding. You see it. That's Eaton Canyon. Leanne Suter. We've had such communication issues talking with Leanne. We are on an 8-second delay. Leanne, weirdly, it looks calm in your live shot right now, but we know that you have been enduring some incredibly powerful wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour. How are you doing right now?
Oh yeah, I see that.
We just made a comment, Duncan Callis, photographer, and myself. We were just saying that suddenly there is no wind. I have no idea. And now this is just a break, I'm sure, just a pause in the wind. But right
well,
now,
you heard it, folks. You heard it, folks. The wind is over. We can move on to the next story. We are gonna move on to more coverage on Twitter though. Extremely critical fire. Whoa. Fire weather conditions are expected across parts of Southern California tomorrow. Santa Ana winds are ongoing and expected to intensify through Thursday. For specific info, see your National Weather Service office. And yeah, I mean everywhere it's like really like right here. Palisades fire is absolutely exploding in West LA and is quickly moving towards homes in Pacific Palisades. Has all the looks of a potential wildland urban interface fire disaster. Evacuate if you are near danger and follow all evacuation orders from local officials. Look at yeah, look at this. Dude, this guy, Matthew Seedorf, this guy has been out in it all day. We're going to scroll through his coverage because it's actually crazy. So this is him driving in. You can see the smoke already. This is from 7 hours ago. This guy's coverage has been
The
nutty.
wind is picking up, and where we are in Pacific Palisades, we're not seeing any firefighters. It's very quiet, but the flames are growing. Let's look at this house right now.
I mean, that's look, this is a house up there. Maybe even an apartment building. I can't really tell. Just totally burning down.
Still here on Shadow Mountain Drive, Pacific Palisades. The flames are growing. And we just had one resident evacuating. His home is up in flames down this direction. He was asking where the firefighters are. You see the flames up here, but this is a highly residential area. Still here on Shadow Mountain. You hear the pops of another structure catching on fire. Looks like another one over here. Shadow Mountain Drive. Flames pushing this direction right now.
Yeah.
Moved over to Via Cresta Drive. This is also in Pacific Palisades.
Bro, like this was a house.
Looks like a home was under construction. You can see the scaffolding.
Oh, it was just under construction.
Whatever was built, it looks like is destroyed. Bobcat out front. It's also getting this house next door on fire.
That goes inside, yeah.
Right now. Again, more no emergency crews out here. Moved over to Via Cresta Drive. This is also in Pacific.
We counted at least 7 homes in Pacific Palisades destroyed by flames as the fire continues to spread rapidly. Not sure if firefighters are struggling to get to this area or what. We've tried grabbing water hoses ourselves. We're trying to use a garden hose to save this home on Via Cresta, but it seems like it's probably too little too late. Horrible to see. Trying to do what we can, hoping everyone is staying safe. Watch this video. This is crazy. Bro. Yes, it might be a little too like, yeah. You're not reaching the roof with that garden hose. This is just like a news guy, man. And he's just like, well, here's a hose. Like, look at the wind, though. This is the first video that I think really captures how strong the wind is. Like, look at this.
Sprinkler system inside, but it doesn't look like it's working.
Oh, they have like a sprinkler system attached to their house, and it's still on fire.
On this street, Via Cresta, in flames. It's another home on Via Cresta.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Now we get these Santa Ana winds. The winds can get very strong in California. I mean, today is a great example. Like it's a storm, but there's no precipitation, basically. It's just a dry storm, you know? But it reminds me exactly of like winds during a thunderstorm in Kansas City or something. It just looks, it's just a really bad storm and there's no rain. It's the desert and it's just dry. The winds are wild. Yeah, we should have more rain too. We haven't had any rain this year. It's been a while.
Horrible to see this just on Lockman Lane right now. Another couple of homes have burned down. I see firefighters here trying to put out the flames, keep it from spreading to the homes further down the hill. Massive winds, 30, 40 miles per hour, pushing all the fire that way. See more flames downhill too.
Do you have a link to that? I don't know. Did I click? Firefighters are having issues with water pressure on Lockman Lane.
Firefighters were trying to put
The hydrants are dry.
But you can see right now it's just kind of out of control. Since then, firefighters have lost water pressure on the hydrant, so they can't get any more water onto this fire and the ones down the hill because of the water pressure issues.
Crazy. Oh yeah, look at this. This is the high school. This is the high school, chat. In the Palisades. Bro.
It's absolutely out of control. Hard to see. Look at this street right now, Amedio Drive. So horrible. 1, 2, 3.
Also, like, I would not be within 100 feet of a car that's on fire like that.
6, 7 homes just on this street.
Absolutely not.
This fire is absolutely...
Devastation all around. I've lost count of the number of buildings we've seen on fire. This is Radcliffe Avenue. Bro. This is devastating. And yes, I saw somebody in chat say it earlier, but The mayor cut the fire department's budget so that she could give the LAPD more money. Vaz's proposed city budget includes more funding for LAPD, cuts for the LA Fire Department. Yeah. Yeah. What do I always say? Yeah. What do I always say? We cannot do anything until we address the gutting of the American city by the police unions. These police departments are taking everything from us. Everything from us. You can hire prison labor. Actually, I should see if Jeremy can come on and talk about this, because Jeremy has been reporting a long-term story on firefighters. I'm gonna see if I can get him on. Not tonight, but another night. Here's Jeremy. Thank you for the link in the chat. Perfect. Yeah, he's been reporting on this. Yes, here's his article. Seems like a good day to remind people that federal firefighters are facing a potentially disastrous pay cliff. I could cut their pay in half if Congress doesn't act. I would absolutely obliterate the federal firefighting workforce. This is by Jeremy. Photo and everything, I believe. Oh no, photo courtesy of the U.S. Forest Service. As wildfires worsen, some federal firefighters fear Republican control of Congress and the White House could accelerate their exit from the workforce, leaving critical gaps in fire response. Let's read this. As fire season winds down, firefighters employed by the federal government are facing what they say is another potential disaster. Significant pay cuts that could trigger a mass exodus of workers. A temporary raise implemented by the Biden administration is scheduled to run out at the end of this year, and legislation that would permanently increase wildland firefighter salaries has stalled in Republican-controlled committees in Congress. Some now say the stability of the nation's federal firefighting force hinges on this year's election results. The federal government employs wildland firefighters through 5 agencies, the largest by far being the U.S. Forest Service. That workforce is responsible for managing fires in national parks, national forests, and on other federal lands, which cover nearly a third of the country. As climate change extends the fire season and increases wildlife severity, the difficult work of managing those blazes is only getting harder, all while people living in fire-prone areas are in increasing numbers. On top of that, wildland firefighters typically earn between $28,545 and $37,113 in annual base pay, depending on experience. According to a 2022 survey, forcing the vast majority to rely on hundreds of hours of overtime to make ends meet. The grueling schedule, hazardous conditions, and low pay have put immense stress on the federal workforce. Compared to the general population, wildland firefighters have significantly higher rates of depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and PTSD, and are about 9 times more likely to have suicidal ideation. Wildland firefighters also frequently get injured on the job. As a result, federal firefighters, often those with years of experience and institutional knowledge, have been leaving the workforce in droves, many migrating to state or local firefighting workforces that pay significantly higher rates. In March, ProPublica reported that 45% of the Forest Service's permanent employees have left over the past 3 years. The Forest Service currently employs about 11,400 wildland firefighters, which isn't enough to meet the needs of the ongoing wildfire crisis, according to the department's website. Take care, Maya. Yeah, if you need anything, reach out. To slow the attention of federal firefighters, the Biden administration raised wildland firefighters' minimum wage from $13 per hour to $15 per hour and provided temporary bonuses that amounted to 50% of their base pay, or $20,000, whichever was less, through the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act in 2021. After the pay boost, entry-level firefighters earning a salary of $30,000 a year would earn $45,000 a year annually, not including overtime. The temporary 50% bonus could cease before the end of 2024 if Congress fails to extend the temporary pay raise or make it permanent. Half a dozen current and former federal wildland firefighters told Capitol in Maine that merely temporarily extending the raise would do little to ease their concerns and would likely lead to continued attrition. Allowing the raise to expire altogether would push even more wildland firefighters out of the federal workforce, they said. The current and former firefighters interviewed by Capitol in Maine, members of the National Federation of Federal Employees, a union that represents federal workers, stressed that they were speaking for themselves and the union, not federal agencies. Without a permanent pay fix, we're going to lose a huge portion of our workforce, said Nicole Allen, an Arizona-based federal firefighter. Those losses may include her job, may include her because, like many of her coworkers, she is not sure she could justify sticking around on a job after getting a $20,000 pay cut. Democratic Congressman Joe Neguse said introduced legislation to permanently increase pay in 2023, but some Republicans in the House of Representatives have blocked the bill from becoming law. If passed, the Wildland Firefighter Paycheck Protection Act would permanently increase wildland firefighters' base raise, with raises tied to their experience and job roles. The bill's Senate counterpart moved through a Democratic-chaired committee less than 2 months after being introduced, but it has been stalled in a Republican-controlled House committees for over a year. Republican Congressman Doug LaMalfa chairs the subcommittee on forestry, where the bill has been stuck since last September. He has also represented one of California's most fire-prone areas for over a decade. During his tenure, the state's first congressional district, which borders Nevada and Oregon, has experienced the single deadliest and fourth largest wildfires in California history. I've had more towns than I can care to list here damaged or even completely burned down because of a constant fire threat. Paradise, Greenville, Canyon Dam is just one thing after another, LaMalfa said. LaMalfa said he supports temporarily extending current pay raises until Congress reaches a permanent solution, which he said is unlikely to happen this year. But he does not support the Wildland Firefighter Paycheck Protection Act in its current form because of budgetary concerns and disagreements over provisions that would provide bonuses to workers when they fight longer lasting or more severe wildfires. Fuck this guy. LaMalfa said he wanted to secure a funding source for the permanent raise. We haven't figured that out, he said, adding that he's a little bothered by the inclusion of bonuses for firefighters that could vary significantly from year to year and will be difficult for Congress to plan for. LaMalfa's budgetary concerns do not account for the greater cost of failing to permanently raise firefighter wages, according to Max Alonso, a former wildland firefighter and current secretary-treasurer of the National Federation of Federal Employees. Communities will be left vulnerable to wildfires because of a depleted workforce, he said. When these fires happen on federal lands, they would just rip. There'd be nobody to put them out. You just have to wait for weather. It would devastate communities, it would devastate our water supply, and it would change the landscape of America, Alonso said. Staffing issues may be impacting the federal response to wildfires. Staffing issues may already be impacting the federal response to wildfires. In September, a brush fire near the Forest Service's unstaffed Trabuco Station in Southern California grew out of control after the Orange County Fire Authority was left to respond on its own. The blaze ultimately burned more than 23,000 acres and destroyed 160 structures. Orange County's fire chief, Brian Finney, told the LA Times that additional support could have limited the damage. No election outcome guarantees a pay cut or permanent pay raise. But according to Alonso, the possibility of reaching a permanent pay fix becomes significantly less likely if Republicans maintain control of the House and win back control of the Senate and presidency, which is what happened. His concerns go beyond the legislative realm, as former President Donald Trump has previously targeted federal sector unions. Several of Trump's executive orders made it more difficult for federal unions like the National Federation of Federal Employees to organize and pursue better pay, retirement plans, and time off for their members. President Joe Biden has since taken a markedly different approach to dealing with the federal union, particularly in improving benefits for wildland firefighters. The Biden administration has more than tripled acceptance rates for workers' compensation claims related to some cancers, lung conditions, and heart disease. Jake Kennedy, a wildland firefighter based in California, fears current efforts to expand workers' compensation coverage for additional illnesses may stall if Republicans prevail in November. During his first term, Trump proposed cutting more than $210 million in workers' compensation benefits for federal workers over a decade. Still, not all members of the National Federation of Federal Employees support the Democrats. Wildland firefighters are disproportionately white men working in rural areas, and like Dane Osler, many lean conservative. Osler worked as a wildland firefighter for 17 years and now works in fire prevention with the Forest Service in Arizona. He voted for Trump in 2016, but did not vote for him in 2020 due to his stance on unions and his dangerous and violent rhetoric. Osler, a Robert Kennedy supporter, is unsure who he will vote for in November. While Osler thinks a Harris presidency would be far better for wildland firefighters than a Trump administration, his conservative leanings make him wary of her more progressive policies. Regardless of who he votes for, Osler hopes to convince Republican representatives to support a permanent pay raise, because according to him, wildland firefighters have already locked down Democratic support in Congress. If those efforts prove ineffective, Osler feels, the Forest Service will die as you know it. Damn. That was a good article. You guys should follow Jeremy. Maybe we can get him on the stream. He also, I wanted to show you, he posted a picture today that took my breath away. Look at this. Oh my God, bro. He popped the fuck off with this photo. Beautiful, beautiful work. Just gorgeous work. Yeah, it was my friend. The homie. Okay. Last thing comes out of Mexico City as activists destroy a wax statue of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with hammers.
Viva Palestina, viva Sudán, viva Yemen, viva Puerto Rico.
I don't think Madame Trousseau would approve.
All of those embers out into the area.
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. Wait, oh, the stream ended. What the fuck, guys? K-Cal is live.
With blankets. It's cold out here. It's windy. If you have any kind of breathing condition, it's super smoky right now too. And if you don't have goggles, you got dirt and pieces of tree limbs. And
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's kill him. Let's kill this guy. Let's beat him to death with hammers.
Some of these will look like maybe, I'm not sure if they're N95s, but N95s.
That guy's a psycho.
To help them.
That Northern Lion guy, he's a psycho.
We don't know how long it's going to take them to get everybody out of this parking lot, but we can see a lot more of these shuttles pulling up on Altadena Drive right now. So we're assuming maybe they're going to start getting people out of here as quickly as they can. The fire too, Chris, maybe we can go over here and show where the fire is in relation to this. If you can see up here where these palm trees are, the fire is coming right up out of Eaton Canyon. So it's like maybe 1.5 blocks away from this area. It's not far away. I wouldn't expect it to make its way all the way out here to Washington and Altadena Drive, because I think the vegetation cuts off at a certain point, and then there's businesses and like parking lots with lots of concrete that I think would create somewhat of a natural firewall. But you know, there's a ton of homes too that are nestled in the hillsides here. Let's keep the shots a little wide and back up a little bit, just so we give everyone as much privacy as we possibly can out here. It's a hard situation. It's, you know, you can't kind of not show everybody out here, but yeah, it's unbelievable. And I think there are maybe 2 senior centers up here, actually, the Pasadena Villas Senior Center, and then a second one up the street. Let me check my phone and see if I can find the name of that one, because someone sent it to me earlier. But I think it's 2 different
Oh God.
senior centers here off of Altadena Drive that have had to be evacuated tonight. The other one, maybe the terraces at Park Marino, which I think is also pretty close by here.
Okay, I have this video here. I think last thing we'll do with the fires, unless there's like new evacuation notices or new news, which I'll do my best to share with you. But I actually have a good video, a good like long form thing we're gonna watch tonight about interviewing people who are Nazis or like white supremacists who have left, and like the reasons why they left and stuff like that. It looks like a really good doc, so I'm excited to watch that. So let's watch this video from the Wall Street Journal about why wildfires are getting worse and the science behind them, and then we'll check that out.
It was just a fireball and traveled so fast.
I just saw flames all up on the hill behind my house.
It was Armageddon, I'll tell you. We had fire coming in, burning all around us.
Alaska, Arizona, California, Montana, Oregon, Australia, Brazil, Canada, Greece, Russia. These are just some of the places where, in recent years, wildfires have raged out of control. NASA satellites detect more than 1 million large fires worldwide every year.
The Western United States, for example, has seen larger fires in each of the last several years and more intense burning. And many times those fires spread faster, making them more difficult to put out and more dangerous for the community.
Welcome in, Dornamu.
In many cases, the blazes are set by human activity, but sometimes policy fuels the flames too. Consider California. The state's forests are overgrown in part because of past federal policies of putting out wildfires rather than letting them burn. Some of these policies were enacted in response to a devastating fire in 1910 in which millions of acres burned. More than 80 people died. Years passed and suppression became the go-to strategy for dealing with fire.
It only takes a minute to wipe out a century.
Initiatives like Smokey Bear.
No, like for real, we used to like lose entire cities to fires. The Chicago fire. This shit's scary, man.
Urged Americans to help prevent forest fires.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
In 1974, Congress passed the Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act in an effort to save lives, and that plan worked. Around that time, according to the act, fires of all types killed more than 12,000 people each year. Today, according to the U.S. Fire Administration, the death toll is lower.
Yeah, San Fran, I was going to say that too.
The reason we see increasing fuels and increasing extreme fire behavior is that we have a legacy of putting fires out and allowing fuels to grow, permitting fires, when they do start, to get out of control.
Overgrown forests have an abundance of small and medium trees known as ladder fuels, which can make fires more dangerous.
Ladder fuels would allow a surface fire, burning often slowly along the ground, to transition into the canopy, where it can spread more rapidly. And when those trees are burning, the embers that are blown by the wind can ignite the neighboring trees. They can also be spread further downwind.
That's part of the story of California's 2018 fire season. The deadly campfire was fed by dry weather, fast winds, and ladder fuels. According to recent research, 20 million acres of forest land, or nearly 20% of California, would benefit from what's known as fuel treatments. Land managers can limit the fuels that could create large, fast-moving fires in several ways, including thinning out vegetation, think logging or clearing brush, prescribed burns, where small fires are set deliberately.
Like the logging industry is just like, we have a solution. It's to cut the trees down.
Or letting natural wildfires in unpopulated areas run their course under the watch of local firefighters. But clearing out brush can be expensive and labor-intensive. For instance, many of these trees are small in diameter, so they don't have commercial value as timber, and there's little financial incentive to remove them. And federal policies have historically favored putting out fires as soon as they start, to keep people safe.
Maintaining that balance of different ecosystem types and different fire frequencies is more difficult when we move into areas with more dense human populations. And so
or when the human populations move into those ecosystems that are supposed to burn. They've always burned.
Face is really where these two challenges meet, where people are living in communities against landscapes that historically have had fire activity. Those are landscapes that are very difficult to protect when fires do start.
One of the factors affecting California's wildfire season is new housing construction in fire-prone areas. Climate change is adding to the problem too.
Where fuels are abundant today, and where climate change is leading to warmer and drier conditions, we are already seeing more extreme fire behavior.
According to recent federal data, the last decade was the warmest on record. During the summer of 2020, fires burned in the Arctic as parts of Siberia broke the record for the highest temperature ever recorded above the Arctic Circle.
100 degrees in Siberia, bro? That's not supposed to happen. I ain't no big city scientist. I don't think it's supposed to be 100 degrees in the Arctic Circle.
They're almost
what up, Timmy?
Too cold and too wet to burn. So as those landscapes, which are warming 3 times faster than the rest of the planet, continue to warm and dry, we certainly expect to see more fires in those remote landscapes directly in response to climate change.
In August of 2020, wildfires, most of them sparked by lightning, raged out of control across California. Earlier in the year, state officials had warned of high fire danger caused by a dry winter and warm spring. It's a pattern scientists attribute to climate change. In May, the mountain snowpack in California's Sierra Nevada was just 13% of normal. And it's not just 2020. Half of California's 20 most destructive wildfires have happened since 2015. Across the forests of Southeast Australia, now
he's a little bear.
NASA mapped more fires between
That footage was horrible
than they had in the last 16 years. The fires were fueled by extreme heat and drought. Hotter, drier weather sucks moisture out of the trees, grasses, and other fuels, making them more flammable. And this is making fire management all the more complicated.
So as conditions that allow wildfires to spread are lasting longer across the United States and elsewhere, there's a shorter and shorter window where active management could happen under conditions that wouldn't risk fires escaping and spreading into lands as a wildfire.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy that this is happening in LA. These like brute force winds are happening in LA. And meanwhile, like the Midwest is under like 20 inches of snow. Like they got an inch of ice and then like 20 inches of snow.
Means fighting fire with fire might not be an option for certain regions anymore. So to help with wildfires, researchers are working on algorithms to improve forecasting.
That'll solve it. That'll solve it.
If we can anticipate the timescales and the locations where fires are most likely, we have the best chance of trying to mobilize and prepare resources to anticipate fires and make a more timely decision about which fires to put out and which to let burn.
Oh, God. I feel for my city. Chad, if there's any, like, if there's anywhere that is accepting donations or places that you know of that we can donate to, that'll help. Feel free to link those in the chat. If anybody is in the chat that is affected by this, please find safety. You live in the west side of California, or of LA right now. Please have an ear out, keep an eye out for, for evacuation orders. They could be coming. If you live in Santa Monica, they could be coming. Keep an ear out. Make sure you know. Make sure you have your phone on and an eye on the news or something. This shit could get rough pretty quick. All right, chat. We're gonna do an unusual memes compilation, and then we're gonna do this Dead Domain documentary. Former white supremacists talk about how they left hate behind. That's a longer one, so we're just gonna kind of like fucking hang out. It's gonna be a long one, long react.
Shoulders, knees, and cook.
Oh my god.
I want to sit back and relax and enjoy my evening. When all of a sudden, I hear this agitating.
Bro. Why did the fish jump out?
My great-great-great-granddaddy taught me this method. As you can see, we've got some collard greens and some...
Mira este weón. Muestra lo que tenía en la mano de ella, Vicente.
O que aconteceu? Comprei uma coxinha.
Oh my god, you were in the glassware section too? Bro, you just broke all of that shit. You can hear it shatter. No way, it's an actual cookie.
Assalamu alaikum.
What's your New Year's
Assalamu alaikum.
resolution? Next year, I want to talk faster.
Y'all want to see real talent? Then go somewhere else. Get on it.
Oh my god.
Bueno, vamos a probar.
Pásame la toalla. Te va, güey. Sécate bien, güey. Короче, типа вже заснули. А, що тут у нас?
Dude, what is up with the circle? Is this a thing people are doing? Because I'm actually into it. The circle aspect ratio?
Таких два єгеря, вони вже сплять. О, блядь!
Oh, but I look like Faye. This looks just like Faye.
De verdad, hay gente que todavía no entiende la puta vibra.
What the fuck? That's a crazy trick.
1 and fucking 2. All right, I took a piss in this one, took a shit in this one, looked in the mirror and said,
Oh. It's a Russian social media? Sick. That's cool.
Неудобное. Спасибо, спасибо. Ебать.
Dude, I'm so glad you came back. And you came back with heat too. Bro. Take your meds, man. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you're scratching? That's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas. You You're wait. Your stove makes you itchy? Your stove makes you itchy? That's a Trump copy pasta? What do you mean? Trump said this? Trump said that about stoves making you itchy? Why? Oh, he said it today? No, I'm not trolling. I haven't seen that.
The way this guy loves electric, and we don't have enough electricity, and then we have AI where we need more, and he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater. Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is much better. It's a much better heat. As the expression goes, you don't itch. Does anybody have a heater where you go and you're scratching? And that's what they want you to have. They don't want you to have gas where you don't have the problems of the electric. And
Okay, somehow when he says it, I actually kind of understand what he's saying. He's talking about how electric heaters make you, like, they dry the air out more, and so they dry out your skin. Yeah, lotion would solve that. I mean, it's also, like, just a part of, like, winter time. Are we gonna react to that press conference? No.
whoa, yeah.
I've lost my job. I'm losing my boyfriend. I'm so fucking cold and I have no money.
Have a word that's original.
Fuck off.
Chat, did I ever tell you? Did I ever tell you? Okay, so when I got COVID in Chicago, I was on Paxlovid, and for anybody who's ever taken Paxlovid before, it leaves a permanent, like, awful taste in your mouth. You just have this bitter, awful taste in your mouth at all times. And so, like, it's not permanent, like, of course, but, like, it's ever present as long as you're taking Paxlovid. So, like, while you're taking it, you know, it's really bad. It tastes terrible, and it just stays in your mouth, like, the whole time. So when we were in Chicago, I was like, oh, hey, like, Grim was so sweet. He was such a sweetheart, like, you know, going to the store and grabbing me, like, Gatorades and stuff. And I asked him for like some hard candies, like Jolly Ranchers is what I was thinking of. And he came back with a big thing of these. He came back with, like, a bag of these. I was like, thanks, bro. I still have them. Werthers are good. What you mean? How old are you? Are you 80?
Have a word that's original.
Fuck off.
What the
How did you and Grimlow meet? We met on Twitch. We met on Twitch. The first time we met in person was TwitchCon Vegas 2 years ago. Yeah. I wasn't even a streamer. I was just, like, a chatter. But Carter and I were already really good friends. So I was, like, kind of, like, hanging out with Carter in Vegas. And he invited me over to Mike and Vio's spot. And that's where I met, like, all of the leftist groups. The, like, leftist groups. So I met, like, Mari and Tofu and Denims and Rhizome. I already knew Mike and Vio because we went to Turkey together with Carter, but
همینجوری آروم آروم بهش اضافه.
It's a cool little community we got. I'm not gonna lie. Like the leftist, the smaller leftist streamer community on Twitch is like pretty sick. We support each other.
Stable.
What the fuck is this? Well.
Baboş, miafosuma na kanava. Mantanos dubosh.
Let's race it. Dun 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 dun. Fuck.
Blanco. Oh my god, bro. You just about gave yourself a fuckload of blisters. His hand almost went right into it.
Blanco.
I hate this trend. Me too.
Look how good that shit looks. Damn. And it's a good view up here too, I'm not gonna lie.
Angry, don't. Whoa, Goonie, whoa.
Pretty sure it's called Accidental nodosa. And this right here, if you crack this open, these are basically the like the sexy parts of the seaweed. Like this is how they reproduce.
As I have Billy pull out the seat.
I got my hopper today.
Yes, your car will run if you mismatch these parts.
A car cut in front of me. I'm mad as hell. How the fuck this thing?
Baga. 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 Baga.
Oh, look at this one. Aww. I wish I could give it scritches. I want to give it scritches.
And
okay, chat, you ready for this? I hope this is good. This is by Dead Domain. Let's do command edit watching. It's gonna be a longer video, chat, so strap in and get comfy. In lieu of a movie night. Actually, we'll probably do movie night this week. I mean, we'll definitely do movie night this week. I was thinking for movie night, chat, we could do Jean-Luc Godard double feature. You down for some French socialist film? That's not this.
Tonight in a Fox
Godard win? I don't know.
The story behind the story, the
Tomorrow.
anatomy of a hate crime.
A group of about a dozen people Saturday carrying flags with swastikas.
According to the Anti-Defamation League, domestic extremists were responsible for at least 42 deaths last year.
When you look at neo-Nazi groups, when it comes to the people who will carry out a random attack, drive a bus into a crowd of people, pick up an AR-15 and go shoot up a mosque or a synagogue or whatever, regardless of what sort of group those people choose to identify with, it's the same pool of young, mostly young men in their late teens, mid to early 20s.
Content warning, chat. The following contains educational discussions of violent far-right movements, including the hateful rhetoric and propaganda used by the neo-Nazi movements, and discussions of real-life violence, including mass shootings, abuse, assault, and more. The discussions inside are in service of understanding how to de-radicalize those trapped in hate movements. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay, chat, that's your content warning.
The lone wolf people, and there's so many.
Yo, what up, Sam?
Confused young men.
We examine how thousands of young people in this country are taking that message to heart. How established white supremacist groups have embraced the skinheads.
Sam, I missed you, bro. We were 1 sub short last month from getting Partner Plus.
Masked, carrying tiki torches, displaying hate symbols. Some
we were just 1. It was like Sam didn't sub last month, and so you didn't get it. So I had to start all over.
Popping up all over the country more frequently.
So I invite you to join us on a disturbing.
No, I'm just joking. No, I'm just joking. We got Partner Plus. We got it. We're getting 70/30 now.
Journey. So we try to discover why so many of our young people are being drawn into the heart of hate.
It's not a unique or particularly even interesting observation to say that the state of the world right now is chaotic. And amid the chaos, inevitably, more people will be dragged down into the mire of radicalization, radicalized by their circumstances, their surroundings, or by a desire to simply find a place to belong. We've seen it everywhere on social media, at rallies, on the news.
Today, federal prosecutors charged 5 people connected to a white...
Wait, how new is this? It came out like 12 days ago. 12 days ago.
This group with plotting to intimidate journalists and others, including a cabinet...
I've been trying to watch it, but we've had so much to watch. Got so much to watch. I was trying to watch it sooner.
More and more, it seems people are easily convinced of hateful narratives.
Oh, hell yeah. To me, is that true?
What is the best way to combat this radicalization? How can we get back friends and family who have gone down rabbit holes, leading to hatred, bloodthirst, and even violence? I'm not just talking about anti-vax Facebook moms and your Trump-voting aunt, but those who go even further into open white supremacy and Nazism. There are those on the left who will say that even former Nazis, former white supremacists and racists can't be trusted. That someone who has spent their years fomenting hatred, spreading baseless bigotry online and in person, doesn't deserve redemption. And if there's one thing I've learned in taking on this video, it's that those who turn away from radicalism don't know if they can ever be fully redeemed either. As I've said many times before on streams and videos, I believe we always need to keep an open dialogue and encourage personal growth with people who disagree with us, and especially with people who try to put a bigoted past behind them.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to do is to just judge people on their actions. Like, judge them on their actions, how you like what you see them doing. You know, if they're doing the good work in the community, then that's what I'm going to respect you for. You know, your past is really, it's not that relevant in my opinion. And I understand why some people, you know, feel this way. And also, there are different levels of trust as well, you know. If you're in like a working group of an organization that's doing more risky organizing and like, you know, you're taking like risks and stuff, like that shit, yeah.
Charvernal17 just subscribed.
Like,
stay safe, LA chatters.
You might want to keep these kind of people out of that, right? Javon, thank you so much for the sub, tier 1. Appreciate you.
In left-leaning spaces filled with queer people, people of color, and diverse religious identities, extending that grace is often easier said than done, especially in our chaotic world. I think it's easy to look at someone and judge them for their...
The worst people I know are apathetic, not reformed bigots. The worst people I know are bigots. But I know what you mean. I know what you mean as well.
Bigotry, because it can take so many forms. It all just...
I think a lot of that is like ignorance. And people are like... It's not like intelligence at all. I don't really believe in that. It's just like ignorance and like they haven't like put the pieces together. That like they haven't even begun to like consider the power structures that make the largest decisions in their lives. You know what I mean? Batman the Horse, thank you for the sub.
Batman the Horse,
let's go.
Subscribed.
It becomes noise. In a moment, it doesn't matter where hate is coming from, whether it's an upper-class Nepo baby fail son or depressed, undiagnosed neurodivergent kid who's been brainwashed by algorithms on Twitter, YouTube, and Rumble. It's easier to simply write off people uniformly as Nazis or racists and disregard them as people. Fallible, mistaken people. But if you want to understand something, you have to dig deeper than just the surface. You have to ask questions like, why do so many young men join movements based around hate and exclusion? Why would they commit to ideologies that often willingly hurt themselves or those around them? Questions like these were at the forefront of my mind when I spoke with Tyler Parker DePepe, a trans man and former member of Atomwaffen, a notoriously violent fringe neo-Nazi organization that
This is not the DePepe. This is not DePepe. This is a new DePepe? A second DePepe? This is not the one that went to the Pelosi's house, okay? That was having sex with Nancy Pelosi's husband. This is not that one. We have a second DePepe has hit the Twitch leftist.
Murders. In 2020, Tyler was one of 5 other members of Atomwaffen Division arrested for an interstate harassment campaign where they mailed flyers to Jewish people, journalists, and politicians, along with bomb threats. When Tyler reached out to me, I saw an interview as a fascinating opportunity to get a look at the inner workings of a notorious white supremacist group, but more than just the internal machinations, to get insight into why people would join. What united people beyond simply hating outgroups and fantasizing about doing violence? And from Tyler's interview, I was led to seeking out other former white supremacists who have left behind their lives of radicalization and dedicated themselves to spreading awareness and de-radicalization. Each of the 5 subjects I spoke to for this video came from a drastically different time for racist extremism movements, and vastly different locations, ranging from Canada in the 90s to internet forums like Stormfront in the mid-2000s, to even one interviewee who marched alongside Richard Spencer at the deadly Charlottesville rally in 2017. But from all their different places and backgrounds, there were several things that surprised me by how common they were. For each of their respective hate groups, there was often more than just hate and skin color that united its members. They were seemingly all united by overwhelming depression, loneliness, and a desire to find some place to belong. And for each person who managed to escape the clutches of those groups, they didn't do it alone. As journalist and author Robert Evans will attest later during our interview, you can't simply facts and logic someone into leaving this kind of ideology behind. They have to want to leave. They have to want to improve their own lives. For each of the interviewees I spoke to, when they made the choice to separate from a hate movement, they each had someone who helped them in that journey, often from an outgroup that they had been taught to hate.
I can tell you that the people that I know who have been de-radicalized, one commonality that tends to be shared is they had people in their life who cared about them and who they cared about who weren't willing to accept the bullshit they were involved in, but also didn't drop out of their lives. That is, again, not a replicable, this is not a, we've had a really bad track record with NGOs and organizations purporting to be able to de-radicalize people. De-radicalization is hard. It is.
I also remind you, like, my first exposure to Destiny as a person on the internet was listening to Rabbit Hole, which was a New York Times podcast that was made in like the 2000s or like, yeah, I think it was like 2020s. I think it was like during 2020 or 2019. It was probably made during 2019. 2020 was when it released, and it featured Destiny as somebody who de-radicalized people on the internet and like talked to a Destiny viewer who was like a Nazi and like watched Destiny and then is now not, quote unquote, just like a normal American liberal. And now you see the track. This is the track record. You know what I mean? Like now, you know, we see where all those cards have landed, and
is not a one.
He's out here rubbing shoulders and platforming the Nazis.
Size fits all thing, and there's a lot of hunger
supporting ethno-nationalist movements.
On the channel, we've asked repeatedly, how does someone get to this point? How can someone live a life only to hate things they don't understand? And the answer is complicated. It's a mess of factors that are almost impossible.
Yeah, I think that this is like also something, the conversation is going to come up eventually, so we might have it now. Like, I think there's like 2 separate things here, right? Where these are like specific hate groups. And like, to be clear, the Republican Party is a hate group. And like, you know, a lot of these like hyper radical Zionist organizations are hate groups. Like, these are all far right hate groups that exist, right? I think like these exist, but like the normalization and their efficacy in reaching the very tops of the American like power structures, that's what's like really, really scary, right? That's what's really, really fucking scary. This is like I think this documentary is going to be about like individuals in like small stochastic groups that have relatively little power. But the truth is that their exact politics is running our government.
17 gifted a tier 1
Governor, thank you for the gifted sub. You know? And yes, like Cardi says, I need Obama number right now. We need to get Obama back in DC. He's going to save us.
Possible to untangle and make sense of, because often it depends on deeply personal struggles and circumstances. As Tyler lays out, his personal journey through hate wasn't an
Whoa. At Duke's Malibu? What is that? Oh, God.
Easy one. A trans man with a rough childhood, he saw inviting toxicity of online spaces as a way to prove his worth as a man. It's an urge that many young men feel when they begin to mature and try and find a place in the world, a desire to prove themselves and be deemed worthy of the lofty title of manhood. And as we will show, it's the same kind of misguided naivete that leads so many young men down paths they may not ever forgive themselves for.
When I first started transitioning, I really felt this core.
Wait, what the fuck? This is just a seafood spot that people were like trapped in or something? And they couldn't leave? That's... Oh, God.
Thing of like, I need to be a man no matter what, do whatever I can to fit in as like a straight white cis male as much as possible to the T. I ended up in some bad corners of the internet, and then I found myself after high school like really struggling financially, really not doing so well in college as I thought I would. I was not happy being in college at all. And it was just like a time period of being very deep within myself, very, I felt a lot of hate towards myself overall. And I feel like that's what kind of really like hooked me in and then dragged me down at that point. Someone reached out to me from high school, I'm not going to name who, and then offered me a position.
Yeah, I saw it, Altadena, yeah.
That was local to my area. And I jumped on it immediately because I said, okay, well, that's the first step into getting more into that environment. And then, yeah, that'll make me a man, fighting, drinking, hanging around with the boys. Like, yeah, great. Sounds good to me.
Atomwaffen Division is a neo-Nazi organization that has been linked to several murders by its members, and even more members have been arrested for building bombs, planning shootings, conducting intimidation campaigns, and more. They're what's called an accelerationist group, meaning they don't seek meaningful political representation, but rather to hasten the collapse of society and provoke an open race war. To that end, they indoctrinate young, vulnerable white men and fill their minds with accelerationist terrorist ideas and violence. Many members openly praise Ted Kaczynski and Charles Manson for a flavor. And as you will see across several of the interviewees in this video, those points don't make Atomwaffen unique among white nationalist groups. The movement's founder, Brandon Russell, was sentenced in 2018 to 5 years in federal prison for explosives charges after his roommate and fellow neo-Nazi 18-year-old Devin Arthurs killed their 2 other roommates. The group had organized online after meeting in chat rooms and discussing their neo-Nazi beliefs. When police cased the murder scene, Russell was taken into custody for his part in the storage and manufacturing of explosive ordnance. And this kind of aimless chaos and bloodlust wasn't just isolated to this murderous outburst.
From what I learned, everybody in the Florida cell that I came into, because the cell before, obviously Brandon Russell and all that whole fiasco, that cell got shut down, but then another Florida cell popped up. So this one I joined was just all teenagers.
Were the group's activities? What was your goal? Was there any like training? What did everybody do together?
Basically, all we did was torture each other. We waterboarded each other. Tied each other up and beat the shit out of each other. Cow prodding each other for fun. Well, I mean, it's a lot of racism, a lot of racist.
Like, dude.
Jokes.
Again, like, these are the people that are most closely aligned with the United States government at this time. We are doing mutual aid and like movie screenings. This is what they do. Do you understand? Like,
A lot of anger and admittedly like homicidal, deep homicidal thoughts coming out just openly with other people. Even suicidal thoughts, you know, just casually being like, haha, how funny would it be if I just shot myself in the head right now? You know, holding the gun.
what else, Squiggles?
But it was very intimate. Like, I remember there was a point where one of the guys in the group said to me, he was like, you know, man, I really trust you. Can I tell you something? And I said, yeah, what's up? And he was like, well, he was like, I'm dating a Hispanic girl. Do not tell anybody else. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, were you really, really scared to tell me that? And he was like, yeah, dude, absolutely terrified. And I was like, okay. And I was like, well, I'm going to tell you something. So now we have blackmail on each other. I said, I'm trans. And he looked at me and was like, dude, that's not funny. He's like, stop fucking with me. I told he's like, I told you something serious and you're fucking making a joke out of it. And I was like, nah, man, no. I'm really trans. And he was like, you fucking kidding? And like, how the fuck did you just slip in then? Like, how'd you get in here? And I was like, I don't know, man. I said, I just align with you, man. It is what it is. And, you know, till this day, I kind of feel bad. I kept him in it so many times. Like, there were just points where from that point forward, he was like, I don't know if I should be in the group. He's like, I don't want to have to fucking blow your brains out. He's like, I don't think I could do it. A lot
So,
of
like,
time.
his presence in that group and that, like, it was his presence was actively like de-radicalizing other people because they were like, wait, you're the trans person that I'm hating? I like you, like, we're friends, like, and that like as we've already covered in the video, like, yeah, this is fucking crazy.
Respect.
This is how, you know, it happens a lot of. This is how this de-radicalization happens. They're like, wait,
Reading.
This monster I built up in my head is not the thing that I think it is.
More fucking Nazi literature, of course. There's a group that used to be within the group that was Temple of Blood. So Temple of Blood, lo and behold, we found out ended up being a group that was formed kind of by the FBI within the group. They did a lot of their own publishing. So it was called Martinet Press, where they published all the books. And we would have to read from that. The books themselves, it's very harsh material, right? Not like anything a normal person would probably think to put pen to paper.
Searching for Martinet Press now will lead to a variety of obscure occult and racist manuscripts produced around 2015. And I'll just quote this part directly from the Southern Poverty Law Center's website because it's such a succinct and quick way to sum up what could easily become a rabbit hole or entire video unto itself. Quote, Martinet Press is run by Adam Waffen member Joshua Caleb Sutter, a former...
There you go. Who's the chatter? Who asked for this? Where were you? I remember. Somebody did.
Member of Aryan Nations and paid federal income. Sutter and his wife Jillian Hoy lead Temple of Blood, an esoteric Satanist group that has deified many of the world's most brutal and murderous authoritarian dictators, and Sutter joined AWD in 2017 following an invite from Denton himself. Temple of Blood is an affiliated sect of an international umbrella group known as the Order of Nine Angels. O9A was started in England in the 1960s. The enigmatic Satanist occult group's most extreme adherents promote human sacrifice, Nazism, fascism, and Aryan myths, and it has reportedly praised Adolf Hitler and Osama bin Laden. After cooperation with the feds, Tyler has been attempting to turn his life around.
Incoherent babble is correct. Like, is this just, they're just like, what, they just, is this just like rebellion? Like a, like, I don't understand this. It's incoherent, right? Like, trying to find any logic within it makes no sense at all. Also, Chad, I saw Nosferatu today. The occult stuff is on my mind. Oh my god. Nosferatu is so fucking good. What a masterpiece. Classic horror film. Incredible immersion. It's so good. We saw it in Dolby. I highly recommend you see it in a Dolby if you can. It's the sound design. It was, oh my god, the shots. I was like, oh, so good. Carter hates the new one. He's wrong. He's wrong. He's wrong. No taste looking motherfucker upside down in Australia, bro. Listen, he got kicked in the head by a kangaroo, man. Can't fucking blame him.
After my arrest, I wasn't like
Dude thought Venom was good. Case and point.
totally mentally clear from the Nazi shit until like
I will say, if you haven't seen Nosferatu 1, you might be a little bit lost. So check out Nosferatu 1 before you see Nosferatu. Because you'll be, you know what I mean?
2022, and I was arrested in 2020. One of the guys wrote up this propaganda thing to send via mail, but I didn't put it on the house, but I got arrested for putting it on the house. Drove somebody to put that on the house, whatever somebody drew at the time on
Nosferatu Hawk 2. Yeah, totally different. Yeah.
Local Nazis. And then it would say the journalist, news anchor, reporter's name on the page. Lo and behold, us in Florida, me and the guy that I drove to the house, we put it on the wrong house. Everybody else successfully mails it off. But we were the only ones that put it physically there. And I was like, fuck it. I said, what's going to happen if we just go deliver it ourselves? And
they did it to the wrong house.
Stupid, right in the for just mailing it. I was like, that's probably traceable. It's probably less traceable if you just deliver it yourself. So it took me a while to slowly remove myself from that. And it took a lot of my ex-wife to be like, hey, get the fuck out of that. What are you doing? Like, you're not like that. What the fuck are you doing?
He's been able to stay focused on leaving white supremacy with the help of Scott Kelly Ernest, another former who used to be a moderator for the infamous white supremacist website, Stormfront. Tyler's radicalization spoke to the first commonality among the former white supremacists I spoke with: looking for a place to belong after feeling ostracized. I heard something very similar during my time talking with investigative journalist.
Chad, also, I do want to remind you, I'm reading reports of power outages closer and closer to my neighborhood. So if we that's why. The wind is insane right now.
And podcast host Robert Evans for this video.
You've got all these people who are just aching to be foot soldiers in a fascist movement because there's nothing else going on in their lives. And these are, the folks who were primarily, in places like 8chan operating these harassment campaigns. And then you've got the people who are utilizing kids like that and utilizing that energy because they want to actually build an actual fascist movement on the back of the conservative movement in the United States. And I guess I've been surprised at the staying power.
I don't even, again, to me, it's hard to say on the back of when this is almost like this is the ideology behind it. Yeah, I mean, you have Stephen Miller and like the most upfront neo-Nazis have been a part of Trump's team from the very beginning of this. Like,
Power the latter group have had, because while we've actually seen a significant decline in the prospects of these kind of online and even the street movements like the Proud Boys came after them, the foot soldiers never really do very well, and they're certainly not the topic of
Hegseth,
or particularly a popular part of the movement at this point. But those influencers and those folks who got into politics off the back of those movements have had a lot of success.
It's that same sense of isolation and a want to belong that led another interviewee down a similar path. Austin was a self-described small-town white boy, homeschooled and from a conservative family. Much like Tyler, he was radicalized from a young age, something he credits partially to his isolated upbringing, and partially to a bad experience where he was jumped by black kids during a mental health episode.
I'm not entirely sure where it came from. I think kind of growing up in a homeschooled situation, I was alone, so I was looking for something. And I was also of that age that I was just now starting to get like a phone and social media and getting to outreach. And, my family is definitely more right wing. So I absorbed a lot of Fox and, those kinds of shitty influences at a young age, which kind of,
I like that we're referencing the true like influences. Yes,
led me down these faux research rabbit holes where you go down the shitty Fox doesn't really post anything or any real sources, but it gets you going. And it sounds so awful and gross because I really don't had it. I was at such a young age. I was just looking for something to grasp onto that I couldn't really find anything, but I found myself then on these chat rooms and on these message boards with the weirdest stuff. And it would go from conversations. It wasn't traditional Facebook or anything. They had very alt-right already kind of vibes. So they had Nazi-esque names and stuff. And it was conversations where it would go from basic, hey, how are you, people being my friend, but also at the same time, then switching to being very radicalized and just hey, did you know the Holocaust wasn't real? And being a young, impressionable teenager, I was like, oh my God, fucking really? Because, oh my God, send me your source. And of course, they've got some bullshit source that but really? I did kind of have.
And then you have now, imagine the thousands of people who are influenced by kick.com, who are influenced by just the default Nazism on Kick. You don't even have to mention a specific person. Obviously there are the specifics who are worse than others, but it's the default culture of the website. I don't like to think about it. No, it's for real. And I remember when everybody was freaking out about the gambling. And listen, the gambling is really fucking bad. The gambling aspect of it is really, really bad, but nobody was talking about the Nazism. For real, nobody was talking about the Nazi aspect. And I was I, for one, think it's very bad that all these people are taking hundreds of millions of dollars to funnel people into this outright Nazi website. And it was Nazi from the very fucking beginning, bro. It's horrifying.
One thing that triggered a more hateful experience.
Yeah, Granola, that's a good point too.
It was a negative experience with two African-American males, my age at the time. Just a really bad experience. I got jumped. It was not a good time, which then really sent me over the edge. And I was like, wow, everything I've now consumed at this younger age and kind of had already started to believe I now have this one experience that was negative. And that's really what put me into that. I guess the biggest thing is mental health. I am not trying, not a pity party or anything by any means, but I'm mentally ill. Bipolar, dissociative identity disorder, anxiety, fucking minor OCD, have been medicated since I was a teen. And I think that plays a lot into it. The place I was mugged was in a mental institution. I was at my most vulnerable point, so it made me feel very isolated. I feel bad saying I just got mugged and that's why I became such a horrible person. Like, I was in a dark place, which really did affect. I think there is a lot to do with the mental health and being isolated. But yeah, a lot of it is people who just feel lonely.
Yeah, I mean, the fire truck stuff, it doesn't really... Honestly, there's like nothing they can do, bro.
All right, dude.
There's nothing they can do. It's gotten way too out of hand. And it's going to get worse overnight. I'm keeping an eye on it.
Because
I don't see any evacuation orders.
Notions, which a lot of them, I also believe, probably got from their parents.
Through biker club connections with his father, this radicalization soon spiraled into a want to do more. Living in Virginia, he got in contact with some folks from the Wolves of Odin.
The Wolves was a bit more radicalized. They were, on the surface, they were anti-Islam. They were based out of Canada, but I started talking to them online. They were very engaging. They wanted to meet with me. They were very friendly. Again, they saw a young, impressionable teenager who wanted nothing but, acceptance from somebody else and ran with it. No, I had gotten in touch. My dad was a national president of a motorcycle club at the time for veterans. So I had grown up in the motorcycle club world, and I met these guys who wanted to start something. I was, young, dumb, and ready to go. And I even had a concept of how to run things. I had a concept of structure and what it was like to run a chapter, so to speak. And I got to work. I immediately got in touch with people who were, convicted felons, some really crazy people, and started building a network and a chapter and recruiting.
The Wolves of Odin are a spin-off group from the European white supremacist group, the Soldiers of Odin. The Wolves like to claim the same white identity and defense against multiculturalism that has become commonplace among racists, though unfortunately for them, they are perhaps most notable for an incident in 2019 when someone bought the Wolves of Odin domain and turned it into a gay furry porn site. Still, it's worth examining the Wolves as a motorcycle club because of the decades-spanning link between white supremacist groups and bikers and outlaw culture. In Hunter S. Thompson's classic work of investigative journalism, where he embedded himself in the notorious Hells Angels motorcycle club, he describes the common use of Nazi-adjacent imagery in perhaps too naive of terms, casting iconography of iron crosses and Germanic helmets as simple intimidation tactics meant to scare the yuppies of the small towns the Angels would thunder through. From Hells Angels, A Strange and Terrible Saga, quote, "Anyone who has ever seen the Angels on a run will agree that rural Californians are likely to reject the spectacle as not right for their way of living. It is a human zoo on wheels. An outlaw whose normal day-to-day appearance is enough to disrupt traffic will appear on a run with his beard dyed green or bright red, his eyes hidden behind orange goggles, and a brass ring in his nose. Others wear capes and Apache headbands, or oversized sunglasses and peaked Prussian helmets. Earrings, wire-marked headgear, and German iron crosses are virtually part of the uniform, like the grease-caked Levi's, the sleeveless vests, and all those fine tattoos. Mother, Dolly, Hitler, Jack the Ripper, swastikas, daggers, skulls, LSD, love, rape, and the inevitable Hells Angels insignia." End quote. The ways which Thompson describes the Angels' antics and attempts to offend with their explicit bad taste and intentional crassness is reminiscent not only of other accounts of white nationalists online, but the spaces where they congregate and where so many have begun their descent into radicalism, such as Kiwi Farms and 4chan. Using offense and the guise of free speech as an excuse to say hateful or outright violent things has become commonplace. Returning to Thompson, quote, "When you walk into a place where people can see you, you want to look as repulsive and repugnant as possible," said one. "We are complete social outcasts, outsiders against society, and that's the way we want to be. There are very few Angels who won't go out of their way to lay a bad jolt on the squares, preferably to the extent of unbalancing their metabolism and causing them to shriek in their sleep for days afterward. There's also a certain amount of humor involved. Funny Sonny once explained the Angels' bizarre garb as a kind of joke, like a giant masquerade." End quote. To Hunter S. Thompson, the most notable aspect of the post-war German iconography the bikers used was how unremarkable it was to the bikers themselves. For decades, this has been the way many bikers and adjacent voices have seen the iconography, with things like iron crosses not being symbols of hate standing for racism and exclusion, but much like the Confederate flag, a symbol of rebellion, of being an outsider to civilized society. In the years following Thompson's sensationalist book, however, the first official neo-Nazi biker gangs would emerge, creating a niche subculture that still exists today. An environment made up of outsiders and self-proclaimed social outcasts that lived on aggression and violence was too good of an opportunity to pass up for white nationalists looking to recruit, and would prove fertile ground for the Nazi biker gangs of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. In California, the Nazi lowriders emerged from the California Juvenile Detention Contingent, spurred by Aryan Brotherhood leader John Stinson, who specifically sought out young wayward men to join the skinhead group. The Nazi lowriders would become one of several Peckerwood gangs that make up Nazi motorcycle clubs, with Peckerwood being an adopted slang term for Nazi street gangs. The Nazi
I've never heard Peckerwood, dude.
lowriders are actually a fascinating look into the subculture of hate because while they profess white supremacy and have committed numerous hate crimes specifically aimed at black people, they have always let some Latinos into their ranks to serve as muscle, drug runners, and outreach with Mexican gangs and cartels. It seems the limits of their racial preservation rhetoric extend only as far as the opportunities to profit from drugs and guns will allow. This is not all to say that all bikers are Nazis, or even if that you see a biker sporting an Iron Cross, they're a white supremacist. As many motorcycle clubs have aged and matured, much of the violent outlaw attitude has faded. Even the once notorious Hells Angels have become a merchandising operation that does charity drives. They've been defanged by the polite society they once claimed to stand against. But just because plenty of motorcycle clubs like Bikers for Trump are out here touting the status quo and respecting police in ways that would make the Hells Angels Hunter S. Thompson rode with double over in laughter, that doesn't mean there aren't still fringe groups out there who use outlaw culture as an excuse for white supremacy. The Wolves of Odin are just one example of many. As with Tyler's group, there were several uniting factors behind the people Austin contacted who wanted to join the hate group. Many were former inmates. Some had been radicalized in prison. Violence, drugs, and abuse were commonplace in their lives.
Oh, are you angry or are you sad? Never good stuff. And if you are, well, why is it? Oh, well, it's because your job sucks. Well, you know why your job sucks? Because black people have all the good jobs, or because Jews run all the banks. And so in a way, yes, they gave a shit, but not really, because in the end, it was.
Yes, listen to that conversation. That is so revealing. And this is why we need to be putting out a better answer, a better solution, a better story. Because yes, people have every right to be angry and sad about the way the world is. You know, they do. But when this is the answer given to them, we need to have something better. We have to. Like, you have to be putting out that answer. You have to be putting out the story that tells them that this is not a thing about black people. It's not a thing about Jewish people. It's a thing about capitalism. It's a thing about the way that our economy is structured. It's a thing about exploitation. And we can solve it with solidarity by standing next to and with your brothers and sisters at your workplace. You can gain more power. And eventually we can fucking own these workplaces.
Was turned around. So like there were some people who genuinely, built friendships and cared, but the vast majority of the rhetoric was, why does your life suck and how can I make it about blacks, Jews, Muslims? Specifically Muslims were really hated by those people. I think there's a ton of mental illness within white supremacy, which is going to be a weird hot take, maybe, I don't know. And not like just narcissism and other things. Like I think a lot of people are genuinely depressed and they've looked for a community in such a fucked up way, but now they're so deep in the hole that they're not going to get out. And I think it's a lot of people who, through ever what they're feeling, found somebody who was gross and willing to talk to them and preach their rhetoric in a way to make them feel accepted.
Where Tyler was radicalized first with social media and then underground Nazi press, Austin's radicalization was born more from the internet on places like Facebook and the Nazi website Storm.
We're keeping an eye on it.
Things too. Facebook has a massive Nazi underground. Literally right below the surface. So many private groups, so many private messenger groups are riddled.
True, sandwich man.
The passwords are like 1488 and like horrible shit like that. You know what I mean? Like it's right under the surface. And then for the much more radicalized where you could really get away, No idea if it's still up, but it was a
If you just joined, we're watching this documentary. It's like 2 hours long. Former white supremacists talk about how they left hate behind. And so this is like the second person that this documentarian is interviewing about this. It's very good so far. I'm like locked in.
Called Stormfront, and Stormfront was where you could get on and you could say whatever the fuck you wanted to say, and it was also like had chats, and it was laid out similar to Facebook.
This example from Austin of being radicalized by
Gamer Girl. I think we'll cover that tomorrow. I was looking into that a little bit, but I think we'll cover that tomorrow. I'm gonna read their TOS now because they just updated it.
Conspiracy theories and lies blaming out groups might be a new challenge to tackle on social media, but it's far from a new approach for hate groups. Elizabeth Moore was a member of the Canadian white supremacist organization, the Heritage Front, in the early 1990s. Before the internet was commonplace, she was swayed with the same noxious propaganda through a variety of different channels: phone hotlines, flyers, and underground printing operations. Elizabeth was radicalized during college when she was young and vulnerable, and the leadership of the movement took advantage of that.
So the group I joined was called the Heritage Front. And at the time, it was the largest neo-Nazi organization in Canada. I was introduced to it through a friend at school, and I was complaining to this friend about some things, and I was just saying, voicing some things that unfortunately you still hear, and you hear all too often of people who.
Gamer, can you put that in the React suggestions on the Discord so I can get it tomorrow?
Why is school this way? Why are there so many people speaking other languages? Why am I getting bullied? Why is this happening? And there was nobody else at that point in time that was willing to give me an answer. And this friend of mine said, well, I happen to belong to this organization and you might be interested. I have a couple of flyers, and he
I'll find it later. It's fine.
Out of his backpack, and we're just walking home from school like any other normal day. And those pieces of paper changed the course of my life. It was like standard Nazi propaganda saying, we're just a bunch of concerned citizens. We don't hate anybody. We just want to protect traditional values. I'm sure you've heard it many times. Most people have heard it many times these days. And the important thing to remember, and I find this is getting harder to talk about the longer the internet has been around, but like in 1992 or 93, like whenever this happened, the internet didn't exist. Chat rooms didn't exist. Like none of this stuff that we have today existed. And it was a lot harder to access information, especially when you're a naive kid who doesn't have a lot of research skills. Like I wasn't about to go to a library and scroll through a ton of microfiche and give myself vertigo, So what I had to go on was what these flyers said. And then I wrote away for more information. And so I had to go on what their magazine said. And they also had a telephone hotline. And so I called the telephone hotline sometimes and listened to their racist messages. And so I had that to go on. And occasionally there'd be like a newspaper article that would come out about the organization. And by the time I saw any of that, I had already taken in enough of the racist literature that I was looking at the media with suspicion. I was not trusting the analysis of mainstream journalists at that point. And I mean, by then it was already too late.
These tactics of pushing printed propaganda have been around as long as neo-Nazi movements have. I'd point you to my video, A History of Hate, the history of anti-Semitism, as a more comprehensive history. Flyers, pamphlets, and books printed by underground or outsider press have allowed Nazism to spread its tentacles for decades. And much of this was facilitated by people like Ernst Zundel.
I was trying to be a mentor to young people, and we're sitting there in this community bar, and it was someone's birthday, so we sang happy birthday to him. And then he encouraged the birthday guy to toss up a Roman salute in the middle of this restaurant, which he did, and it nearly caused a riot. And I'm sitting there like, oh my God, I'm not prepared for this, like at all. And it it was it like there was
You did this in a restaurant, and other people. It almost caused a riot these days, meaning that other people were so offended, got so upset by it that they tried to beat the shit out of you. Sounds like that's good. I think that's good. That's exactly what should happen. You should not allow a birthday party to throw up their Roman salute. Never. Well, no, you don't allow that. Not around me. Not around me.
That happened that were just really shocking to me. And and again, I can't emphasize enough how naive I was at that point. And I just kept asking myself, like, why, we're supposed to be rehabilitating our image. Why are you doing this? Why is this happening? And I started to realize over time that the people I was hanging out with had a very different idea about what their image was and about what sort of message they wanted to convey. And
No, I haven't seen that Ceasefire, but I love Aaron Morris. He's a great documentarian.
They even cared about.
And so these young kids feel alienated in their own society. And so I try to point out to them, give them lessons in civic number 1, explain to them what the problem is.
The Heritage Front was Canada's foremost racist movement in the 90s, associated with figures like Tom Metzger, Wolfgang Droga, and Ernst Zundel. And the primary fuel for the fires of its hate were young, disillusioned men and women. The Front made use of several pre-internet methods of getting their message out, including phone lines with pre-recorded messages, spreading baseless conspiracies, having young members place flyers on college campuses, and of course gathering in public and yelling and even street fights. During our conversation, Elizabeth emphasized the idea that the people who were pushing this propaganda didn't care about the facts behind what they were shilling to the young and impressionable, just how it made those kids feel and how they could warp and use those feelings for their own movement.
By the time I was ready to get out, my whole life was this organization. Like my whole life was political activity. And I felt that I was doing something really super important. I felt a lot of pressure. They make up they make up a sense of urgency, and it's and I think it's with the internet, it's even worse now that it's like we're look at this horrible video that's going to evoke a lot of anger and other emotions in you, and now I'm going to tell you that our race is in peril right this second, and you have to act now. Like there's no time to worry about your job, there's no time to worry about your school, there's no time to worry about anything. You have to do right now. And so I was like stuck in this like sort of vortex of feeling like I had to do more, I had to do more, and I had to do more. And then it all started to fall apart. I finally started asking. So
it was just Fox News. The guy at the beginning, the guy at the beginning was explicit, and he was like, "Yeah, I grew up watching a lot of Fox News. Like, Fox News was my thing. Like, that was a big influence."
When I was involved in a documentary film that was being done in the 90s about the scene, not just with the Heritage Front in Toronto, but like across Canada. They were looking at stuff that was going on with Aryan nations in Alberta. They were looking at skinhead groups out in Vancouver, like the whole deal. So the time that they spent with me, like they were sort of the first outsiders that I had access to that were kind of walking along with me while I was doing all these ridiculous, outlandish, irresponsible and offensive things. And they were standing there with their cameras and saying like, so what do you think about that? How do you feel about that? And like it was something that finally gave me a moment's pause.
Yeah.
To stop in this like mad rush to accomplish these racist goals, that I was able to say, okay, well, I don't know. I haven't stopped to think about how I feel about this. Like maybe I should.
That documentary, featuring a much younger Liz Moore, is Hearts of Hate. From the opening of Hearts of Hate, the filmmakers lay out the reasoning for so many joining white supremacist movements in the early 90s.
Many young people have lost hope of ever finding a job or living as well as their parents. They're looking for someone to blame. Pushed out of the downtown schools, Droge found willing recruits in the crowded, racially charged suburbs.
Mainly in this school, people started separating each other more.
Dave, 18, from Acton, Ontario, is one of Droge's favorite recruits.
There'd be like the blacks over here, the whites here, the Pakistanis there, the people...
Dave is a person who feels that the system is leaving him behind, so the system is alienated him. I think he's typical of so many of the young people feel today.
Knowing that these people coming over are going to create more crime, knowing that the property value of the housing around them is going to totally fall. It does upset me a bit to see that we are such the minority.
Dave clings to the racist myth that immigrants lower property values. He was a featured speaker at Heritage Front meetings.
If you spend any amount of time in political spaces on social media, these reasons might sound eerily familiar. They're almost exactly what many fringe online groups still use to justify their hatred and radicalism. Yet 30 years after this, the things these groups predicted haven't come to pass. There's been no white genocide generations later. There's been no mass importing of other cultures and violence in the street against white people. Yet, if these talking points seem familiar, it might not just be because you're familiar with white nationalist rhetoric anymore. You could just be watching the news.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating...
Looking back at this is even more fucking disgusting.
Hey chat, I live in Kansas
Yo,
and
Cold
our
Star.
US history class in HS
Chat, and I live in Kansas and our US history class in high school starts with the 1880s.
This is
no
why
discussion
white
of
supremacy
slavery.
is so prevalent.
In the 1880s with no
Jesus
discussion
Christ.
over slavery. This is why white supremacy is so prevalent.
Also, I don't know why, but I can't hear the alerts. I don't know why. It should be working. But just this picture of this reaction, like to smile and laugh at it. It's like it's so annoying. Like you guys never cared.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
The documentary as a whole is a fascinating snapshot of a pre-internet white supremacy. Stripped of the ease of access and reach of platforms like Twitter and Facebook, yet still gathering adherents with nearly identical arguments about white replacement, white genocide, and stoking the fears of the young, angry, and easily led.
I just started asking myself more and more questions about, what is this that I'm doing? Like, who are these people that I thought I knew, right? I considered them my best friends. They were the only people I hung out with.
This is a recognizable refrain.
Wait, really?
Sensation shared by
I didn't know about that, Colt.
A moment of clarity when Elizabeth realized how unhappy she was in the movement and how everyone around her seemed to live only to hate.
30 years ago this weekend, I attended this party here in Toronto, and we were all sitting around.
We've known about that Zankris though. That was like a few months ago, or like a month ago, maybe 2-3 months, or 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe that happened. So
a show on TV about the Heritage Front, and it was interviewing somebody else who had already left the organization and was speaking out. Honestly, it wasn't really much of anything that I hadn't heard before, but what was different was there was one of the people I was closest to who was part of the leader.
By the way, chat, if you live in Brentwood, there's a new evacuation order confirmed by the... Wait, this is from 2 hours ago, but this whole area, Topanga's Park, the Getty area, the fire is still going, baby.
Leadership turned to me like throughout this thing that we were watching and was saying, well, Actually, like what they said about that, well, that wasn't this person's fault. Like, actually, that was leadership. I know we said that we didn't do this, but we actually did. And I realized that.
Oh, God, dude. I'm sorry to break this up, chat, again, but breaking the Eaton fire, which is in East LA, is rapidly approaching a facility storing hundreds of pounds of chlorine gas per LA fire radio traffic. Firefighters going door to door evacuating nearby residents. Get out now. Oh.
That I had been lied to and manipulated, and I had been writing magazine articles for them. I had been doing telephone hotline messages for them, and like putting myself at some risk doing this. And I realized that like I was parroting what they had told me. I believed what they had told me, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh my God, like I've been manipulated by these people. And then I just kind of stopped and like looked around the room, and it was such a odd collection of people. Like there were, hardened skinheads that had been in the airborne regiment were there. There were strippers. There were, elderly people who were there. There were just like regular working class folks. There were, students like me. And I just thought like the only reason we're in this room together and the only thing that we have in common is who we hate.
Zundel's role in this ecosystem was to continue radicalizing the young and impressionable people around him, feeding them wild conspiracies and forbidden knowledge.
He had a lot of influence over what we saw. So yeah, it was things like stuff from Leuchter. The Ball report was a big thing that was given out. I was given a copy of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. And I mean, some of this stuff was illegal to possess and share in Canada, even back then. And so
I'll be right back.
It's like not a small thing to be given this stuff. Also, it's important to remember the role of humor in this, because if you start telling jokes at other people's expense and laughing at people who are getting hurt, you're dehumanizing them. And it's, I don't want to get trite and say, oh, it's a gateway drug, but like it really it's just kind of works at, kind of molding and softening your worldview and your values. You stop caring so much about other people, and it's both a very fast and very slow process, and it's also a never-ending process. Like it's always ongoing. And when it comes to Holocaust denial, for example, like you don't wake up one day and say like, I've read some articles and I think I'm going to start denying the Holocaust now. Like that isn't how it works. And how it worked for me was you'd get somebody, in my case it was Ert Zundel mostly, who would just start opening these little cracks in your understanding and your acceptance of what you think happened, and just creates these opportunities for questioning and for these conspiracy theory ideas to take root.
Despite joining in an era without widespread internet, this method of radicalization through false information, accelerationist propaganda, and stoking hate is far from unique to Elizabeth's story. It usually starts out small, snowballing into more dangerous and openly violent ideology. In Tyler's case, it started on Instagram.
The main things I was on was Tumblr, Instagram, and Facebook. And you would be surprised on how many connections you can find through all of just those simple social media platforms. So a lot of the people that would follow me would start interacting with me and talking to me. And believe it or not, on Tumblr, I had somebody message me and say, hey man, you really should read Siege. And I was like, okay, no, I'm good. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm like, I really don't want to read a book, to be honest. And then I, over time, kept seeing it on places besides Tumblr. And then I started noticing, like, oh, this is actually picking up traction. Why are these people saying this? Maybe I should go read it. And then I ended up reading it. And, unfortunately, really latched onto it.
Siege is a neo-Nazi text from James Mason, a former friend of Charles Manson and major figure in the early accelerations movement. It's seen by many as the blueprint for a future race war, and as such is lauded by accelerationist white supremacist groups that wish to usher in an era where they can live out their purge-like fantasies against the people they think are attacking the white race. Another accelerationist screed, The Turner Diaries, is a fictional account of a lone, brave warrior who leads a race war until the extinction of pretty much anyone the author didn't like. It's also very common in these circles. Once started down a road of indoctrination on social media, Austin attests he was pushed further into white supremacist ideology with any number of reviled texts like Mein Kampf and The Turner Diaries.
There was another group that, once you got a little more radicalized, came about. It was called The Turner Diaries. That was a dark one that was more, once you were in, you got to read.
And then what's the plan?
But yeah, a lot of it starts.
And then you go after people who have brown eyes, who are white. You gotta, in group, it must get smaller and smaller, baby.
With eugenics, sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Kind of eugenicsy based text, a lot of race replacement theory, a lot of those, and not just the classical stuff, but the modern day threads and bullshit, because there's a lot of fake websites out there too that post bullshit.
This indoctrination isn't exclusive to white supremacist groups. For years, the talking points of these racists have been worming their way into the public square, taking the guise of pragmatic conservatism.
I want you to think for a minute about the decades of abuse that has been heaped upon the good people of this nation. Their jobs looted and stolen from them and shipped to Mexico, Asia, and foreign countries. The lives of their loved ones ripped away from them by illegal aliens, criminal gangs, and thugs who don't belong in this country. America is for Americans and Americans only.
It's no accident that so many people associated with conservative movements have been revealed as outright white supremacists or having white supremacist ties. Much of the modern American conservative establishment will push ideas around white genocide. The only difference between them and the more open white supremacists is how loud they decide to be.
A big problem that we have here, and what is supercharged these movements and fed into them, but is also kind of the underlying premise of the entire right-wing media apparatus right now. There is a chunk of this country, primarily white conservative men, who should never have to feel uncomfortable and who should never have to be challenged in their dominance. I think that sometimes we overemphasize the role of the fringe stuff, the explicit Nazism, which I think comes in later. I see the Nazism, I see the race science, I see the Great Replacement shit as downstream from Rush Limbaugh.
Elizabeth?
150% true. I'm gonna break my neck nodding to this shit, bro. And it's not even that far downstream. The shit that we just allowed to exist in the mainstream of American public, like political conversation, is right there with it.
Was able to successfully leave the Heritage Front behind her thanks to help from friends in the Jewish community who didn't turn her away when she asked for help leaving a hate movement. But that story will come later. When I asked her how someone who's a former white supremacist, who's now working to help spread awareness of radicalization and help others leave similar movements, can be trusted, I was surprised at her answer.
Very difficult to live with that. And I find it difficult on multiple levels, actually. I mean, on the first level, I find it really difficult because it's hard for me to go into a space and know that people might be uncomfortable with me being there. And I try to be very aware that this is a possibility. And I always try to be aware of the validity of that opinion. It is not my place to tell somebody who has been harassed, who has been threatened, who has been assaulted by fascists that, yeah, I can change, I'm fine. You should trust me. That's not my place to say.
That's amazing that she has this awareness, though. Yeah, I'm really glad she understands that too. Most people have zero awareness of the space that they're taking up, of the way that they're making other people feel. It's like both a lack of awareness and a lack of like care, you know? They have no idea how they change a space by being in it.
So I do try to come with a lot of empathy and a lot of just openness to hearing what people have to say about that. But I'm also human, and I have, I have feelings, and it does hurt, especially as time has marched on, and to have something that's cast a 30-year-long shadow in your life, that's hard. I wouldn't be on the life trajectory I'm on now if I didn't believe that people can make.
What do you mean? What do you mean by this no underscore? I don't know really anything about Thought Slime, to be clear. He was on top of calling this stuff out back when people really needed to hear it. What stuff?
Radical and profound changes in their life. They absolutely can. I do think that if you have somebody who's a former who, just as an example, say has been out for 6 months and has said like, hey, I have not associated with fascists for 6 months. I'm a former now, you can trust me. Like, no, that's not the way any of this works. Trust has to be earned over time.
Yeah.
And it has to be earned with who you grow yourself into.
And this is not an uncommon sentiment among formers.
So my take on it is most people that are in the movement are not going to leave. They're just not, they're not interested in leaving. That's why groups like Hands of Air, we don't reach out to white nationalists to try to pull them out. They have to come to us. It has to be a person deciding to kind of get out. Don't ever take a former white nationalist at just their word. People, will say whatever they can to try to launder their own reputations.
Scott Kelly Ernest works with people like Tyler to help them de-radicalize.
Honestly, it's like, I don't know, man. It's hard, right? It's a hard thing to do. And I don't know. I feel like people who claim to do this on the internet or at all, I'm like a little skeptical of, right? Because like for me, I will give people, and I hope that somebody who is in this would like just shut the fuck up and watch the program. But like if you come in here and you're like making it an unsafe space, like I'm not going to keep you around because I value the chat as it is. I value the marginalized people in the chat. I value these perspectives way more than I value, you. You know what I mean? It's like not even a question, right? Like, so it's hard to like I of course, like I would love to be the person that like de-radicalizes somebody and pulls them out of this dark place. But at the same time, like I'm not here to like be your space to make mistakes and transgress on everybody else in the chat all the time. Nothing happened. I'm just talking about like the idea of like de-radicalizing on the, like if you want to be in here, you can, but you gotta you say some shit that makes it unsafe or makes other people feel like shit in the chat, like you're gone. Easy. You know what I mean?
Their lives after dedicating everything to living in hate. Through his nonprofit startup, Hands of Air, he tries to provide a space for people who...
Yeah, I think that's also true, Zinkris. It's just never going to be a priority of mine. Like, personally. I'm never going to prioritize it. It's never going to be something that I'm, like, actively doing. I'm not ever probably going to bring a Nazi on the stream. You know what I mean? Like, no matter how good faith they might seem, like, just not my thing.
Want to leave hate movements prowling across social media and message boards, preying on the vulnerable, isolated youth. And he has some authority to speak on the subject because, like everyone else I've spoken to so far...
Yeah, I agree with that, Colt. I think we all have different roles to play, right? And I don't think I don't know. I think my content is like good for people who are maybe new to leftist theory, or people who like Hassan, who want to get a little bit deeper into like, on the ground stuff, and less like looking up at the giant power structures that be from afar. Like I tried. That's what I try to do with my content, is avoid stuff like that, and focus more on like, let's look from here on the ground. You know what I mean? From here on the ground, what can we do? What can we actually do to change, and what does that look like, and what does it feel like, and like compare. Let's talk about it.
Part of the white supremacist ecosystem, helping to moderate the infamous neo-Nazi forum, Stormfront. It was happenstance that Scott came to Stormfront when he encountered someone threatening to sexually assault Lynx Gady, singer of the band Prussian Blue. The band had been formed by their mother, a neo-Nazi, and when Scott warned the family, they quickly became friends.
As being one of those, yes, you are correct. About what? About what? What am I correct about?
12-year-old girl.
I'm glad you're here, Barb. You've been chill the whole time. I have no. As long as you're not taking away from somebody else's experience in the chat, then you belong.
Regardless of the music that they played, and basically he was trying to get men to go to their house and rape them.
Oh, if you were the ones to dive deeper, got you.
And
I thought you meant a Nazi. I thought when you said one of those, I thought you meant a Nazi.
Do other stuff like that. And so I contacted the federal government, the FBI. They kind of shrugged it off and said, "Oh, well, thanks for making us aware. You can't go let the parents know." I contacted April Gady, who was Lynx and Lim's mom, and basically became a friend of the family. At first I wasn't a white nationalist, and they knew I wasn't a white nationalist, and but I was susceptible. After many years of knowing them, or a couple years at that point of knowing them, April suggested I sign on to Stormfront, and I did. And
it still happens. No, I have good friends who do a lot more work in like covering far right movements in California, and they're routinely targeted and have been jumped, and like the violence and targeting of them is incredibly severe.
Time, got deeper down the rabbit.
Banner channel, thank you for the time.
Almost left a couple times. Once because me and my ex almost had a kid, and I would have probably exited with that, except she ended up having a stillborn birth at the end, and that didn't end up working out. So I kind of threw myself deeper and deeper in, and eventually in 2011. When I came up to Montana to be a part of April's group, Pioneer Little Europe Kalispell, I also became a Stormfront moderator. And, that was also kind of when I started heading on my way out, too.
After working with the forum for a while, Scott recalls one of the first things to begin the process of his de-radicalization.
I got to see the kinds of things that people wrote before they were deleted. I got to deal with people who, the first time I ever really got my sort of "am I the baddie" moment was when Anders Breivik went on his rampage in Norway, and I realized, oh my gosh, I knew him from Facebook. Not sure when he had added me. I'm not sure when we had parted ways, but I knew him as Andrew Berwick, and he was a Stormfront member.
In 2011, Anders Breivik carried out the most infamous terrorist attack in Norway's history, detonating a bomb that killed 8 people. When first responders were dispatched to the scene...
I don't know. I mean, I guess they have to have moderators because they're probably being taken down off of the internet. Like posting fucking, I'm gonna go shoot up a school or whatever. Like, that's like gonna get you taken off of the internet consistently.
Breivik went to the Workers' Youth League summer camp retreat.
Bro, guys, I'm still spooked from Nosferatu. I'm still so spooked. Power flashed? Is that what just happened, Becca? F? Oh, fuck. Wait, are we back? I think we're back. I think we're back. We're back. Okay, we had a little hiccup. That was very strange. We're back. We're back. We're back. It's so funny because I literally I have a lamp, like a little Pixar lamp on my desk. And it's on always. It's got an LED in it. I just keep it on always. Just to have like a little bit of light in a room. And it turned off. And I was like, I got spooked because I saw Nosferatu today. I was like, oh guys, Nosferatu is here. But my PC didn't turn off. This light didn't turn off. It was just that lamp. I was like, what the fuck? It's very strange. Nothing else turned off. Very weird. Anyway.
Killed 69 additional people, including children who attended the camp. When he was taken into custody, police discovered a rambling 1,500-page manifesto that claimed he was a...
This guy's manifesto was 1,500 fucking pages, dude. Oh my god, bro. I think anybody that gets to page 1,000 of a Word document should be visited by an authority. You know?
Attempting to save Norway.
1,000 point font? God, I hope so, bro.
While decrying the evils of modern feminism, multiculturalism, and that Norway was experiencing a Muslim invasion.
Okay, I think the bummer thing about the power outage is I think we have a huge delay now. One in chat when you hear this. Wait, what the fuck? You did it before I even said it. Always Be Gaming, you did it before I even said it, dude. What the fuck?
Again, we see rhetoric frighteningly close to what has become for many mainstream conservative talking points on social media like Facebook and Twitter. What has for decades lurked in the shadows in subcultures like skinheads and bikers is an accepted line in the Republican Party.
Okay, are you guys just now hearing it? Look at how long the delay is for those guys, though.
Platform, just using different words. And according to Scott, even the people shilling it know it's all false.
You know, I pushed, for example, the Great Replacement theory back when it was just called white genocide and stuff like that. You know, before they decided to try to modernize it for the name for normies, and you know, so I pushed it back then, but even then I knew it was bunk. You know, everybody did. Most people in the movement know that.
No, that's fine. Just refresh.
It's just used to recruit because you're trying to get low info people and with their propaganda, and that's kind of how you do it. When you're in the movement,
you link the video exclamation point watching
to get you to kind of come to the way of thinking, and yes, they will absolutely point you in directions of things you look at.
As with everyone else I spoke to across these various corners of white supremacy in the last few decades, Scott spoke to several factors that seem to draw adherents, including mental health issues, bad backgrounds, and people looking for somewhere to belong.
Dude, this video game shit is crazy. I went into a big rabbit hole like last year, like summer of last year. I went through a huge YouTube rabbit hole of Gary's Mod Nazi servers that are role playing like 1940s Germany. And I was like, holy fuck. Very interesting, very weird little subculture. I thought about doing like a underground like streaming, like going in and like doing some like online journalism. But I don't think I could because they use slurs and stuff so much, obviously. Yeah, I saw that too.
Bad backgrounds and people looking for somewhere to...
Yo, Valerie Gothic, thank you so much for the raid. Shout out, Valerie.
Belong.
I was sick of being around constantly negative about everything from 2011 onward. That it was just nonstop me wondering, what am I doing? This is not normal. This, when Stan, who was in the PLE, one of the ones that was living in my house, when he would get drunk and go outside and do like German marching songs while saluting. This is not normal, guys. There's a tide of incompetence. There's a tide of negativity. There's a tide of stupidity just throughout the entire movement. And I was like, I need to get out for my own safety. Just in general, it's a hodgepodge of mental health issues that's untreated. And that alone isn't the problem, but when you mix it with how they were raised, and many of them were raised to be racist and bigoted, there were those whose parents weren't just around, but weren't otherwise raised to be that way. There were people with almost no educations. There were those that had decent educations, decent jobs, and stuff like that, but there were few and far in between, and they tend to be the kind of money that holds the whole grift together, I guess is the best way to put it.
Despite his nonprofit attempting to help de-radicalize people who wish to leave hate movements, Scott knows from firsthand experience this is not a one-size-fits-all solution. And it's not something you can force someone into. It's only...
I grew up in Charlottesville, and it's terrifying how normal this rhetoric is in surrounding more rural counties. Yeah. I mean, I grew up in the suburbs, of Kansas City, pretty deep, right next to when it gets really rural. And, I'm not going to lie, a lot of people that were, I wouldn't consider them friends, but I knew people in high school that had incredibly racist opinions, and were just outright racists. Everybody knew them as racists. Their entire families were racists. It's not that uncommon.
Only something they can do if they want it for themselves.
The way I always look at it is, you look at...
That's the other thing too, is that my school actually was relatively diverse. We had people from all different walks of life, and I feel like our racial dynamics were probably pretty close to a general America demographics chart.
Their activities, what are they doing?
It was still majority white, but it was probably 15% black. There's a good population of Asian American communities, and it was a bunch of Latino communities.
How are they doing it? That sort of thing. I've never told anybody I'm redeemed. I've never told anybody that I am all better now. It is an addiction. White nationalism is an addiction, and people can slip back into it. Unfortunately, I've had people that formers that I've met since getting out that have slipped back into it. But I've told clients before, Tyler DePepe. I've told him basically, when he feels bad because not everybody is accepting this. Not everybody is going to accept you. You just got to do what you can. Try to educate where you can, and it's the best you can do.
Despite wanting to help others de-radicalize, Scott is hesitant to trust anyone, even when they say they want to leave a hate movement. It's a sentiment echoed by Robert Evans during my time talking with him for this video.
I have no good advice for you because I have not seen any good replicable large-scale plans for de-radicalizing people at scale. I can tell you that the people that I know who have been de-radicalized, one commonality that tends to be shared is they had people in their life who cared about them and who they cared about who weren't willing to accept the bullshit they were involved in, but also didn't drop out of their lives.
No, a different one, Valerie.
This is not a...
It's actually it's a trans man who is involved in Nazi shit that was interviewed earlier.
We've had a really bad track record with NGOs and organizations purporting to be able to de-radicalize people. De-radicalization is hard. It is not a one-size-fits-all thing, and there's a lot of hunger for it to work that way. There's a lot of people who desperately want there to be an easy answer where you can fix a bunch of these people and get the country back to normal, and it simply doesn't exist. And I would say more than being personally concerned with what are de-radicalization strategies, I would almost tell people who are interested in this academically, get familiar with all of the scams that have existed in that space.
Robert Evans is an investigative journalist with over a decade of experience researching fringe radical groups, both online and in person. Is perhaps best known for his contributions to podcasts like Behind the Bastards, Worst Year Ever, and books like After the Revolution. I reached out to Robert because as someone who has been paying attention to places like 4chan and the way hate movements have melded with mainstream American politics in the right wing.
Wait, the guy from Behind the Bastards is an anti-communist? Is he really?
I felt his opinion would be highly valuable to the questions around modern hate movements, where they're going, and how to reach out to the people in them. It should be unsurprising that much of his analysis echoed what I'd already heard from people formerly associated with these movements. Young, frustrated men looking for a purpose, for someone to blame, often led by aspiring politicians and group leaders with a taste for power, make up most of the modern hate landscape.
You've got all these people who are just aching to be foot soldiers in a fascist movement because there's nothing else going on in their lives. And these are, the folks who were primarily, in places like 8chan operating these harassment campaigns.
I mean, if you're a historian like him and doing those kind of deep dives, there are legitimate criticisms of the USSR to make if you're doing it on a granular level,
And then you've got the people who are utilizing kids like that and utilizing that energy because they want to actually.
You can't explain everything away with the USSR, with U.S. imperialism and opposition, but it's also not the entire story. It's a long history, and there's a lot of different elements. You
build an actual fascist movement on the back of the conservative movement in the United States. And I guess I've been surprised at the staying power the latter group have had, because we've actually seen a significant decline in the prospects of these kind of online and even the street movements like the Proud Boys that came after them. The foot soldiers never really do very well, and are certainly not the topic of discussion or particularly a popular part of the movement at this point. But those influencers and those folks who got into politics off the back of those movements have had a lot of success.
The culture around these hate groups and how they go about their goals has changed.
You're not seeing the kind of national organizing that you were seeing by a lot of these on-the-ground groups. I think there's at least as much, maybe more, of the kind of more quiet militia organizing going on.
Yeah, but Robert Evans.
A lot of that energy has just gone into actual politics on the right, So it's this mix of, I think, the smarter and more capable folks who were doing that have realized it's much more productive to actually either run for office or get involved in a campaign. So I do think kind of the low-hanging fruit has been scared away from the kind of pretty dumb street actions that we were seeing in the Trump years.
I have to listen to him.
Kind of the first.
I think the only Behind the Bastards episode I've ever listened to is this one that's a history of the police. And that's a really incredible episode. Very, very, very good episode. But I think that's the only one I've listened to.
Year or two Biden was in office. I think that's a lot less common, but I think the downside of that is everyone who had any kind of competence has just gotten into actual Republican Party politics, and they've had quite a lot of success. I am much more worried about constitutional sheriffs than I ever was about the Proud Boys.
And this paradigm shift can be traced back to 2017's Unite the Right rally. At the time, it was seen as a massive victory for street-level white supremacists, but that facade eventually cracked. And like we've seen before with movements like the Heritage Front and Atomwaffen, once paranoia crept into the movement, any ideas of unity quickly disappeared. Evan McLaren, pictured here, was with Richard Spencer in Charlottesville. In 2017, he was employed with Spencer's National Policy Institute as the executive director, though by his attesting, he didn't do much.
towards the end of law school, I graduated in 2017. So Trump announced his campaign in 2016, and Richard Spencer started to get a lot of attention and a lot of coverage from the media, and things started to heat up. And so now suddenly there were like things to do. There were like roles to take up in this movement, and it looked like it was going somewhere. It looked like some of the people that I knew might become beneficiaries or recipients of a lot of this dark money that flows throughout politics, and that we might, you might be able to actually build up some sort of institution, a publication that was completely alt-right with no kind of dissimulation, that was led by someone like Richard Spencer. And so he suddenly needed somebody who could pay attention to detail and do this administrative stuff that he wasn't interested in doing. He put the word out, and I raised my hand and said, yeah, I'll join. And there were kind of these empty reassurances given about, oh yeah, we'll pay you, and there'll be health insurance and blah, blah, blah. None of that was true. MPI was not in any sort of financial shape to be hiring anybody.
Hi, Estevan. Thank you so much for the tier 1.
But Richard didn't really care about that.
While the NPI has gone dark for several years, he attested that for Richard, it was little more than a disorganized money-making scheme.
I mean, but how different are they from the Heritage Foundation? They've just, I think it's just changed.
Richard loves attention. He loves the media. He loves interviews. He loves podcasting. He does not like boring administrative details. And so one of the things that he had managed to do while leading the National Policy Institute, which he was in charge of, which is this kind of white nationalist, quote unquote, think tank, he had failed to refile or keep up to date the paperwork that needed to be done so that the National Policy Institute maintained its 501c3 tax-exempt status.
Richard Spencer was president of the National Policy Institute, a technically named think tank in the tradition of Willis Carto's Holocaust denial think tank, the Institute for Historical Review. Much like that 1980s organization, the true aims of Spencer were to simply push slightly repackaged fascism and Holocaust revisionism, although Spencer's relishing of the spotlight quickly made him the modern face of America's white supremacist movement, especially after the deadly Charlottesville Unite the Right rally in 2017. And, of course, this classic internet clip.
It's Pepe's become kind of a symbol.
Like Elizabeth Austin Tyler.
Don't do that. It's illegal. That's against the law and against the TOS.
And countless others. Evan had fallen in with a racist crowd in his youth, which eventually led him to working with Richard. He describes himself in retrospect as insecure, yet interested in politics, which eventually walked the same slippery slope of indoctrination we've seen so many times before.
I was definitely somebody who was always, or at least at that time for a long time, insecure as a young man, had a need for attention that was, not positive in every way, not a constructive need for attention. For some reason, politics and political discussion really attracted me or fascinated me or even kind of troubled me in a way, because I didn't understand the discussion at all. I didn't understand what the labels meant. I didn't understand what liberal or conservative meant. I didn't understand what the issues were. But I just saw that, people, seemingly smart people, serious people, were having these discussions that drew a lot of energy and attention and that people listened to. And I think I just felt that I wanted to be a part of that. And so I wanted someone to give me some overarching theory, some sort of explanation for how we had arrived where we were at. Kind of by a series of random clicks on the internet, I ended up at LouRockwell.com. Lou Rockwell is a guy who has worked for and behind and in charge of
The
Ron
Ludwig von Mises Institute. Wow.
Paul's campaign for a long time, for decades. He's been a libertarian mover and shaker. And LouRockwell.com publishes, the
Surprise.
libertarian stuff. And then from there, I think that, the dominoes are all set up from there to, challenge the left more deeply, to, strip more and more of the humanity from your own political outlook, and just get closer and closer to Nazism, or to
Thomas Sowell. Yep.
some sort of authoritarian, very brutal kind of imperialistic far right position.
Soon enough, Evan began working with Spencer as he attempted to take white nationalism more mainstream with the National Policy Institute, seeing Trump as an opportunity.
Hail Trump! Hail our people! Hail victory!
Using plans to remove a Confederate statue as an excuse, hundreds of Nazis, white supremacists, and other assorted alt-right groups descended in a rally in Charlottesville, Virginia in August of 2017. In the public consciousness, the event would become known for the harrowing photos of Nazis in business casual wear wielding tiki torches, the death of protester Heather Heyer, and Donald Trump's infamous "good people on both sides" gaffe, referring to Nazis and those who were protesting them. But for Evan, it was the beginning of an end.
We got our little piece of paper. We got our permit that said that we could hold our little event. And like the clowns that we were, we thought, okay, we have our free speech rights, and that's all we really have to worry about. We'll just interface with the police, and it'll be fine. But I think the governor, to himself and to the people around him, probably and very rightly said, that's adorable that you have a permit. You're not holding the largest gathering of white nationalists and Nazis and KKK and fascists.
The fuck did the governor do?
In decades in Charlottesville.
The fuck did the governor do? No, not good for him, bro. He didn't do shit, bro. Fuck that. It was anti-fascists who came out there and beat the fuck out of you guys and chased you out of Charlottesville.
That's not happening. And so what ended up happening is all
put their lives on the line
that were in place to kind of coordinate and cooperate with the police were abandoned on the day of by the police. The police basically stood back. And whereas there had been lots of violence and clashes. And
so he just said, hey, cops, you can't collaborate with the Nazis. That's what happened. The governor just said, hey, you guys need to stand back.
Fights.
Yeah, I'm looking at that too. They're saying avoid the 5 right now.
In the two sides, with very little, if any, police intervention, all of a sudden, like dozens of fully geared up riot police filtered out of a building that was just the block immediately next to us. So I thought, okay, well, I'll do kind of my white nationalist Martin Luther King Jr. thing here, and I'm just going to sit down. And that's what I did, and I got arrested. And, in a sense, it was kind of the intelligent move, because then I just got put in the police van while all the chaos unfolded. Heather Heyer was probably dying while I was in that police van, to put it very darkly. 45 minutes went by. They let me out. I had no idea any of this was going on. I could vaguely hear stuff. This is all happening blocks away by this point, because the crowd and the activity was being pushed away from where I was. And then we made our way back to our hotel, or my hotel. I think we were in my room, watching the news and seeing that Heather Heyer died, and we were just like, shit, this is not good. We obviously didn't take it that hard.
Wait, I know this guy. I'm pretty sure this is a guy whose name is Revolutionary.
By cranking your knob just beyond the breaking point. Winona Planets just subscribed with.
I met him during Occupy. Same guy? I think it's the same guy.
Because I remember that Faith Goldie.
He was like a live streamer covering Occupy in Chicago when I was there.
That's right.
Wait, Winona Planets, thank you for the prime.
Faith Goldie showed up, and I guess she and Richard have been trying to connect, and she and Richard went upstairs and got a fuck in. And so there was at least a limit to which Richard was stressed out about Heather Heyer's death. And then somehow we made our way to some sort of Airbnb. It was like a big house that one of these fasci groups or a bunch of friends had rented. And that's where Richard held this meeting that was that somebody recorded in their pocket on the phone, where he melted.
Yo, Ray K, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Chat, please join me in going and following Ray K. Ray K chat, welcome in. We're watching a video about interviewing former white supremacists and talking about why they left and how they left and getting some info on the people who run our government.
Melted down.
I am so mad at these people. They don't do this to me. We're gonna ritualistically humiliate them. I am coming back here every weekend if I have to. We're gonna win. I rule the world. Those pieces of get ruled by people like me. They look up and see a face like mine looking down at them.
No. Jesus fucking Christ. What a psychopath. What an actual psychopath, bro.
No more Oreos.
Holy fuck. Kit Say Cat, thank you so much for the tier 1.
From that point on, I mean, that version, that instantiation of the alt-right kind of fell apart after that. Whereas before Charlottesville, like up until the day of, kind of symbolized by the morning of, like, throwing up a Nazi salute to some random guy across the street and getting it back. The attitude was very cooperative. It was like a rising tide of, fascism lifts all boats. We don't need to be competitive. We don't need to be trying to undermine each other. After that, like the knives Richard, and things began to break down within the alt-right, and people who were on good terms and kind of working, all these working relationships fell apart. The word fragile, the word fragility, if you had to find one word to kind of distill the character of the people who were involved, fragility would be an awesome candidate. It's all this acting out, and it's all this attention seeking, and it's all really, if you boil it down, it's like parasocial. Like, we're socializing, but we're not really friends. I mean, there are so many just like sociopaths and psychopaths and strange people. And the moment that you have to actually get through something real that in, all of the cases as a consequence of your own actions and activity and things that you've said and done, then things fall very, very quickly apart. Because if these people could build meaningful relationships, meaningful, stable relationships in like a normal, healthy way, they wouldn't be involved in this. I think today there's this like the right is obviously more rooted in like 4chan and the little bit of like internet-based anarchy and wanting to be transgressive, but that's obviously something that people like Nick Fuentes or like Sneeko that they traffic in, where it's we're just doing stuff that's transgressive.
Yeah.
It
hides behind like, oh well, it's just edgy.
We're just kind of engaging in like edgy humor. I don't really mean it. Oh, you got offended by it. That just shows how silly you are.
Speaking of chat, everybody always talking about hoflation, but it's actually the opposite. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target and see hot bitches working there every day. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls are at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working. Like there's so much about this, bro. Professional idiot is correct, but it's also like it's wild to watch somebody's radicalization happen in full time. And maybe we like, I don't know, man. Maybe he's always been this way. I don't really know. I don't fucking follow Asmongold, but I think he's like, he is being fueled by his audience. His audience is like extremely right wing and is only going to push further and further and further and further right wing, you know? But it's also like, dude, I don't know how you'd have, like, what is this take, bro? First off, who the fuck is talking about hoflation? Who is talking about hoflation, my man? Nobody's talking about hoflation. Nobody's talking about this. Who's talking about this? Who's talking about hoflation? Not me. That's for damn sure. And then he goes on to say, it used to be so cool when I would stare at the clerk's tits as they were checking me out at the grocery store. It's like, what is that take, dude? He's like, oh man, I wish when hot girls used to work at the grocery store because I could ogle at them. Like, you are so disgusting, bro. It's like, oh my god, bro. This, I hope you guys understand, this rhetoric to women, it just, like, it screams you're a virgin. It screams just, like, unbelievable. Like, virginity is just, it just reeks. It just reeks of it, bro. Like, if you're really getting turned on by somebody who's working at a GameStop or a Target, like, so much that this is like something you fondly remember, like, good God, bro. Get a fucking life. Talk to a person in real life. Listen, hey guys, let me just tell you something, chat. Here, guess what? If you're a normal guy and you treat women with respect and you shower once a day and you clean your room and you have hobbies, hot girls will let you touch their boobs. I know. It's fucking crazy, dude. You don't even have to go to Target to ogle at somebody's tits. It's insane. I know. Think about it, dude.
Oh, isn't it funny how upset people get when I say the N-word? And it's just kind of fun. It's just jokes, it's just banter. And if you're a cool kid,
you might even make a meaningful connection with someone. I know, right? Think about that. Like companionship too. Wow. Isn't that crazy?
But how there's just this weird kind of like
okay, Jordan Peterson. These men, they go to Target to look at tits because of hoflation. The hoflation is making all of the hot women stop working at the grocery store. And it's ruining our young men.
Governed psychological space that people like Fuentes and others exploit to kind of like switch the current. And then
the real victim of Asmongold is Will Neff. How is he a victim, bro? How is Will Neff a victim in that? He's like, dude is having the year of his entire career, making more money than he's ever made in his life. Never commented on this really at all. Will's fine. I would think like maybe Frogan, like, who's actually been banned as a result of like this hate brigade that Asmongold and Tectone have like been some of the biggest pushers of.
Yeah, but I'm not joking. And we just kind of flip back and forth there. And but you know, really the effect is that we're moving people over more and more into the space where they're not kidding. They do really mean this stuff. Just kind of having like a social.
Who cares, Pepega?
For whatever reason, not being able to fulfill it in like a normal way.
Everybody always talking about
getting it into
inflation, but it's actually the
weird
opposite. I
sort
used
of
to be able
fucked
to
up
go to
fascist,
GameStop or
boys
Target
clubs
and
that,
see hot
spring
bitches
up.
working there every day now.
Yeah,
It's just
there's
Hobbs why.
1000% something
Because
to
those
that.
girls are at home doing OnlyFans
I
now.
actually
And
do think, and we've talked about this on stream before. I actually do think, like, I think that I don't want to do it. It's not my thing. But I do think there is a very dire need for like men's groups, like that are leftists, that like are for young men who are going through this horrible shit. You know what I mean? And like who feel dejected and have nowhere to go and are turning to this shit like this. No, like it's not just with Hassan though. It's like it needs to be like in person. It might be gay, and that's okay too. You know? Am I not online enough to see controversy over OTK? Because, like, why is there not more accountability there?
I'm gonna get off drinking your knob.
What do you mean? There's not that much controversy over them, and there should be. And there should be more accountability. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a shit group. Crying Wolf, thank you for the Prime. I don't know. I just think, like, we just need to be countering this, and not in a way where we're like embedding in these groups or anything like that. Like if you want to do that work, that's incredible. Go for it. Do it. But like I think more so we just need to be presenting answers to these questions that these young men have. We need to be telling stories. You know? We need to be telling stories that explain their material conditions better. Yeah, Maya, we've covered it already. We've been talking about it.
Problems are not new. The methods radicalization reaches young people through are not unexpected to anyone who's been paying attention. In fact, much of this is entirely...
Can't hear because of the alerts. Oh. Wait, was it?
Everybody always talking about inflation, but it's actually the opposite. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target and see hot bitches working there every day now. It's just Hobbs why. Because those girls are at home doing OnlyFans now.
I actually do think, and we've talked about this on stream. God damn it. Sorry, Paul Wall. I don't know why my alerts are not coming through my speakers. I've tried it 100 times. I don't know what to do. It's not working. At least you guys are getting it. Appreciate the dono, if that was a dono for TOS. Or for TTS. God damn it. Why is that happening? Yeah, no, it is. It is that.
Entirely predictable. Decades of expanding economic disparity in the West and unfettered freedom of conspiracy and hatred has led to an atmosphere where people are constantly angry, dejected, and resentful. And there are plenty of politicians and personalities looking to take advantage of those feelings by aiming them towards conspiracies and minorities. As Robert Evans notes, what hasn't been predictable is the extent to which these beliefs have proliferated among the mainstream political class.
I was certainly more worried about the kind of decentralized terror networks that were being set up, and I still am. Those still have a lot of capacity to harm people and a lot of capacity to do stuff like disrupt an election even potentially. There's still, monsters out there. But what I've been most surprised with is how effortlessly the Bannons and Yiannopoulos of the world took over the Republican Party, and to an extent even managed to take over Trumpism. It was not always a foregone conclusion that Trump was going to embrace that side of the base to the extent that he has.
In the wake of Charlottesville, plenty of white supremacists sought to turn over a new leaf. With many public...
I never got why it's a Nazi. It's just another Nazi iconography. And they use it to... It's not a mask. They just use it to cover their identities and photos because they're all cowards.
Resulting in various headlines.
There's like symbolism behind both the skull shape and the how many teeth it has. Like if you count the teeth, it's like 18 on the top and bottom or something. I don't know.
In interviews. When you have a movement built by swindlers like Richard Spencer on the backs of volatile, often narcissistic or selfish yet manipulative youths, it's no surprise that investigators like Robert would take issue with de-radicalizers and taking them at their word.
I think that there's a lot of media to be gained in being the guy who was a member of this Nazi organization. And, now I'm a lot better. I got out of it.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
How some of these guys are great. I've gotten to know a couple of them who I think are generally people of goodwill. But even when they are people of goodwill, their stories are very rarely generalizable at scale. I think there's this real tendency for people to believe that there's a silver bullet to this, when what you really have when you do look at these stories of guys who got de-radicalized is, number one, some people who are just lying because they think that there's money in that, and being the Nazi who changed. Those guys exist, and I think that people are too credulous to their stories more than they should. And then the other side of it is people who are folks of very goodwill, but what happened with them is not something you can translate at scale.
It's one of the main reasons he gives for not seeing a way to de-radicalize at scale. Yet it may surprise you to know that many of the formers I've spoken to agree with this sentiment. Former radicals shouldn't be taken at their word.
I saw those sideburns too, bro. They went down to his neck. How do you do that? You grew them like this, and then they went down to here. But they were like still just like hair growing out from under his ear.
Are well aware of the distrust their presence might bring, and they're aware of the power their voice may have.
There's this thing that we have now that is like a deep regret and debt that you need to pay to society that you'll pay. And that is like the overall consensus with every ex-neo-Nazi. A debt you have to repay to society that'll never be. But you have to do what you can do. And that's all you can do. Just keep trying to repay it, even though you never would.
So my take on it is most people that are in the movement are not going to leave. They're not interested in leaving. That's why groups like Hands of Air, we don't reach out to white nationalists to try to pull them out. They have to come to us. It has to be a person deciding to kind of get out. Don't ever take a former white nationalist at just their word. People, will say whatever they can to try to launder their own reputations. The way I always look at it is you look at their activities. What are they doing? How are they doing it? That sort of thing. I've never told anybody I'm redeemed. I've never told anybody that I am all better now. It is an addiction. White nationalism is an addiction. And, people can slip back into it. Unfortunately, I've had people that, form.
Okay, listen, if you're going to make a 2-hour documentary, then don't put the same. This is like the third time that they've put the same soundbite in twice.
That I've met since out that have slipped back into it.
Come on.
I'm not saying this because I expect or feel that I deserve any form of forgiveness, because I'm not really sure how I feel about that, and I'm not really sure how I think other people should feel about that. The paramount thing is that society be dragged back away from fascism, from this fascist creep that is happening and is accelerating. That needs to be fixed. And as far as me personally, if you're someone like me and you're sad that someone doesn't like you, or you're sad that someone doesn't accept you, I think basically boo-hoo, too bad. The reward for not being involved in fascism is not being involved in fascism.
Okay. I love that, but I don't know if it's really like breaking people out of it. It's based and true. It is based and it is true. But I don't know if that's like that's not what they want to hear.
If you have somebody who's a former who, just as an example, say has been out for 6 months and has said like, hey, I have not associated with fascists for 6 months. I'm a former now. You can.
Like, we've already heard this.
A self-help guru from a couple generations ago, Earl Nightingale, talked about what his definition of success was. And he said, success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. And that's kind of how I approach formers, that the idea that you have to be perfect. Like, no one is perfect. Like, none of us are perfect. And that is too big of a mantle to ask somebody to carry. But just to say that you're going to get up today and you're going to try to be a better person than you were yesterday, that you're going to try to grow into being a more well-rounded, knowledgeable, empathetic human being than you were 2 years ago, 10 years ago, 30 years ago. Well, that's
I don't know, Granola. What's your big like problem with that? Yeah, I don't really understand what your big problem. Like, I think what she's saying here also has a lot to do with addiction. You know, it's like, I think it's similar to addiction in that these are like pathways that people can go down and lose themselves in, and they can get out of control before they really realize, right?
that's success.
I don't know that I'll ever forgive myself. So now that I am out of that, I'm actually openly bi, and I have changed a lot about myself. I have become a totally different person, but I will never forgive myself. Sorry, I got kind of emotional because as much as I hate myself, no, I don't know that I can be forgiven. I think I'm gonna try every fucking day of my life, though, to work towards that. Sorry. No, I'm not the same person I was back then, though I did some horrible things, you know? And it's coming to terms with that. I fucking am not the person I am at all. Or I'm not the person I was at all. And I hate that person so much. But at the same time, you know, that's who I was.
Yeah, but addiction is not just physical. Addiction is not just physical, it's mental too. It's a sense of community. It's like behavioral, you know, it's your knee-jerk reaction. And they're not using it as an excuse. What are we doing? Hold on. Are we listening to this? Who's using it as an excuse? Oh. Yeah, this is dead domain, yeah. It's anti-materialist. I can understand that argument. Like, I do think, like, you know, you're not, but we're not really talking about like why people get involved in this or like why fascism exists in this context. I think this is more so like it's more so a question of like, how do people like get out, and should they be trusted when they get out? And you know what I mean? Well, I don't think it's an addiction like that. And I don't think it's something like that, Laxio. No. And I guess I am understanding more why people are like upset with it, but yeah, he was talking about people relapsing into being Nazis and why you shouldn't trust people who say that they're reformed. You know, because it is like something where people can fall back into it. Yeah, it is. It's like a cult, 100%.
I don't know. I don't know that I'll ever forgive myself. I think that, yeah, people are going to change. And I think that if someone genuinely wants to change, you should give them the chance and try. You know, mine was through a lot of love and understanding and people giving me the time of day and working with me when I was, you know, because like de-radicalizing isn't easy either. There were points that I had, you know, moments and thoughts that were fucking horrendous and out of left field. Just, you know, horrible things. But I was like, hey, like that's not the way to fucking be. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a good answer. I don't know that there necessarily is an answer for that because I'm battling my own demons. Sorry to say.
It's like codependency, but yeah, and they rely on that. Like they rely on that too. If you listen to the way that these groups are like reaching out to people and who they're reaching out to, and the common threads on amongst all of them, just like mental illness, depression, like feelings of loneliness, and like left behind, you know. Like that is who they're going after, and they're doing that and building dependencies. Yes, like 100%. Yeah.
I think that genuinely, with how much remorse I have, that, I think if somebody else felt that way, I would feel that they'd be pretty good. I feel like that's at least the right start.
You have to have thought of that at some point of like,
Yeah.
there's going to be a day where your daughter's an adult, and whether she finds out or whether you talk to her about it, how do you prepare for something like that?
Well, we talk about it openly in front of her, but she doesn't understand what we're talking about. Like we just got back from Oslo today. We lived about 3 or 4 hours from Oslo because I went on the national radio, or a podcast that's produced by basically Norway's equivalent of like NPR, and talked about it. So she knew that Papa was going to talk to somebody on the radio, and she doesn't really understand like Nazis, fascists. I can't get this across to her. I think it's just something that I'm going to have to live with. I think we all have that moment. Like, obviously, for many years in our life, even sadly, even if we have like abusive parents, we just look at our parents as like the coolest, most important people. Like, we just idolize our parents, right? But then at a certain point, we get enough understanding where we see our parents in a certain light, or we see situations in a new light, and all of a sudden we realize, oh, like, they are human. Like, they're not as infallible. They're not as cool as we thought they were. And that might be the moment for her when she connects the dots and realizes what it was I was involved in. That might be that. I think that's going to put some distance between us. I think, because she's still at that point where if I try to explain to her like someone made a mistake or someone did something bad, she's still kind of like, well, why did they do that? Like, why would you do it? Why would you do a bad thing? Or why would you make a mistake? Like, why wouldn't you just do the right thing?
I mean, yeah, kids don't understand like the depths of human experience. This is a hard conversation to have with children, because how do you explain to a child, well, like, I felt worse than I thought it was humanly capable? Like, how do you explain that to people? By the way, Jet, a little bit of a safety break in here. Let's listen to this ABC News report right now.
Move in this direction, then you're looking at the really heavily populated area of Santa Monica, and these are the folks that need to start thinking about preparing to get out. If the winds continue to blast like they have been, and we expect them to go throughout into the morning, but overnight into the morning, all of these folks right here could be in danger of this fire that continues to rapidly move. And we just want to make sure that everybody knows that if you live in this enormous community with thousands of people,
like hundreds of thousands,
you need to be aware of the dangers that you could be in throughout the night tonight. Keep aware of all the warnings that are going on out there.
The fact that this is happening overnight. Oh.
In Malibu back in 2018, that was huge. I mean, in terms of fires actually this close to, Los Angeles proper, it's the biggest I have ever seen, for absolute certain. And, I live a good, I want to say probably 3 or 4 miles that way in Santa Monica, and the current evacuation zone is a few blocks from my house. If this fire were to get to Santa Monica, this would be one of the most devastating nights we could imagine. I can't contemplate that. And so maybe that tells us a little bit about why people didn't evacuate early. I can't contemplate my house going on fire. So, I'm certainly cutting people slack for that. But, when they come back, some people are going to come back to nothing. But at least they'll be alive.
Yeah. I mean, Nick, a lot of people watching are going to be worried about your safety right now. Are you and the team okay? How are you doing?
Yeah, we're fine. I mean,
They were reading the chat.
I'm standing on a road, which is a good idea. I'm feeling slightly, the heat from this is a little concerning. I think after I finish speaking to you, we're probably going to get out of here. And because now that it's dark, there are, fire trucks blocking the road. Once I've finished talking to you, I'm definitely going to chill out and move back just a little bit, just to.
Why do they always put the British people out there? Has anybody noticed this? Anytime there's like something dangerous, they always send the Brit.
Keep safe and regroup because, it's a pretty.
HB1.
Things can move so quickly. That's the problem. We were talking about those embers. An ember can drop, set a spot fire. Things can happen very, very fast in an environment like this. So once I say goodbye, we're going to leave.
Oh, chat. We could be waking up to a very different LA tomorrow, and it's very scary to think of. I'm very, very worried for my city right now.
And so I think that's just
Nobody knows, Squiggles.
That's something I'm probably just going to have to accept, that I think her opinion of me is definitely going to sink when she gets old enough to kind of figure that out. I think actually what might make that trickier is that I'm getting like right now I'm getting like positive attention. Like going on the radio was fun, and like this is the thing I don't fully know how to deal with, and it does bother me where it's like, funnily enough, like today there was a front page, or not a front, it might have been front page. I don't think it was the full front page story, but there was a story of me in the same newspaper, like now a positive story about how like I've de-radicalized. It just came out today, and I'm doing an event tomorrow where I'm going to go speak on a panel of people talking about the upcoming election and the situation in the U.S. So now it's like positive attention. How much positive attention do I deserve for being a piece of shit and then no longer being a piece of shit? Shouldn't the people who just never engaged in shitty behavior be the more interesting people? But I think for my daughters, like I think there's gonna be, I kind of anticipate, just because I know how our oldest daughter kind of is and how she thinks through stuff. I think it's gonna be, I can just see her, I can already see her face, like trying to think through this, like the furrowed brow, and thinking like Papa, like he's like shaking hands with people, and they're like, people are like nice to him and good to him, like on the basis of like he did this thing. And I just think it's going to take some work through. Long story short, not to draw it out too much further, but
Kit, I mean, like a lot of the people in this have said, like there is no silver bullet, there is no like NGO, there is no one size fits all solution to these people. And the most important thing that leads to this kind of de-radicalization is their own desire. That if people don't want to, then they will never. If people don't want to leave this, they won't leave it.
So then, what is there to do? If there's no way to replicate these results at a large scale, how do we de-radicalize people? How do we help our fellow person turn away from lies, hatred, self-destruction, and violence? I thought this was an interesting answer from Robert during our chat.
The people that I know who have been de-radicalized, one commonality that tends to be shared is they had people in their life who cared about them and who they cared about, who weren't willing to accept the bullshit they were involved in, but also didn't drop out of their lives.
We've seen a lot.
Bro, this is a fucking backyard. Oh my God, this is our neighbor's backyard in Los Angeles right now. Power lines sparking against trees. Neighbor and I have been trying to call 911 and fire department for 45 minutes with no answer, as instructed by the power company. Yes, a lot is going on, but the city is failing us. This is literally going to start another fucking... Dude, that's the other thing, is that like the city government is so fucked. Like there's just nobody coming to save us. Like this should never have been able to happen. The city should be trimming trees to do this, and we have systemically defunded any kind of fucking operation, any kind of like service that would actually take care of our goddamn city, and we spent all the fucking money on the cops. Look at this. On today's agenda, from today, chat, motion by Park Lee. Relative to the funding for additional patrols around interim homeless housing sites in Council District 11. Recommendations for council action subject to the approval of the mayor. Transfer and appropriate $200,000 from the General City Purposes Fund number 156, the Additional Homeless Services account, to the Los Angeles Police Department for overtime. They're literally defunding, like, today. This happened today. Only 4 people voted against it. It passed 9-4. What the fuck? And we're lucky we got the 4, because Ugo and Nithya have both voted for almost identical shit to this before. And I went and met them in person and yelled at them about it. And since then, they've not voted on that shit again, which I'm very proud of. And I'm not saying it was my activism that got them to change that. But their response to me when I explained their votes on that was literally, I didn't even know. Like, what the fuck? No, yeah, but yeah, Bertle, you're not wrong either. There's like very little that can be done. It's more like preventative stuff that I'm being annoyed at, like the trimming trees. But it's also going to be the response. Like, it's going to be the response. It's going to be how does the city rebuild? How does the city rebuild? You know?
A lot of commonalities between the stories of everyone I've spoken to, from different places, different times, different backgrounds and identities. They all felt lost and isolated at one point, all found a welcoming hand in hate. They were surrounded by insecure, self-destructive people who, like them, came from various places and were united by their learned, not intrinsic hate, fueled by constant regurgitations of disproven propaganda by their Nazi mother birds. And the last similarity is that they all credit someone else for helping them leave. Some, like Austin, credit being exposed to more subcultures and groups they had been taught to hate, in the process learning they had more in common than they had been indoctrinated to believe.
And I'm very much like have become a hippie now, which is very funny as someone who used to hate as much as I did, which is, sorry, I'm a little emotional, but it's disgusting. I hate that oh my God, yeah, I hate that I used to be that way. And I've tried to become such like a loving person. And I started to work a company that sent me into DC a ton. So I was working restoration and mitigation. So I was going to some of the worst neighborhoods in DC, which are predominantly Black, if not entirely, and doing work in people's houses. And I was getting to see people at their bare, like, oh my God, my life's falling apart. And as fucked up as that sounds, it made me realize, oh my God, we're all just fucking humans. Like, just because you're Black and you live in a different area than me, because I'm a white kid who grew up in the sticks and you're a Black person who grew up in the, city, that doesn't mean we're any fucking different. I had great conversations and had just met some of the most amazing people that I love to this day. You are going to need to find somebody that you can hold on to that is not in that community, someone that you can trust, someone that you can be open with, because there's going to be a lot of fucked up shit. And you need to air that out too, like, as weird as it sounds. Because as soon as you do having someone who you can trust, they can start to put those things to bed and, give you that secondary point of view, and you can really sit there and it helps. I think if you're able, not like immersing yourself into another culture feet first, but trying to do something, fucking realize that other people are people. I had an amazing Black coworker who was older than me and took me under his wing, and I love him so much.
In fact, for a lot of people, I mean, most of these stories we've heard, it is something like this, where it's just like they just meet somebody who is like, you know, they just have more experiences and they learn and they realize, like, they meet people and they realize that people are just fucking people. And these things that they've built up to divide each other into, like, these, like, you know, these fences that they've put up around their own lives is only detrimental to them. It's just making your life less rich. And so they think, well, wait, my friend just told me that they're trans, like the beginning here. You know, like this guy had one of his, like, you know, Nazi friends come up to him at the meeting and was like, hey, I'm really scared. Please don't tell anybody else this, but I'm dating a Hispanic girl. And then he was like, oh, well, I mean, you can trust me. I won't tell anybody. I'm sure you're really terrified right now to tell me this. Let me give you something that you can have as blackmail against me. I'm trans. And then that person was like trying to leave the group almost immediately because they were like, I don't want to be shooting you. Like, what is this? Like, this is the trans people that I'm so hateful towards, you know? Like, this is what they had to go through.
So I had someone like that who really taught me that, hey, fucking black people are great. They're just as amazing. They basically adopted me into their family, and you know what I mean? They're the best people ever. So, like, it was this culture of love, really, that kind of brought me in and just broke the hate.
I mean, it's ignorance.
Which I guess is true.
It's ignorance, it's lack of exposure, it's fear, it's, you know...
me into the hippie that I am today, because all I want to do is spread love anymore, man.
Sometimes those outsider groups were even people they had worked to actively promote violence against, like Elizabeth recounts.
I really felt like I wanted to get away from these people in a way that was final, and that there would be like no going back. This was a door I wanted to shut, and I didn't feel like I could do that by myself. So I reached out first to the associate director of the documentary crew that had been following me around, because I really didn't know who else would give me the time of day. When you're like asking people that you'd been targeting for help, right? Like, that's not a small thing. And he helped connect me to a man named Bernie Farber, who at the time was, I think he was the community relations director. I think that was his title at the Canadian Jewish Congress. And he was somebody that my organization had a great deal of familiarity with, because he had arranged for charges to be laid against members of my group in a variety of capacities, and we had seen him in court and things like that. And I just felt, I didn't know who else to talk to. And Bernie had me come to his office, and I've never actually asked him like what he had in mind, like what he thought was going to happen in this meeting. But he brought me in, and it was my first time being in his office. And, you have to understand, this is an organization we had fought against. And for me, it's been like a few years. And so he's like, so here you are in the offices of the Canadian Jewish Congress. And, he was kind of joking with me. He's like, oh, you're in the middle of the Jewish conspiracy now. And he's like, so, and he just said, so debate me about the Holocaust. Tell me why the Holocaust didn't happen. And like, he really laid it out there. And I just sort of sat there like, I don't know. And he's like, well, what's the problem? You guys always say that you want to debate me. Now's your chance. Debate me. Do it. And honestly, like, all the stuff that I had.
The only time that debate lording has worked. Okay. This is not prescriptive, chat. All right. This is one example. Do not get any fuck up ideas. Okay. You can't just go out there debating Nazis. Okay. This is not how this shit works.
Heard from Ernst Zundel and others about the Holocaust outside of that echo chamber just seemed so ridiculous and just so silly, and I couldn't even bring myself to say anything. And so then he looked at me and he said, do you want to see the Holocaust Education Center? which was in the same building as his office. So he's like, it's just down the hall, I can take you. And I said, okay. And so we went down, and we waited for a little bit for a school group to pass through. But, you know, once they had cleared out, we went in. So it was just the two of us in there, nobody else. And so he started like really challenging me, and he showed me some pictures, and like everybody thinks it's a particular picture of a mother and child that were about to be killed, but it wasn't. It was actually a picture of, you know, a mother and a child, like just what you'd get, like, you know, Sears portraits at that time. You know, it's just a very standard picture that could have been in anybody's house. And Bernie looked at it and looked at me and pointed at that baby and said, now you tell me what that child had to do with any Jewish conspiracy. That child died in Auschwitz. Like, you tell me. And of course I couldn't say anything. And the more we went through the museum, just the more the bottom of my stomach just kind of fell out. You know, I was just, it was just kind of devastating. And we were watching a video that was, it had like Holocaust survivors and video evidence and so on, and we were just like looking at this, and there was like this little, I like to call it like a little tape play that was playing in my head at the time of the propaganda that I'd been told by various people. And it was, you know, it was just like my head saying to me over and over again, like, you know, don't listen to this, don't listen to this, this is just propaganda, like, don't take this in, don't listen. And I realized in that moment that all this time and energy that I had spent on dehumanizing other people, making other people lesser than myself, the truth was that the only person who was lesser than anyone was me for engaging in that activity.
And failing the kindness of strangers who they're taught to hate, many of the formers I spoke to relied on friends, family, and loved ones, often crediting those who wouldn't leave their sides with their ability to break free.
So, like, a lot of my old friends reconnected with me, which was nice. I've been able to, like, actually have pleasant conversations with a lot of people I would never talk to in the past at all. Family members that I haven't talked to for years, talking to it. Like, I can have normal conversations with them and not be constantly, like, just talking bad politics, like insane politics to them, and getting them really freaked out. Or like, oh, I can't wait until this weekend so I can. That's it. It's a very peaceful, like, beautiful. And I like being so hateful for such a long time was exhausting. Like, it wore away at my soul, and I'm just starting to figure out who I am now.
It was a lot of things. I have to give credit to my wife. My wife, she just loved me for me, as sweet as that sounds. And we began dating and got engaged and got married during that kind of period where I wasn't really
What up, Dalton? Thank you for the raid.
that directly active. I wasn't writing too much, wasn't doing too much. She had become pregnant. She was going to give birth in March of 2018. And we had decided, okay, well, as far as raising a family, we would rather raise a family in Norway, where she is from, than in the United States. And so she had traveled back to Norway. And it was a really challenging part of our marriage. It was, and that's all due to my actions. She was riding a bus an hour each way every day, working a shitty telemarketing job to earn money while she was pregnant. Whereas I'm engaging in all of this chaos, and she and her mom are sitting there watching the news, and the stuff that I'm doing is like, you know, making national headlines in Norway, and it just it looks awful. And you know, obviously none of Richard Spencer's promises meant anything. So I was bringing in very little, if any money, and there was no health insurance. And there was really nothing like organizationally behind the National Policy Institute besides, Richard just kind of clowning it up. The ultimatum eventually came down where it's like, I'm not going to argue. I'm not equipped to argue with you about ideological or political stuff, but you can't be involved in this stuff, at least publicly. I definitely, I knew that I'd spent so much energy kind of allowing myself to be argued into and arguing myself into fascism, that I knew, I think I recognized that I couldn't just flip that around like in a day. Like there was more of a deprogramming that I had to go through.
My friend Danielle from Florida, she knew me before I went into white nationalism. She knew me during, and she knew me after. She's bisexual, and so I've always, even when I was in the movement, I had connections into the LGBT community, and I've had several people that I met, through many of those years that were on the more liberal side, that when I left, they supported me. Daryl Lamont Jenkins, who founded One People's Project, he knew me he knew me pretty much the entire time I was in the movement. He was one of my first supporters when I got out. There was a anti-fascist older Jewish self-described Yenta, who one time I had commented on her blog that she ran, and she was also one of the first people to kind of come out in my direction. When, if you look at all of these people, they all have very much the same commonality. Is, once they start actually meeting people, they start realizing that the people they had been around are not the people that they should be around.
None of the people I spoke with described leaving a hate movement as easy. Instead, most of them described hate in terms of an addiction, a nefarious force that seduces the young and leaves an eternal stain. And when you know how reliant they were upon friends and family, upon established support structures that cared about them as people, the addiction analog makes a lot of sense. And also, why this de-radicalization isn't replicable on a wide scale. Because in a world where everyone is so distant from each other and atomized into distinct groups, divisions are easier than ever to make and exploit. It's easy for an ignorant, angry teenager to be convinced of disproven, racist conspiracies in bite-sized content on Instagram, TikTok, or wherever. It's not as easy to have someone close enough to notice the path they're going down and care enough to intervene. Which is why care, not hate, is the answer. As hard as it can be, seeing the humanity behind the hate is the only answer that seems to bear any real results, and results that speak for themselves.
I'm much happier now. I'm not constantly around negativity. Things are definitely much improved now. Obviously I've got one degree and I'm heading for my graduate degree, which, I'm a glorified high school dropout, so it's not too bad. I actually am helping people.
I'm seeing some reports right now of all of Santa Monica. Evacuation orders incoming, could be coming very soon. People are hearing it on fire scanners, like the police, the fire department's channels on the scanners. Please be safe, chat. Have a plan. If you live in LA and you don't have a plan, have a plan. I need to fucking make a plan. I don't know. I feel I don't want to dox myself. I'm not really in the path of this yet, but goddamn.
Just with hands of error, going into social work and
wait, what? Biden is here? Oops, wrong one. What the fuck? Biden's stuck in LA overnight? Biden is here? Oh God.
Being a public health social worker in general, does mean helping just people across the board. And I don't think I would have had the motivation to do what I'm doing now if I hadn't decided to leave the movement.
I don't know. I wake up every day and it's not like, oh man, I want to blow my brains out or I want to fucking kill somebody. I wake up and I'm like, I hope today's a good day at work. And that's all I think. I'm like, I hope it's a good day at work.
But at the same time, I think a lot of people just need someone willing to sit there and have a conversation and have a little patience and not scream at them as much as you may want to. And I think that there's a lot of people who have sadly become lost, and hopefully they might see something like this and realize it's not too late to back out.
I think more often about how my life could have been if I hadn't gotten involved in the first place. That's the bigger question. that takes up space in my head. You know, back when I was in the movement, I couldn't imagine having a family. I couldn't even imagine living a normal life. Like I remember shortly after I had disengaged from the Heritage Front, I was in a meeting with a police officer, and we were talking about racist activity in the town that I was in and whether I was safe or not. And he said to me, like, it's good that you left because now you can live a normal life. And that was like the most terrifying thing that anyone could have said to me at that time. It's like, I was trying to run away from normal. I don't want to go back to normal. I saw normal as something that was very depressing, as that was like
I've seen that lax
limiting and small, and I didn't want that. But I'm so grateful that I've had all of these years now to discover that no, actually normal life is a really beautiful thing, and I'm so happy to have had this time to grow into that.
You may feel lost in there, but you can get out, and people are going to say some horrible things, and you're going to lose some friends, definitely air quotes there, but in the end, life is so much fucking better without hate. It really is. Like, oh my god, love is awesome. Just embrace it, man.
It's really that simple, bro. It's really that simple. It's really that simple.
Become a hippie. That's all I gotta say.
Like, compassion and love for your neighbor is going to give you so much in return. And this hate is only going to lead to your downfall. Like, if nothing else, do it selfishly. Like, you know, you have so much to learn from different cultures. You have so much to have love and compassion is like, that's when you're really hitting your truest, like, id. That is the human experience, is being in community. Like, we are communal creatures. We need people around us, and we need to help people. It nurtures your soul.
Hate's not worth your time. It's not worth your energy. It's not worth your heart. Really isn't.
People might talk about putting their past behind them, but the formers I spoke with hadn't simply forgotten and tried to move on from hate, turning over a new leaf, trying to get a book deal. None of them were interested in shying away from the role that they had played in hate movements. They all seemed to see it as a lingering shadow that will always be at their heels, and they've accepted living with that, taking their mistakes on as a responsibility to warn others not to follow in their footsteps. And I can't help but wonder where they might be if the people who were there for them had instead turned their backs. If the Jewish community leaders didn't welcome the opportunity to educate a young white supremacist about the Holocaust. If the loved one didn't take the time to patiently chip away.
Yeah, Blue Old, I agree with you too. And we talked about this earlier too, is that, like, you know, like, I respect that these people were able to make this decision, and that's like good, you know, good for them. I'm going to judge them on their actions today, and trust is something that has to be built over a long period of time. Right. And so, like, you know, nothing is like, I genuinely don't think there is anything that, like, is irredeemable about any person. But at the same time, like, yeah, like, this is not my focus. I'm not going to sit here in this chat and with this space that we've created, and, like, allow Nazis to, like, hang out in the chat and be Nazis in the chat. That's not ever what I'm going to do. You know, with some goal of one day de-radicalizing them, because I appreciate, and I have more reverence for the marginalized people in my chat that they would be making less safe by being here. You know, The moment that it makes other people in the community feel less safe to be here, then like that's not even a decision for me. It's like very obvious, you know?
At the performative racism. If queer people weren't welcoming to a new stranger and helped change their mind. The world is full of enough hate and pain. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be strong in fighting against it, but it also means the only way to effectively counteract the isolation, anger, and self-destruction of violent radicalism and racism is to actually connect with someone. And it's important to remember that there will still be only a few among the hateful masses that truly want to change. Plenty might say they want to change, but relapse into hateful habits, or simply use their reformation as another in a sequence of attention-grabbing grifts. There's a reason so many people, even formers, are skeptical, and it's because they can so easily recognize the capacity for manipulation in a movement built upon literal lies and propaganda. Nothing in this video has been to refine or clean the image of former white supremacists, but I also don't see the value in refusing to learn from the people who've managed to earnestly pull themselves out of hate movements who are now working to warn others.
Of course,
Because
I think there's a lot of value in this video.
Or open-minded friend might help the odds of someone looking to escape. The most meaningful way to prevent the need for that kind of intervention is to stop the hate at the source, to stop people from going down these pathways before they're radicalized.
And so we have a lot of work to do to kind of get at these underlying issues, like why are these forces so strong in our society? And I don't know. I think there are some people who are taking this seriously and doing important work, but I don't think they're getting remotely the support that they need. And I don't think that society as a whole is really prepared to take the issue and the depth and the severity of the issue. I wish, particularly with young men, I wish that we had a better way to approach them. Because I see, for example, no matter how many channels I block and no matter how much I try to train like the algorithm on YouTube, for example, I am still shown kind of like once in a while, too often, I'm still shown kind of like manosphere-ish content. And I think, well, I know to avoid this stuff. I know I don't want to listen to Jordan Peterson or Andrew Tate or many of these stupid bloggers or streamers. But if you're a 16 or 17-year-old boy and you're insecure and this stuff is just coming up your feed along anything else, there are obviously like plenty of young men and boys out there who are falling into this crap or being influenced by it.
You really have to stop people from falling down these rabbit holes. And you're not going to do that with a DRAD organization. You're not going to do that, quite frankly, you're not going to do that with fucking fact checking, right? Everybody is obsessed. And I'll say this, like I've just been kind of shit talking a lot of the DRAD programs out there. Fact checking is fucking useless. It doesn't do shit. Like we were all wrong. I was wrong.
Wait, so you're saying community notes don't solve fascism? Wait, what? Wait, well, hold on. Wait, what? Well, you're not the smartest man in existence, so you probably are wrong. You're not the smartest man who's ever lived, like Elon is, so you're probably wrong.
I thought that was one of the things that was important for stopping this. It does nothing. Nobody knows how to fix the problem. That's why it keeps getting worse.
Thanks to places like Twitter under Elon Musk.
Again, I think maybe you should, do some more reading. There was one group that did stop the problem. The communists in Russia. They did a pretty good job.
Conspiracies are openly spread now to millions as memes under the guise of free speech and offensive comedy that people are just too sensitive about. Elon himself, now a member of Trump's incoming cabinet, has integrated into the government while cozying up to accounts that spread explicit white supremacist rhetoric. These narratives aren't just spread to young, angry, impressionable people in the shadows anymore. They're being shoveled in the public square with no oversight and barely any pushback. And because this misinformation has proven not only successful, but profitable for mainstream politicians, you can guarantee it's going to get worse. So, what's the solution? Inevitably, this propaganda will continue to radicalize the vulnerable, isolated, and while we should be there for those who want to leave that hate behind, there's no way to stop this flood with a dam. And I don't have an answer. In a perfect world, we could limit misinformation and crack down on speech that incites violence.
Oops.
But that's not the world we live in. Hello, everybody, and thank you for sitting.
That was a good doc. That was a good watch. Yeah, I agree. That was very well made. Cool video. Okay, chat. We're just gonna go to some live coverage here. I'm really nervous.
So this entire neighborhood, again, it is just destroyed, devastated by this.
This is in Altadena.
And it continues to just roar out of control.
This fire is like a few hours old and is already totally burning down houses.
Protection, trying to keep some of those buildings intact, but it's really hard to do because of these winds that keep just blowing those embers, and immediately they spark up a new fire, another tree that goes up in flames, and there you have it, the next house.
Oh hell yeah, young dad! I appreciate that. Thank you. It'll be cool. It's gonna be a good screening.
Yeah, they're not even focusing anymore.
Yeah, so, okay, while we check this out, chat, a lot of people have been asking or talking about it. This is true. This is from the, this is the cuts that were made from last year's budget to this year's budget. As you can see, street services, which is going to be what is clearing the roads, what is keeping, you know, people able to evacuate, was cut by 21 million. The fire department was cut by 17.6 million. Yep. And you can find this. This is from Kenneth Mejia. I'll try to find the full graphic for you guys while we look at this.
And we're going to stick with this shot. You know, and I'm hearing from people who have homes that they're checking on in Altadena. You know, they're all sort of in the same boat. And also they were alerted because of our coverage, which is, you know, really nice to hear, that a friend of a friend, her best friend, lives in Altadena.
I don't know why this is buffering some.
Her best friend wasn't home. She saw our coverage, alerted her, and now they're checking on their home.
Yeah, here, check this out, chat. Look, while we let that load or whatever. So this is the full graph here. You can see fire down here. At the bottom, minus 17.6. And then let me move my camera so that you can see the line of the police budget increase. At the top here, plus $126 million from last year. This is just this is not their total budget. This is what their budget went up by. This is what their budget went up by. Okay, so down here you can see fire department minus 17.6 million, street services minus 21.4 million, aging minus 5 million, street lighting minus 5 million, Department of Disability minus 790,000. The controller, who's the person that's putting this out, the person making this data accessible and easy to understand, minus $2.5 million. Like, the person doing the education on our tax dollars? Yeah, we're going to cut that.
They sent us some video of some of the fire scenes from Altadena. So we appreciate you keeping in contact with us as we are here to do you a service. That's why we have not broken in with a commercial. We have been
oh, good God.
The wall to bring you this to hopefully.
Also important to remember, chat, there are a lot of prisons in LA. The 100-acre Hearst fire reported in Sylmar is less than 2 miles away from Barry J. Niedorf Juvenile Hall. I've reached out to see if the youths held there will be evacuated. A probation department spokesperson says Niedorf has not been ordered to evacuate yet. All youth and staff are safe. They're prepared to evacuate should the situation change.
Save your home. And first and foremost, your life, of course.
Right. And the main message that we are trying to get out there by showing all this is to remind people that this is no joke. And there's a reason that those mandatory evacuation orders are put in place. Because imagine being stuck in your home if that was happening and there's like no place to go. And so we're trying to save lives tonight. That's our #1 focus. And then we're also trying to help spotlight some of the areas that need protection in terms of property.
This is the fire in Sylmar.
We can to try to point
pretty big already.
For fire crews and all the rest of
this
them.
Is like hours old.
As we know, for good reason, a lot of those crews are overwhelmed tonight, and then there will be time for.
If you are anywhere.
How contained is this fire? Not at all.
Caruso brought up.
Not at all. There's nothing stopping it right now.
Water that's available.
There's 4 fires actually. I think.
All these other things. I mean,
they seem to be sprouting up like all the time.
Report and real
GG, I hope not. But
that our leaders and can do differently to better prepare for a situation like this, knowing that these winds were coming, knowing that this conditions were going to be so bad. But right now, the real emphasis is on the
the winds are just too strong right now.
Life and death.
You can't stop this.
Getting us through this crisis, and
it's a freak moment of
these winds are going to continue.
Conditions, you know,
for at least the next 5 hours, and then through much of tomorrow.
Wait, Rick Caruso is on NBC right now.
Tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night seems like we're going to start kind of.
I got to see that.
No. Well, we're waiting until they come in to say evacuate. In the meantime, we keeping waiting. I hope they not coming and evacuate, but if they come, we are ready.
You're ready to go, just like many other neighbors. And you
we're
guys
going to.
Bro, and the internet's fucking ass. What's going on? I want to see Rick Caruso on the news, bro. Oh my God, Rick Caruso's daughter.
But as we point out, you're also a father, very strong on family. You said you're not sure your son's home made it through.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't been able.
Rick Caruso is a fascist who ran for city mayor. And like his plan for the homelessness was to just put them all in a giant camp in the desert. Yeah, he's a fascist.
Obviously for him.
He owns a bunch of giant malls in Los Angeles, like the only like public third space that you'd be like, oh wow, this is kind of nice. In all of Los Angeles, the Grove and Century City. He owns both of those. He's a billionaire. He spent like $150 million to lose a mayor's race, or he spent like a shitload of money, dude.
And
he lost.
We'll build it back.
Shank voted for him. That's right.
Hopefully, people stay.
Bro, why is it?
First responders stay safe.
Well, Rick, to that end, you made the commitment here to help people up there. What do you intend to do to find out about what happened up there, if in fact the reports are true about the fire hydrants and the lack of water?
I saw that.
Or the interrupted water supply. Is there anything you intend to do to try to get answers?
Well, you know,
dude, I don't know why my computer is fucking
unfortunately
chugging right
I have
now.
A voice that you know, like you are good enough, your station's good enough to have me on, and I'm going to use my bully pulpit that I have to ask questions and tough questions. And
that's not what that. You have no bully pulpit. You were not elected for anything. That's not what any of that means.
And that's what I'm going to spend a lot of time on. And at the same time, you know, we've been helping feed the firefighters and people that are ended up in shelters today.
Yeah, he's just a bully. He has no pulpit.
Resources. That's just part of what we do as part of our community. But I think there's so many good people that are going to lean in and help people rebuild. But, you know, in my project alone, the majority of the businesses in the Palisades Village are small businesses. And in fact, the majority of the businesses are women-owned businesses. And it's so tough for a small business to rebuild. We're going to help them and support them. But people, I got to tell you, are going to be wiped out. And it's very sad. In our project, we're going to give them the support.
I don't care about small businesses, whatever. Like, yeah, I mean, like I do. You know, these are important places inside of a community. It fucking sucks. I live in an area of LA where there's ain't nothing around. There's a like a little city, like a corner area where there would be a lot of businesses, and all of them are boarded up, and there's really not much going on there at all. And it fucking sucks. I wish there were some small businesses, like a coffee shop or some shit like that. They don't exist because the city fucking sucks. You know, instead of that, you have really great street vendors who would own and probably do incredible if they had a real estate area. You know, if they had a storefront, they would probably kill it. But instead, because they can't afford the real estate, they're forced to cook out of fucking coolers with ice in it and, you know, gas stoves on the sidewalks. It's fucking shit. Hey, everyone just got here. This city is called Pacific Palisades. I always assumed that was like an area. So this is a lot of LA is like de-incorporated cities that are not technically a part of LA, but are still obviously a part of LA. But like, yeah, I don't even know if the Palisades are like that. I think the Palisades are like an area of LA. I think it is LA proper.
Tuscadero, Fountain Valley. When we talk about that, the reinforcements that the incident commander spoke about.
Yeah, definitely part of the LA Metro.
The 11 o'clock news tonight.
But like even like Glendale or Burbank, like those are not technically Los Angeles. They're like different cities. They have de-incorporated from the city of Los Angeles.
And save this home right there, and this is just one home that we have seen burned right here at
Anaheim, yeah.
Of Sunset and Chautauqua.
Yeah, the county is massive.
Much of the Pacific,
but the city, the governmental like structure of the city is very like segmented and weird. Santa Monica is not technically a part of LA. Venice is not technically a part of LA.
Structure after structure wiped out, and we have seen people finally heeding the calls to get out. If you remember, we saw one man who was on a bicycle trying to navigate.
They just have different city governments.
Of this firestorm, which is not easy. And then, of course, you consider the winds that are blowing, and David will show you with these embers here.
And it's like weird, right? Like these are all gerrymandered and
could travel miles.
But yeah, this is what's starting the fires.
Look at
this.
That
one of these hits the wrong leaf, and now you got a fire over there.
Except watch them.
And look at how many there are.
Colleen and Michael, as you guys have mentioned, traveled for miles. LAPD continues to make the rounds. You see them right there. They're trying to make sure that people evacuate. We have seen firefighters go door to door, but we'll take just a little walk here and show you down this street here at Chautauqua. You know, structure protection, they're doing the best they can. They're here and they're trying, but what can you do? This is structure protection, but another home right here just gone. Those flames just being whipped right now as Melissa and David and they have been talking about. We are in the hour
what up, Nabi?
The most intense, and that is
welcome in.
What we are seeing here tonight. This is a fire 13 hours later that only seems to be getting.
Yeah, what is structure protection?
About over and over again, and we talked about with an emotional incident commander Joe Everett, who's been with the LA Fire Department a long time, the assistant chief, who has a personal stake here because he lives in this area. He said, this is the perfect storm. This is what they feared would happen. A small backyard fire that they couldn't get an immediate handle on. It just takes off and it goes running. The difference here is when a fire goes running, we usually chase the fire. We usually know where the fire.
Remember, Chad, this fire is like
in too many different directions.
12 hours, 13, 15 hours old.
We talk about
and it's already this bad. Like, the winds are going to continue to pick up for the rest of the night. The winds are going to be awful all night long.
You guys know that. I wouldn't even know where.
And it's not contained. There's no control over this. This could burn all of Santa Monica.
It's threatening so many different communities. You heard Rick Caruso. He evacuated from Brentwood. They're evacuating in Santa Monica. They were told the entire community. Again, an unheard of thing. All of the Pacific Palisades told to get out. And so they're trying to keep as many areas, as many neighborhoods safe, and also they have no choice because they don't know. Will the fire move into Santa Monica? Is it going to move into Malibu? Is it going to move somewhere else on the west side? So we are in...
No. I moved to LA like 5 years ago.
We are in the critical moment.
I moved to LA in 2019.
The worst moment of this firefight, and it is not getting remotely any better than what we have seen. In fact, it is only getting worse.
All right, Robert, thank you for that.
I'm gonna be all right.
Evacuation.
I'm not anywhere close to any of this.
Mandatory evacuation's been expanded now for an area north of Orange Grove or Rosemead Boulevard, east of Lake, and west of Michelanda Avenue. So that area has been extended to the east and the south there.
I think they're mostly southward winds, which is a problem because that is south of the fire is where all the people are.
Michael, I do want to introduce you to Paul, who evacuated earlier with your wife and your pet, but you came back to grab some stuff, and you're just up the street here. Tell me what you guys have been seeing all day.
Well, we kept seeing the smoke and the red glow, but it was always at a distance. I saw it first this morning at 10:30 walking the dog. You could see up on the ridge. But at that point, the wind was blowing so southwesterly that it moved through the highlands and then kept going that direction, then down to Malibu. And so we stayed. We thought, well, we've escaped this one. But then around 4 o'clock, I think it just changed directions and started coming back this way.
So
we hadn't made any.
ABC was doing some like wind maps where you could see the directionality of the wind. If anybody has like anything like that, we can look at it. It was interesting.
What made you really say, hey, you know what? We've got to get in the car. We've got to.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
We could actually see fire through the trees on the north side of Sunset, which I don't know if it was on Amalfi or which street over there, but I ride through on my bike all the time, so I could tell about how.
Yeah, the winds are mostly coming from like north to south here,
so that's what we just
and then there's a little bit of a curve in, as you can see on these ones. But this is like Eaton is probably like over here.
A few more things.
Well, I walked back, because you can't really see everything
over here, and so that might curl in. You know what I mean?
I know the nature of how one will burn and the one next to it doesn't. And so I came back and watered down everything for the second time today and grabbed a few things. And then the power went out. So I said, well, there's no
here's the Eaton fire.
And
that could come downtown.
Flames up here so close. So
could.
It's gone another way now.
But this is the big one. And we're looking at like Santa Monica here. Like this is a very, very, very populated area.
For some time, have you ever experienced
already these like preliminary evacuation orders? This is a shitload of people. This is a shitload of people.
In Mandeville Canyon or something, and there were early signs of, you're going to have to evacuate everybody north of Sunset. Well, we're just on the other side, and I thought it was peculiar. Well, how could we be safe and they're not? But nothing happened to us that time. We didn't evacuate, and it was nothing like this. And there wasn't, the winds weren't this way.
Well, let's hope that you and your house is safe. Thank you so much, Paul.
Where are people evacuating to?
You're going safely. So dark because
so it says there's an evacuation shelter at the Westwood Recreation Center.
there is a large tree
off of the San Diego freeway
right now, which is making
the 405.
For cars, for first responders to get around. It is a massive tree that's blocking at least the one lane of Sunset Boulevard. Now, we just saw someone on a bicycle. A lot of folks still trying to get back into their homes to make sure.
I mean, this is just like,
but yep, we just signed.
We can, I think, at the same time say, like, you know, there's very little that the city can be doing, but it feels like the city is doing nothing. If I'm being honest, it feels like the city is doing nothing.
Firefighters are also having to deal with. Colleen, Michael, we'll send it back to you.
Karen Bass is in Ghana.
Oh, thank you so much. It is midnight Wednesday now, and we are tracking 3 fires burning in our area.
They're burning in the Palisades, Altadena, and Sylmar. Right now, the Sylmar fire has burned 210 acres. There are now mandatory evacuations for all 3 of these fires: the fire in Sylmar, the Eden fire, and the Palisades fire. We've been on the air for about 13 hours at this point, bringing you the very latest updates on all the breaking news we're covering today. Let's start with the Palisades fire. This one started at 10:30 this morning. This one has burned close to 3,000 acres.
Yeah, like this fire is less than 14 hours old.
We will get an update, and that number.
And it's destroyed. It's like evacuated 30,000 people already.
This evening on
like, you have to put that into perspective, right? That like
many cars are burned.
this is how the wind is causing it to spread incredibly fast.
In the Palisades and in Santa Monica as well. So far, several burn-related injuries have been reported in Malibu. We know as well at least one firefighter, a female firefighter, 25 years old, sustained a head injury, and 6 to a dozen other firefighters were also injured, mostly minor injuries there.
And while we were covering the Palisades fire about 45 miles away in Altadena,
Jesus, bro.
the Eaton fire began burning. It is at least 1,000 acres. Of course, it is expected to grow. The winds out there are erratic. There are mandatory evacuations north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. All schools in Pasadena and
All these old people.
will be closed tomorrow. Schools in Glendale Unified will also be closed. Also Burbank tomorrow. We do have a team.
Yeah, this is live right now.
All 3 fires, but right now we want to send it over to meteorologist David Bigger for the latest on the winds.
Well, here as we start to hit the midnight time frame, I wanted to show you a live look at satellite. This is what we call fire temperature determined by satellite. The brighter the colors of the pixels are, the more intense the fire is burning. You can still see the Palisade fire is still burning really intensely right now. Here's the Eden fire, still burning pretty well. This one has been a bit harder to make out. That's the fire near Sylmar. That's a Hearst fire. But let me show you all the conditions.
Yeah, there's the 405, and then there's the 5, and then there's the 10.
Canyon Park, we're still seeing wind gusts nearly.
And then there's the 101, and then there's the 110. It's actually fucking toxic as hell. It's actually toxic as fuck.
We'll continue to see that for the next few hours. So again, 32 mile per hour sustained winds, gusting to nearly 60 miles an hour. In Altadena itself, we're looking at wind gusts in about the 30 to 35 mile per hour range, and same for Sierra Madre. And we have seen a couple of spot fires try to start up to the south of the Eden Canyon.
Yeah, there's also the 105. That's right. Yeah.
See that around Santa Monica Mountain.
It could not get more confusing. Like, if you're trying to remember shit, you better be from here.
Higher than that this evening. We've been up in the 90 mile per hour range at times. So the strong wind gusts continue, along with the strong sustained winds.
Also, yeah, like, chat, if you think the winds are... All right, you think I'm joking about the winds? I took this video as we were coming home from the movies earlier. We're coming home from Nosferatu. Look at this. Look at this tree, dude. $200K to you or $400K to the next one? Bro, give me $200K. What are you fucking kidding me? That would change my life.
And that is a major concern for firefighting tonight. And then, of course, we have the Hearst fire. This is the one that's in the Sylmar area to the north of the 210. We've got a couple of observation sites nearby. Around Granada Hills, we've got wind gusts around 22 miles an hour. For Lopez Canyon Road, we've got wind gusts around 43 miles an hour. But we also added an observation site that's up in the San Gabriel Mountains. Just
also, why not both?
Of some of the ridgetop winds that we're seeing. And we're looking at sustained winds at nearly 40 miles an hour with gusts up to about 60. So we're still seeing some very powerful wind gusts across the region. and we will continue to see that again.
It's crazy.
In the next couple of hours.
I will never forget that. Solio, I will never forget that.
3 hours from now, you can still see a lot of this.
I will genuinely never forget that. Like driving home after Nosferatu, and it's just like the world is like, I was like, oh God, there's an evil force. I was so scared. It's actually such a good movie. It's so scary.
As well as late as 3 o'clock in the morning. As we go through the next couple
it's so good.
It stays gusty and actually spreads into Ventura County. So it's 7 o'clock in the morning. Camarillo, Oxnard, Point Mujeres.
This is a future cast, so we're talking at 7 a.m.
Got some pretty stiff winds throughout parts of the Santa Susana Mountains.
That's still pretty high, especially like 43 in Burbank.
Off the Verdugo Mountains and off the San Gabriel Mountains across portions of the San Fernando Valley. We'll eventually start to see the winds let up as we get into the afternoon. That's the good news. So by the time we get to this time tomorrow, we're likely looking at very light winds out there, but still gusty in a few spots. You can see around Topanga Beach. So around some of our elevated areas where some of the fires are burning, we'll likely still have gusts at this point tomorrow. Here's what it looks like for the San Gabriel Valley. We're going to start 1 o'clock in the morning. You can see still looking at very powerful wind gusts coming off the San Gabriel Mountains.
Okay, let's check out what ABC 7's doing.
As you work your way away from the mountain.
Your parents' house is still standing. You had a hose. You're doing what you can.
I mean, I have a hose. It doesn't compare to these beloved neighbors that I've known. I was born and raised in this house, and I live in Sierra Madre, and I'm now 62 years old. And this is the house I was born and raised in, and I've never moved out of Pasadena.
No, the wind is wild.
I know people are dipping in and out of our coverage as we speak to you.
I said it earlier, but it's like the only thing I can remind it is, like put in perspective is that it is a storm. It is a like thunderstorm. Like if you can imagine the hardest thunderstorm you've been in and that kind of like wind bursts, but there's like no rain, so it's just dry. You know, but everything else is basically the same. There's no rain, there's no thunder, but the wind is exactly like a storm, and it's been like that all day long for like 40 hours. Yeah.
Alive.
And now there's fucking fire, a lot of it, and it's being blown around and it's spreading very quickly. And also, LA is dry as fuck, and the wind is making it drier.
Probably 11 years ago.
We haven't had enough rain in this season yet.
Wind is hurting my eyes. I don't have glasses. There was a bad wind before, but there were no fires. So when you add the component of fire,
yeah, Julie, I'm looking at that too.
How do you win that? No, I've never seen a firestorm like this. This is like Paradise, California. If you drive through Hastings Ranch and you go up to the top, it's an inferno.
In this community, specifically Upper Hastings, it is so tight-knit. We just got finished with the
People reporting this. Fourth fire emerges in North Hollywood.
It's a tradition that
I don't know who this guy is. Chuck Calesto?
You know, and we're starting
Don't
a new year.
Look at this guy. But
and how terrible. This is the worst thing you could wish in someone's life aside from death.
You're here now. When do you leave? Do you stay all night? What's your plan?
My brother is around.
Yeah, take care, Solio. Stay safe.
He's in the backyard. My plan, I don't know what my plan. I don't really have a plan.
Yeah, drop him in the Discord.
You're doing whatever you can again.
Astro.
As I walked up to you, you had the garden hose.
It's on. I put it down. I thought because you're lucky enough to have the fire close, I thought potentially you were firefighters, so I was going to share my story so that this house would be saved if necessary. You know.
Well, let me tell you, it does help for people who aren't here to know what's happening. So you sharing that story, it does a service.
But she's like, I wish you were firefighters.
My name is Lynn Levin Guzman. This is the Levin household. I'm a nurse for over 30 years in emergency room. I I deal with fire all the time and firefighters, and this situation here, luckily people got out because those are my patients, the people who are not so fortunate to get out.
As you mentioned, let's just hope everyone's okay. Lynn, I'm going to let you get back to it. And for you taking the time, we thank you. To your parents, we wish them the best as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, that was Lynn. God bless you as well. Watch your footing there. Staying here at their home, the family home here on Revere Drive. This house, a total loss. There's one just south of there fully burning. And now 2 more. So that's a total of 4 homes that I've seen here.
Yeah, we've got a few, Spirit, in the chat.
As I said it back to you, there's
come in. They're great people.
She's using a garden hose, getting the awnings, getting the roof of the house, doing anything she can. We say that as the embers are blowing directly on us here in the Upper Hastings Ranch community. It is really tough to see, knowing that we're not done yet. These winds are going to continue. It is just about midnight, and the winds, the intensity, the peak of them, they're forecasted to continue through at least 5 a.m. as far as the peak intensity. That's what we've been told. We'll send it back to you at the desk.
Mark, she makes a great point, and one that we have not had the
That was so gross, Laxio.
I feel for her, Lynn. Lynn Levin and her parents, who are 90 years old. So many people have lost their fire insurance this past year or so with a rash of fires going through California. She's sitting there doing the best she can to save her parents' home. Tell me, as best you can, what is the address, just in case a firefighter is watching this broadcast and might be able to get a unit up there. What is the address of that house?
Yeah, it is 1470 Rivera, 1470 Rivera. So we're here on the 1400 block, and you have.
Bro, we are fully doxing this lady.
Total loss at this point. So she's here, her brother's here, and you know that there's other.
You didn't think like permission would be like
homes in this community
helpful there?
We drove past many on the lower side that are still standing, but the night is young.
Doodle Bird, welcome in, guys.
Absolutely a long way to go, and a courageous woman at that, and she does bring.
Thank you for the shout out, Prodigy.
Talk a whole lot more.
Chat, please go follow Doodle Bird. Doodle Bird is one of my favorite streamers.
Insured when it comes to a fire.
Love hanging out in there.
Back with you in Hastings Ranch in a little while. We want to get to Leanne Suter, but as we throw to Leanne quickly.
Doodle, we're doing the everything is fine meme, but in real life.
Evacuation orders because of the Eaton Canyon going out for the Pasadena community.
Where's my Discord keep crashing? Or just doesn't open?
Rosemead Boulevard.
Where's my Discord?
East of Lake Avenue and west of Michelinda Avenue. So again,
all right, maybe I can't do Discord.
Rosemead, east of Lake Avenue and west of Michelinda Avenue. New evacuation orders for that is getting towards the heart of Pasadena. A very popular.
What up, Flunky? Thank you for the tier 1.
How would your hair fare in a storm, Mustache Man?
Get ready to
oh, that was a new alert.
Subscribe.
Did you like it?
How would your hair fare in a storm, Mustache Man?
I didn't get to hear it. My alerts are still kind of busted, but
about those evacuation orders. I also saw that the Angeles National
was it too loud?
a new evacuation warning, at least warning folks who are just south of Sierra Madre to the 210 freeway. So this.
Yeah, I fight. I'm asking around too.
South, but I have lived in Pasadena.
I am also trying to find that. If anybody in LA knows like, where we can do mutual aid tomorrow,
going that far south,
would really appreciate.
Freeway from the foothills. That
I'm
has
also
never
trying to
happened
find
in more than 2 decades that I've been here.
Please.
Forgive me. It's a lot of smoke today.
Wait, I think we missed the beginning of that interview. People City Council is already posting about it. My parents have been in this house for 75 years and they've had the same insurance. And these insurance people decided to cancel their fire coverage. We're going through this and it just happened and they don't have fire insurance.
They've lived in this house for 75 years and they've had the same insurance. And these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. They've lived in this house.
That has me very too much damage, but I'm sure on the inside it does. We're going to walk along Washington here. Duncan Callis, my photographer I'm with today, has been doing a tremendous job with this gear and stuff. But as we come around the buildings, you can really hear, and the wind, I mean, it has really picked up how strong it is again. These gusts. Earlier today, we were being hit with extremely powerful gusts, up to like 80 to 85 miles per hour. We're not that strong right now, but we are definitely picking up again. We're just walking down the street because I see another building now on fire. We're in a business area here along Washington. There's a lot of medical facilities here. And I can see that one is fully engulfed in flames here. Just down the street is where we saw the Ultimed medical building. That is a total loss, completely up in flames. And then behind here, I believe, is a wellness center. And it looks like yeah, that's what it's looking like. Anyways, we make our way around here. Again, just the business, just hopscotching, just like the homes. It could be a couple right next to each other. It could be one, you know, across the street. It could be one a block away. You just never know what is going to be on fire. And I see that.
Yeah, I've been to Altadena too. It was actually quite nice too. Yeah.
It says up here that this might be this wellness center on fire. Crews trying to do what they can to stop the flames and save as many of these businesses. I'm just astounded by this whole thing, David. I just have never seen.
These are also like very multi-resident areas. And this again, chat. This fire started like hours ago. This Eaton fire is like. I've been streaming for 4 hours 50 minutes. It started like an hour into my stream. So this fire's been going on for 3 hours, and it's already spreading to residential areas and burning down massive buildings.
Control. Okay, I can see now. We can see off in the distance. I'm not sure.
Is there any commonality between where these fires are hitting? A lot of them are hitting in the hills, where it's like mostly more wild area that there's like just dry, you know, fuel for the fire.
Hill up in there.
Dry vegetation. It's the desert, you know. We talked about this earlier too, but like this land has always burned.
Smoke and embers. Yeah, so that is another building back in there.
This land has always burned. Indigenous people who lived here have done controlled burns so they could expect it and know where. But it is part of the ecosystem. Like the problems are really that people are building and developing there.
Relatively far up on the hills.
And you know, I don't hold it against these people. I still have a lot of sympathy and empathy, and like what's happening is horrifying. It breaks my heart to see this happening in my city. But it's also like people shouldn't be living in these areas for this exact reason.
As being in a wildfire area, but all bets are off in this. I mean, this has completely changed everything. These winds, the Santa Ana winds and the gusts are sending that fire into areas that haven't traditionally burned, and putting so many more people at risk. And I'm just stunned. I mean,
thousands.
David, just stunned. In the 25 years that I've lived here in Pasadena, I've never seen this.
Right.
And it's amazing.
I second
a high school
getting into those populated areas that is not
in Palisades
fire territory. You don't see massive fires.
I talked about it very briefly earlier, and one of my main worries was that
don't have a lot of brush.
Was what would happen at night. During the day, people are stuck trying to leave, and helicopters were around putting the fire, but it was spreading super quickly. Yeah. Also, a lot of people would be stuck in place because it's too dangerous. I mean, the roads were basically like fucked. Like, I don't know if you've seen, there's videos of like the fire department having to use bulldozers to push cars out of the way because people just would abandon their cars because the traffic was so bad and they were panicking, and so they just like got out of their cars and started walking and left their cars in the middle of the road. So emergency vehicles couldn't get to where they needed to because people were just leaving their cars in the middle of the road and walking, and yeah. And then, so then the bulldozer had to come in and like push all these cars out of the way.
Clearance anywhere around that area in terms of what's required. They aren't up in a traditional and even a classified wildfire area. That is, down in the city per se. And so that's what is so amazing to me, and obviously so concerning, certainly concerning for all of the fire officials. I mean, it's terrifying to think of how far this could go. You could probably say the same thing. I know you could say the same thing for the fire in the Pacific Palisades. Who knows how far this can go with the winds? I mean, it really is the Santa Ana winds that are fueling all these fires and fueling all the flames.
Have we seen any elite panic yet, or too early? What are you talking about? Rick Caruso was on Fox talking about his daughter's house burning down. Yeah. Yeah. All of LA is panicking right now.
Stop it once it gets in.
It's going towards Santa Monica. Like that is one of, that's like in many ways it's the core of like American capital. Like if you drive west on like, you know, Beverly or something like that, you go through like a lot of different areas, right? From like Boyle Heights, even I think Beverly goes like down south over towards maybe I'm wrong about that, but even if just say you start at Boyle Heights and then drive west, you know what I mean? Drive west on like on Olympic or Beverly or something. Like you're gonna see so much of this like this blight for a long time, blight, and then it just gets really nice all of a sudden. And then you get into Santa Monica. This is where the huge like houses are. This is where single family zoning is. This is like, yeah, Santa Monica is like super wealthy. Super wealthy.
In those communities. Colleen, this has been an incredible day, and I fear that tomorrow will be unprecedented.
It's unbelievable to hear Leanne Suter talk about being here for 25 years and never seeing a fire be so unbelievably ferocious. And
yeah, the Palisades are obvious. Yeah, in Malibu. Yeah, I mean, this is like celebrities live here.
6:36 p.m. That's when we started being alerted that we should be watching the Eaton fire, and that has exploded. Again, we've been watching the Palisades fire. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
To work today, you could see it, you know, over the South Bay. And a lot of people saw images from LAX. We know Jory Rand. Jory Rand has been there all day long, tracking this fire, talking about trying to go into different areas. Jory, we're going to be getting to you, but you showed some video a couple hours ago that was almost haunting of Sunset Boulevard. So many of us drive that artery. It is so heavily congested, and to see all the images of the fire and on the side of the Sunset Boulevard and in the middle, and having to kind of dodge some debris that was in the middle. Those are haunting images, what you have been seeing all evening long. Are you there?
Yeah, such an iconic thoroughfare too, and to see what it has been, what it has become tonight, and just a
don't speak it into existence, Melanie.
Boulevard. And I think we're starting to get into the point here. We're still at Amalfi and Sunset, where things might get pretty serious pretty quickly. For the first time in the last couple of minutes, we have seen some large embers made their way down into this neighborhood. So we can see those homes burning in the distance. That's up on Chautauqua in the Palisades Village area.
Yeah, MAME watch duty
has been decimated. I just went down and
checked. This is the app here.
That tree line, and there's a spot where I can duck into. We can't get our cameras to, and
so
the entire
up
line,
here
about
is the Eaton fire.
From that home you can see burning down to the south is gone.
I believe there's a lifeguard station over there. We don't think it's being threatened right.
Do you guys still have me?
Here, appwatchduty.org here.
Okay, I apologize. I thought I heard another reporter there. I just want to make sure. So that entire
here's the evacuation for Pasadena.
South, about a half a mile.
The Pasadena Convention Center
are gone. Rustic
Pasadena Convention Center for evacuation.
Below those homes, between our position right here and where you see the homes on Chautauqua burning, below that, that's Rustic Creek. There are a pair of homes that are burning down there, and that is of major concern because until now, that has pretty much remained intact. If the winds continue to carry the flames through Rustic Creek, and bring it up to these homes, that will be
everybody's loading. We're just loading.
Is that it's burning in the wildland up a Our way. This area has yet been untouched. The
Up.
The wind is at my back right now, which means it is pushing to
Why is it not loading? Not my internet.
to the east, the opposite direction of where we would expect this to travel in a Santa Ana wind event, which is coming from the mountains coming down towards the Pacific.
I don't know.
This is now blowing in the opposite direction, and we'll see how long it takes for these flames to march up this hill. We thought hours ago, the LAPD and LAFD both thought that this area would be in trouble by this hour. In fact, they drove through.
It's not my internet. Hitting 850 down. I think it's their stream.
Smoke has seemed to shift a little bit where before we could.
What the heck, dude?
Kind of seen the line of delineation where the flame and the smoke was, and it was being carried to the west and down to the Pacific Ocean. Now this whole area is kind of ensconced, in just a globe of smoke. It is coming towards this area. The wind is at my back right now, which means it is pushing to the east, the opposite direction of where we would expect this to travel in a Santa Ana wind event, which is coming from the mountains.
Yeah, he got a good SAT score.
Now blowing in the opposite
Ensconced.
direction, and we'll see how long it takes for these flames to march up this hill. We thought hours ago, the LAPD and LAFD both thought that this area would be in trouble by this hour. In fact, they drove through several hours ago announcing, you need to get out of here and get to the 405. That's about 4 miles to our east. They thought this entire area was at risk, at imminent risk of burning. That didn't happen. For some reason, the eastward progress of this fire had stalled. That might now be coming to an end as the smoke thickens here in this location. And again, we saw a large chunk, about a golf ball sized chunk of ember, land in the middle of Sunset and just explode into sparks and more embers. A couple were being carried across the street here into some brush on these homes on this side of the street.
That was me die happy.
These are at high risk.
I got closed out of it, but I can try to find
in
it.
an instant. If an ember hits in the wrong spot at the wrong time, fueled by this wind, given its life, it's the same thing as if you're trying to get a campfire to get going again. You put some air on it and you get it going. Well, this has a constant source of oxygen and wind and power to build up the smallest spark into a conflagration really quickly. And so we've seen LAPD and sheriff move through this area, keeping an eye on things, but things could turn pretty serious pretty quickly. And you can kind of see from this angle, as we point kind of north, how thick the smoke is in an area where there are no flames. It shouldn't be this thick from this location in terms of smoke, because we are still half mile away from the flames, but it's now beginning to come this way, and that's bad news. There are hundreds of homes, both north and south of Sunset here on Amalfi, and you talk about, you go further east up into the Riviera neighborhood, this could be bad. And again, you talk about what it's going to look like when the sun comes out. We know that Chautauqua has been decimated. I don't know how far west that goes, but given where it was coming from when we started at Temescal, that's about a half a mile west of Chautauqua. That's where the flames started when we got here at about 4 o'clock today, and we've seen it march east. So you have
you go die happy.
that Chautauqua is just the eastern front.
Oh yeah, there's Film the Police's, but here's the full one
Until
actually.
the sun comes up, we just won't know. But things are in bad shape there, and we'll see how they stand here on Amalfi as well.
Yeah, frightening thought that things could be headed your way. Jory, keep an eye on that. We're going to check back with you, and hopefully that is help coming to that community soon.
I agree with you. Again, you know, Jory's been out there since 4 o'clock. You can hear emergency crews. We also have been checking in with Mark Robles. Mark was in an evacuation warning area of his home, but he now is still at Upper Hastings Ranch. Wow, Mark. All I can tell you is that you are in you're sort of in the eye of the storm there.
Yeah, I mean, it's awful. I said earlier, a majority of the homes up here, if you're watching, if you evacuated, a majority of the homes here are still standing, but there are at least a half dozen that we've seen that are a complete loss. This is at Pear Orchard and Rivera, and then right off to our left, this tree now has just gone up, so I'm a bit concerned about this home as well that is on the corner of Pear Orchard. But back to the left, this home.
Oh my God. Dude, the camera guy just got fucking...
I suppose to...
He just got fucking pelted by all that. Like...
So this is a higher elevation street location here in the Upper Hastings Ranch area. For those not familiar with the area, it is on the east side of Pasadena, just before you reach Sierra Madre off of Sierra Madre Boulevard. We got big embers here, big embers. I want to make sure my is all right.
Yo, we got a gifted sub for Doodle Burp in the chat. Come on.
It's pretty thin. I got to tell you, I don't think I've seen Pasadena fire, but mostly LA County fire that's here.
The far east, but it shows you this firefight here, and it's basically out of control. One engine doing whatever they can. God bless them, but with these flames and the embers that are blowing up in the sky, look at that. If you go all the way
Oh, wow, thank you.
The embers just blow up in the smoke and the wind that swirls around, and they go up, follow down along to further east, and it's a battle, maybe a battle that you just can't win when you have winds like this, unfortunately.
That was Ed Laskos a little earlier ago. Now we're looking...
We're going to have to threaten a worldwide strike and see if that might help. I swear to God.
Over 1,000 acres.
Oh, if you don't stop increasing the LAPD budget and defunding the LA Fire Department, oh, I'm going to strike. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
This was for the driver. Imagine driving past all.
No, I agree. We need to fucking take action.
To get out safe.
Nobody's coming. Nobody's coming to help us. We have to fight.
Her neighborhood and her home.
They already know it's going to happen eventually, which is why they're doing what they're doing now and stepping up with all these wars, coups, genocide, starvation, and lack of stability.
We have seen.
And by not acknowledging human-induced climate change. Yep. I mean, it's inevitable, right? Socialism or barbarism is not a joke.
Go back to the Malibu area.
It's either humanity goes extinct
from a little bit,
or we figure this shit out.
And
but it won't. It's not going to figure itself out. It's us figuring it out. It's us organizing, building collective power,
so far,
ripping it from the hands of the capitalists,
for a while. We've been watching these
and fixing this shit.
Go up in flames. There's been at least 5 that have gone up. We just watched the last one on that terrace burn to the ground. But now, unfortunately, we're able to see in the distance there, south on PCH. We've got some smoke covering it now. There's another structure somewhere in the
also, chat, blow this up.
That is burning. But also across on this side on PCH, we've been talking about how there are no homes on this side. There are some structures, though, that we're able to see now that they're lit up. Those are, we believe, the public bathrooms that are right in that area along the beach that are currently on fire. So that happened within the last 5 to 10 minutes, and that whole thing is just going up. We haven't seen any firefighting efforts
no blue
in that
sky
area or here at all since we've been here in this particular part of PCH, which means that everything in this area is just, you know, if the flames come to
I do have a blue sky.
I've been talking to the homeowner, one of the homeowners here in this
I just never go on it.
He says there may be as many as 187 homes in this one mobile home park, but that there's several
Oak Films, welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
We don't have a clear idea yet whether that many homes in this particular area have burned, but that's what we're looking at. I mean, that's the reality that we're facing here. These homes are very tight together, these mobile home parks. You know, the structures are very close together, and once one goes up, if there's no mitigation efforts, you know, the others go up as well. So we're watching this burn to the ground. You know, we've been able to see all these homes on Terrace Circle burn. Not clear how many behind it have burned, but it could be a lot. Let's take a look again, Elliot, if we look down on PCH, that public bathroom. So that's a relatively large structure, and that was lit up quite a bit a little while ago. But you can
this
see
coverage sucks.
Look where the wind is pushing it.
We're going back to ABC 7.
You just wonder what it was like hours ago as this fire started moving east. Because again, we are east of Eaton Canyon where it started. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mark, thank you so much for
Insurance is harder to get and usually worse coverage for mobile homes. Oh yeah.
We're watching
I mean, these people are.
images right now. We're going to
We just watched. If you guys missed it, the thing I just posted in chat was this interview. We watched it live, but we missed this part in the beginning.
For 75 years, and they've had the same insurance, and these insurance people decided to cancel their fire. And we're going through this, and it just happened, and they have no fire insurance. They've lived in this house.
Like, this is what, yeah. This person is staying behind using a garden hose to water down her roof with as a last ditch effort to save
with you. I know
her home because they have no insurance.
At that fire burning along the hillside, you can see those flames blazing up right now. At this time, you can also see those winds. They are extremely erratic. You don't know where they're coming from, where they're going, but you do see the fire burning along the hillside. Right now, I am on Los Olivos and Roxford in Silmar, right on the edge of the hillside in this neighborhood that is fairly new. I'm actually standing here with some residents that have lived here since 2017. They are the Merino family, and I am accompanied by Emily, Carolina, and Alyssa, and they have been packing their stuff, getting ready to evacuate.
Local LA News is reporting. Okay,
out right now and kind of on standby to see.
I do want to watch this, but
Carolina, tell me a little bit about what you've been experiencing so far.
actually, let's stay here for a second.
Less than 10 years. Have you?
These interviews are usually really good.
This before?
Yes, there was a fire. I believe it was 2019, like the same location, but the winds were not as strong, so it wasn't as scary. Right now, it's just very unknown. We had friends up on Glen Oaks that were evacuated, so we're really just on standby. Just packed a few things like medicine, important documents, and that's our dog and the family. That's what matters the most.
The most important thing. What's your heart feeling right now when you see those flames along the hillside in your community that we talked about? Everyone worked so hard for these homes.
It's scary with like the other fires that are happening. It's just the unknown. That's the scary part.
And we have here alongside with your daughters, Alyssa and Emily. Do one of you ladies want to share something about what's going on here? You guys are kind of coming together at this hour right now, standing strong for each other, I'm sure. Emily, did you want to share anything?
Sure. I think it's very scary. And
I don't think the evacuations are going like that. Like it's
everything that could happen, because last time when it happened, there was just a lot of smoke and stuff. So I'm scared.
Emily,
the tin is on
what means the
fire.
most to you right now when you think of the stuff that you're packing in case you have to go?
My family, and also like just a lot of like things that can help, like I don't know, just like a lot of my family and my dog.
Your dog, I'm sure your dog, a lot of people here in the neighborhood with furry friends. It's a tight-knit neighborhood. Do you have friends, Alyssa, in this neighborhood? What are you thinking right now? What's on your heart right now, Alyssa?
I pray for those who are suffering right now and who are hurting in this fire. The most people are valuable is my family and my dog.
Carolina, you just heard your daughter speak some very strong words. What are your thoughts right now, hearing the strength and witnessing that strength from your daughter?
What are you doing?
It's amazing.
Bro, you already got this shot over here. You already got that shot on the other one. Stay on the people, dum-dum.
And my other neighbors started going like to these houses. I started knocking on some of the doors to alert the neighbors, just because you don't know how quickly this can escalate. But I'm just thankful right now. It's, the winds are very strong, but it seems a little peaceful.
He doesn't know. He does. He has a producer in his ear.
And I pray for all the families that are hurting at the moment.
And those families, meaning those other ones that have already...
The ones from like the other fires, Palisades, and the one in Altadena. It's very scary.
It really is. And when you talk about this tight-knit community, can you give us a description of some of the people, some of your neighbors? We talked to Elizabeth earlier today. You mentioned she was one of the very first community members to move in. This feels like a community that was almost built from scratch, and to see it so close to fire right now?
Yeah, I know a lot of the families here are homeowners who have been here since the houses were built, and I know they mean a lot to them.
And we talked about close calls in the past. Can you just take me back? I know you mentioned it a little bit ago. What are those other fires?
I believe there was one in 2008. We lived in Foothill at that, on Foothill, and my close friend lost her house. That's
the wind.
Recently got evacuated.
Why aren't they showing the people?
What she went through comes to mind, and that's the scary part.
I'm so sorry. Our hearts are obviously with you guys. Alyssa, Emily, is there anything that you guys want to share right now at this hour, Alyssa?
Just I hope people who are in need right now, I hope they stay safe.
Emily.
I hope that all of our homes are good and that all of, Alyssa, that all of us stay safe.
And your friends, too. I'm sure you guys have friends that live in this area.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about how you guys are leaders in the community, too. Do you want to share about that, or just you've lived here for a while, right?
Yeah. No, just, we all called each other to make sure that everyone was aware of the situation. So that means a lot to us.
And really quickly, did you try calling 911? We heard those lines were backed up earlier.
Yeah,
they were backed up. When you went out on the road a little bit ago, what did you experience on the road?
We just noticed there was the traffic because they've closed off the 5 freeway. But other than that, it seemed a little calm. And then when you're farther out, the fire looks bigger.
Oh, you are?
Than this, so.
Have a plan, man, and keep an ear out.
Holding on to right now to keep you guys strong.
I don't know how. Everybody should sleep, but if you are close, if you're in Santa Monica,
Marino family that you guys would
you should really have a plan.
No, we just hope the winds calm down. That's what it's making it really scary. And
okay, so I just read this. Local Los Angeles news is reporting that most or all firefighting flights and air crews have been grounded until the morning due to hazardous conditions of wind and smoke. Firefighters reporting they are out of fuel and water at hydrants. Yikes. So we have basically these 4 big fires here. This one's smaller, obviously. Not many people are talking about this Hearst fire, 100 acres up there. I wonder how the wind is up there. That's far enough away that it'd be different. But this Eaton fire is one that's really scary, threatening Alhambra and Pasadena. And Altadena, and then this Palisades one is the other big one, this is getting into very residential territory, and a lot of these winds have been southerly like this for a while, so not looking good. Southeast, yeah, so it's coming like this, but I don't know, man. Once it's coming off of these hills like this too, I think it's gonna be bad. Yeah, right. This James Quealy is LA Times reporter. This is in Sylmar, where's Sylmar? Is that this Hearst fire? Is this Sylmar? Yeah? Oh yeah, here. There's somewhere. Yeah, so this is the fire here. Which looks smaller, but still a lot of areas over here that are probably very dry.
And I pray for all
in flames. An update since we last spoke, one of those homes has completely collapsed, the other one just a shell of itself now. Also, fire crews for the past 45 minutes or so have been working on the home that's just to the left of those other two properties, trying to prevent it from catching fire. But you can see it is really flaring up right now,
I don't know. I don't really know where everybody lives.
fire. It looks like their efforts might not work out in their favor right now because the winds are just too out of control and just really promoting these flames to continue to
Yeah,
burn, which is
it's not a bad idea.
not only is this line of homes here along Pacific Coast Highway, this is the 20,700 block, not only the homes threatened, but there's also a line of vehicles too that we can imagine might burn and be at risk of catching fire. Now, we do want to take a look at some video from earlier that I had been trying to get in. This video that you're going to see, we actually captured this as we were driving along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway from Palisades to Malibu a bit earlier, and you could just see the devastating images as we drove through. Looked like we were driving through a war zone, just completely apocalyptic, very scary images. And we know that daylight is going to really give us a better look. And this is going to be extensive damages, not only here in Malibu and nearby Palisades, but also in multiple communities across Southern California. Really devastating for these homeowners, many who are watching our coverage tonight and seeing that their homes or their neighbors' homes have been burned. Now, I did mention earlier too some alerts for evacuations, and I went and double checked the alerts that I got.
The juvenile, where is it?
Some evacuations for Malibu west of Las Flores Canyon Road, but it seems like in this area people certainly have already evacuated. I know power is out to many of those homes, which is a good thing because we are seeing some power lines that are falling over into these homes that are burning, power lines that have been
I don't see it on here though.
themselves. So really a
I don't think they would put a prison on here.
just
But
see about 6 or so Orange County fire trucks that made their way into this area. So as the fire continues to move in all various different directions tonight, it seems that there are a certain number of homes and properties along this stretch of Pacific Coast Highway going deeper into Malibu.
yeah, we saw this earlier. This is also really bad, right? This is somebody's just filming out of their back. We looked at it from this guy who is filming it. This is our neighbor's backyard in Los Angeles right now. So the wind is knocking the power lines into these trees, like causing more. I freaked out. I crashed out about this earlier because it's like these trees should be trimmed. We don't have a functioning city government, and our city government is fucking being gutted by the LAPD.
Right now, fire crews.
And so we don't, like, these trees don't get trimmed. These basic safety measures, like, that need to be taken, that would save lives, are just not done.
So a lot of our reporting tonight, David, had been kind of focused on the other direction where we were looking at homes in the hills burning. So it was really a surprise for me as well. And we had seen a bit of brush, some fires.
There's definitely been power outages. You don't really know why that happens a lot of the times, but it could be like a tree falling on a power line. It could be a lot of different things, but we're good here.
Beachfront property.
But as I've been saying all night, if I F, it's probably it's not too surprising.
So I'm not sure, because I know much of our attention earlier was kind of focused in a different area in Palisades, so it's really unclear what happened there, if it was just one home that sparked, and then because of the proximity and how close they are to each other.
I don't think so, Astro. I don't know.
All of the other homes side by side burned, but it was homes, it was vehicles, down power lines in the middle of the street. It was just really something that I was not prepared to see, but something, again, that I think when the sun comes up and we get a better look, it is going to be just devastating to see complete entire portions of this block burned down to the ground. Complete losses for these homes. Just devastating for the homeowners here.
17,000
insurance company dropping California.
17,000 Liberty Mutual customers in California to lose fire insurance policy. Here's what you need to know. This is in San Francisco. Another blow to homeowners across the state. Liberty Mutual Fire Insurance Company is the latest company ending fire insurance in California. About 17,000 California policyholders will not have their dwelling fire insurance renewed. Those changes started last fall and will run through November. Dwelling fire insurance covers fire damage to the structure of the home, instead of the stuff inside the home. Something landlords or vacation homeowners often count on. The decision to stop writing this product line is not specific to California and not related to fire risk. Critics say more insurance companies seem to be looking for any excuse to drop policyholders. It just saddens me that these companies are just fleeing from California for different reasons, says Langford. This is a business for them, said Bach.
Michelle, that's
not going to abate at all. We're going to see very powerful winds tonight. They actually increase a little bit in intensity as we approach sunrise due to the cold air drainage coming in from the high desert. So these are strong offshore winds. And as Colleen was mentioning a few minutes ago, yes, these homes, unfortunately, have burned right on the ocean. You would think, well, it's always humid there. We have the marine layer, but not in a Santa Ana wind. The Santa Ana winds blow out of the north and northeast, so they're dry and they blow all the way out to sea. So as the fire was started this morning in the canyons above Malibu, there's nothing really to stop it with that kind of velocity in the winds. And of course, all of the canyon areas, Altadena, they're in a very strong event. This fire that was started in the Sylmar area, right in the flow of those strong canyon winds. Now down in Orange County, we haven't seen any fires today. And out in the IE, we've been very fortunate. We haven't seen any fires started in that area. There's a good shot there for you. We'll slide on up the valley there into the Sylmar area. And as you can see on our fire demonstration, when the winds are 40, 50,
yeah, but it's everything is fine. Meme. This is us right now, but with disco lights.
Are flown out to the south and southwest, and that's why it will skip and jump so quickly when you're looking at these types of fire situations. Very dangerous out there tonight for all of our friends and viewers out there in the Altadena area. And there's the 210 freeway.
Oh, this is us.
Happened in 2011. We had very similar winds.
This is us right now.
Stronger in Pasadena, but
with disco lights.
So we didn't have this awful situation that we have tonight. There are some of the wind conditions that you're seeing. Santa Clarita 27, Magic Mountain this morning had winds of 87 miles per hour. Coming out of the canyons, they're strong in that Altadena area, pushing across the 210, and then they just fade out completely. They just dissolve as you move down south of that point. El Monte and areas like that don't have to worry about Santa Ana wind-driven fires. So down in Orange County,
you got the gamer chair, bro. I got the
look at Anaheim.
Herman Miller
Laguna Beach 25.
Nice ass. Spent a bunch of money on it.
These areas are prone to fires too,
because I
these canyons,
work from here and before I was a streamer.
were named by
before I was a streamer, my body was fucking killing me.
The winds were so strong in Santa Ana, but they're strong everywhere, so they're truly Santana winds. 22 out at Banning. Winds are gusting at Riverside.
Yeah, you should invest in your body, Chad.
So the wind velocities.
Invest in your body, bro. You should be comfortable.
Tomorrow. At that time, I think as we head toward the late morning, early afternoon, we'll see the desert starting to heat up. That separates the thermal gradient. When that happens, the winds start to back down. But that's not going to happen until 10, 11 o'clock noon tomorrow. Here's a shot for our Altadena forecast. Powerful. And then once we get into
I think you can even go further back.
Those winds actually shift to the southwest briefly. Heavy winds today. There are some of the wind velocities, the area of low pressure. And you can see it beautifully on the satellite image tonight. It's rotating.
It's a freaking rocker.
Sea of Cortez. Here we are in Los Angeles. Big high out on the Pacific.
42 minutes ago from the city of Malibu. Let's pause on the weather, dude, for a sec. 42 minutes ago, City of Malibu urges all residents not under evacuation orders to prepare to leave. Palisades fire is uncontained, fueled by Santa Ana winds. Evacuate now. Especially if you need extra time or have pets/livestock. If you live in Malibu, city of Malibu, you should leave.
Bye. going, though, for you on Thursday, even though the wind velocities, as you can see, are not strong. But even on Thursday, every once in a while, a little burst through these canyon areas as this protracted Santa Ana wind event happens. Therefore, the red flags until Thursday. And then on Friday, fire danger remains, but we start to drop it down a little bit. And then for the weekend, it's a cooler scenario with downtown 71 on Saturday.
Wind damage, even if there's no fires, specifically, you know, in any of these spots, just the winds alone, and we've already seen this, can knock down trees and blow stuff around, and so there could just be some wind damage that we have to deal with outside of where we're seeing the fires.
Penza, we watched that earlier tonight.
It's Wednesday now. Here's a look at noon. It's
bro, everybody's cutting to their
what we
weather guy
all night long and into the morning. So
everybody's cutting to their weather guy.
When we do start to see some improvement in the winds, and by improvement I mean we go from extreme to a little bit less than extreme.
Agenda-free TV. Wait, isn't this guy? He was on Twitch, right?
Yeah, I've been putting out fires. 1047. Still trying to get a hold. Yeah, copy. They were giving direction.
Fuck this guy. Actually, I remember he was on Twitch because he had a clip of the around the adpocalypse, talking about how it like has ruined his like, you know, it's ruined his fucking business model. And he's like, what the fuck did I do? Like, why have you banned me from getting ads? This sucks.
Your apparatus will not be able to get up that third start over in heavy involved with fire and down power line.
Got red flag warnings through pretty much the entire area.
KTLA was breaking my fucking computer. Oh, I bet. Wait, where's the live part?
But as far as specific, I can only tell you a Shell gas station that I saw burning.
Okay. At Pali High, I know there were a bunch of like trees and
I just announced that Space Ace.
Did you actually?
If you live in Malibu City, get out of your house. Evacuate now.
I can't speak for the high school. The Palisades Charter Elementary School is gone.
Okay. Yes.
It was burned. Yeah, it was gone. The Shell gas station and that area is gone. Yeah. We were there as it went up in flames. We heard the explosions, the gas tanks, things like that. The mini mart that's attached to that is gone. And as I said, several of the large apartment buildings in that area.
Of course, the Cybertruck is out there.
Names. It's been really hard to get street names. Sure. Keep in mind, in some of those neighborhoods, it is pitch black. There is a lot of smoke.
I'm so glad we don't have to worry about fires or hurricanes here in KC yet. Yet. You forgot the yet at the end. That's the critical part there.
Metal and things like that flying in some of those neighborhoods. Pretty calm where we are along PCH right now as we head back toward the Los Angeles area, but up in the neighborhoods, very, very different.
Yeah, also being from Kansas City, living like you're basically fucking snowed into your house. The entire city has been shut down for like 4 days because you guys got 20 inches of snow.
We have that shot that we can take from downtown to give us kind of a,
you know, like
let's go to that. So people that are not near the fire lines, this is what it looks like from downtown LA, shooting down over the tops there of Century City and in towards over the 405, and then you can see the Palisades out there in the distance. That's how big, and this is what, 12 or 13 miles, I'm guessing, something like that, before you can get to the 405. So it kind of gives you an idea of just how big that fire is and stretching across the horizon there. Yeah. A lot of people being affected by the smoke that's coming out of there. It's going to be...
Is West Hollywood clear for now? Yeah, it seems...
You could also see this fire from the south.
Probably you're pretty good, you know.
North, really for miles and miles. And of course, with 4 fires burning in Southern California, the smoke quality, the air quality from all the smoke is just going to be terrible. Let's go back to Carlos Salcedo. He is also in the Palisades, covering the Palisades.
Santa Monica is at a very high risk.
It looks like are you at the command post now?
which I think
Sandy just passed your
Santa Monica is like,
Yeah, they're over there. Yeah, so we're still.
it would be very scary if Santa Monica burned. Like, very scary.
Which is another staging area. Take a look here. We are seeing fire crews refueling, so they've been stopping here as well. And then if we pan over, you see more fire engines. And then you might see the orange glow. We were out there earlier at Pacific Palisades, sort of in the epicenter of where so many homes, so many.
No, Space Ace, link that.
There you hear another fire engine pass us by, and it was just heartbreaking to see so much destruction, so much devastation, and we even heard a few explosions that we had to get away from. I believe we have the video, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh my God.
It is still an inferno out here. You can see just how strong the flames. Oh, whoa! And you
Jesus.
heard an explosion there. This is the back of a home here, trees up in flames. There you go. Scary moments as we heard multiple bangs from this property in the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue.
Okay, wait, what's this Airbnb tweet? Hi, Anna. This is Jasmine, one of the support ambassadors here at Airbnb. I will check our guidelines regarding with your reported issue, and I will get back to you. This is Jasmine. We're sorry to hear that you won't be able to make your upcoming reservation with Alona. Fortunately, this cancellation is not covered under our major disruptive events policy. For more information about this policy can be found here. That means your host's strict cancellation policy will apply. Wait, what? Huh? I don't care.
Maybe about 2-3 hours ago, but that was the only person there. Other than that, other than the fire crews, the fire personnel, as well as law enforcement, it was pretty much a ghost town. Again, power is out for much
Yeah.
town.
That's what, I mean, like,
just remarkable images that
they're doing short-term leases, so I don't have much sympathy. I feel like I don't really care about anybody in that.
staging area. They're refueling. They're getting ready.
They're not living in that house. Like, it's an Airbnb.
Carlos, I think I've seen that explosion video that you're in probably a dozen times tonight, and it still startles me whenever I see what we think was a propane tank going off. We appreciate all the reporting you've done from out there along PCH. Thank you so much.
I wonder if that was one of the tanks going up at the gas station that Sandy said
let's
burned
hope not.
down.
Here's also this happened. This was in Altadena.
We just let loose over there. We're trying to get as many as we can out. Yeah.
Are any homes out there on fire?
Honestly, I did not pay attention. I just drove straight to the barn to get my horses out and get the rest of these guys out. We're not just gonna let them burn.
We got a bunch out with trailers, and there's a bunch in there still. How many more? We don't know. I don't know. I don't know how many. How many did you let out?
We took about 4 of them in trailers, 2 in a separate trailer, 3 in another one. So there should be at least maybe 12.
About 12. Are there more people out there right now?
It's a whole bar.
Bro, what is this? This audio is awful.
3, what is that, 9? How is it 14, 11, 12? There's 12. Yeah, no, they're pretty wired up. Yeah. They're getting used to it now, but when the wind's blowing and the embers are, they don't really know what to do. Have you seen anything like this? Look at that hillside. Yeah, I've rescued before.
Like, yeah, this is normal.
That burned, some of the witnesses told us that in there it burned at the Tahiti Terrace as well as the Palisades Bowl that he witnessed and took some videos of.
Yeah, get on those horses. Right. Why are you walking? Get the heck on the horses and get out of there. Start running.
The mobile home park started going up. There was a guy sort of screaming for the fire department to come up and help him there.
Also, I'll tell you right now, this is the story tomorrow.
Parked on the side seemed like they were getting frustrated, and they actually said, "The hell with it," and they actually ran up the hill. And
This is the story tomorrow. Countless reports of mass fire coverage cancellations by insurance companies just weeks before the Los Angeles fires. This woman blasted the California government for their mismanagement and explained the fire coverage on her childhood home was just canceled after decades. She decided to defend the home with a garden hose. His neighborhood had their coverage mass canceled recently as well.
Craziest fire I've ever seen. It's incredibly fast moving and literally apocalyptic. It's just
This is the story. This is going to be the lead story.
while I was standing there, which I didn't think it could do. It caught some of the bathrooms on fire. All the palm trees were burning on the ocean side.
Yeah, you know, and even in speaking with some of the firefighters here at the command post, they're telling me that, wow, we have never seen such a sporadic wind event like this that has created just an absolute apocalypse. I mean, really, it is, you know, pretty much just hell on earth right now with all these homes going up in flames, so devastating. I know that they have not been able to give us an updated amount of acreage that is burned. I think the last press conference was 330 and it was nearing 3,000. Well, you got to imagine it is well beyond that. Also, there was one firefighter, a female firefighter, 25 years old, and she apparently severely injured her head and has been transported to a local hospital. We haven't gotten an update on her condition in the most recent couple of hours. And then there were also a couple of people that actually came down the mountainside that were also suffering burn injuries.
That's interesting. Hold on. That reeks of fuck it. That's interesting. Because we read an article earlier we read this article earlier.
Another insurance.
I guess this is before that. So this is the more updated of the story, which is that for 750,000 people affected by South California wildfires, the state has blocked insurance companies from dropping or refusing to renew coverage, issuing a 1-year moratorium to stop this from happening across 4 counties, across Los Angeles, San Bernardino, Orange, and Riverside counties. Interesting. And then there's also this one. This is from September 27th. So this is a week. This is September 27th. This one was on September 20th. This is a week after. Insurers keep dropping California homeowners. Changes are in the works to try to stop their cherry picking.
Finding a bombshell, a letter from their insurance company saying they're losing their home coverage even if they live in a place where you'd think fire risk is low.
Lots of families are asking, how can these companies drop loyal paying customers so easily? Consumer investigator Chris Kimura is going to show us how insurers have the upper hand, but how that might change.
I feel terrible. I cannot sleep.
Maria Espada in Oakland has had Safeco home insurance for 12 years. But not for much longer. Safeco is dropping her.
Why they chose me? Because I'm good customer. I pay regularly my policy.
Safeco declined to discuss Maria's policy specifically. State records show Safeco dropped 75 customers in her zip code, plus about 1,000 more customers around the Bay Area. Why? Safeco faulted the Bay Area's significant earthquake risk and the resulting home fires they cause.
It's terrible.
But here's the thing. The state says Safeco's explanation actually doesn't even matter.
Under California law, insurance companies are free to write where they want and choose the policies they want to write.
It's free.
Oh, cool.
Cherry pick, and insurance companies are using it. The Department of Insurance says since 2022, 7 of the top 12 insurance carriers have either cut existing policies or stopped selling new ones. 408,000 policyholders are now stuck in the state's insurer of last resort, an all-time high.
This can't keep going on.
Consumer advocate Amy Bach says all this choosiness has put California in an impossible position.
Unprecedented lack of competition, unprecedented lack of options, unprecedented pricing, and unprecedented pickiness on the part of insurance companies.
A group called the Insurance Information Institute speaks for the industry.
California is the 4th largest insurance market in the world. We want to be here. We want to be a part of it, but we do need to make some profit.
Insurance companies say big disasters like the wine country.
Like, do you think that's an okay explanation for your actions? Do you think this fucking jives with anybody?
Fires and rising reconstruction costs.
None of this makes sense at all.
Over the past 10 years. That's why they're paring down now.
Companies are having to manage how much they can insure.
But they've also gotten big help hedging their bets recently. In 2020, for example, PG&E took blame for some wildfires and said it was paying an $11 billion settlement to insurance companies who'd already paid to rebuild homes and businesses. On top of that, California's now providing insurance companies a huge and growing safety net, thanks to you. Each month on your power bill,
He's a little too sultry. In that stand-up, that was like, he's like, like, I don't. You need to tone it down a little bit there, Scott. Okay. Not as sexy as you were 15 years ago. All right.
Created Wildfire Fund. It has $13.5 billion today to repay insurance companies tomorrow. State law will let the fund grow to $21 billion. And yet, despite those multi-billion-dollar backstops, insurance companies continue cherry-picking customers. So now, the state is trying to negotiate.
We're saying to the insurance companies, come in.
The Department of Insurance says it's willing to let companies use new catastrophe computer models for the first time, which they want, but only if they commit to insuring more homes in wildfire areas.
Nah, he fucking ate.
They can't just walk away from them. They can't just say, no, that's not my job. Every insurance company, in order to use those tools, needs to take on and help people.
The Insurance Commissioner's Office thinks all policyholders, not just families in wildfire zones, will see more insurance options next year.
That's too much.
Back in East Oakland, Maria can't wait a year to see who wins this game of chicken. She needs a new insurance policy now. So far, the only insurance she's found costs double.
I'm so worried by
So they currently aren't
I'm
covered.
going to lose my house and be part of the list of homeless people.
If your homeowner's insurance company drops you, you can try to appeal, but you should also start shopping immediately. We made a video showing you how to do that.
It's sponsored by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Our video is called an ad.
On X saying that those not in the evacuation area should shelter in place. And Caltrans also announced that all lanes of the westbound 210 were closed with traffic being diverted at Roxford Street. And if you're going to be driving at all, maybe you have to get up for work early, avoid the 5 freeway. The southbound I-5 connector to eastbound 210 is closed, and we have 2 fires that are burning along the 5 freeway, so it's shut down in many places.
Yeah, for the most part, you do not want to go south on the 5 freeway at all, past the 14 or past the 210. If you have to head that way in the morning, you probably want to call the office or at least try to get in touch. I know power's out to hundreds of thousands of people right now.
Just lose your job. You're fucked. Like, sorry, dude. If you got to get into work tomorrow.
But you may want to check and just to see if, in fact, people are coming into your work, because driving around pretty much all of the northern part of LA County right now is just a mess.
It's a mess. I
There it is. Yeah, Kit.
It was a normal non-fire event
course.
with all of the wind.
You're not immune from the same reasons and the same material conditions as everybody else. Of course. That sounds rough, though.
Street. It's really dangerous
I'm
to be driving. And I actually thought about.
But of course, it's not so simple as just like quitting.
Driving in a tree branch above you could just come down. It's killed people that way. Kirk Hawkins just checked in for duty. Yes. Nice to see you. I'm sure you've been watching the coverage like all of us. And what's the very latest over there?
Well, no, just a quick note. We had been talking about the downed trees and power lines and the power outages.
Chat, I'm falling asleep with my eyes open.
Studios, I live not too far away, and as
I can't. I gotta cut it off. We'll be back tomorrow night. I'm sure Grimlow will be live covering this in the morning, Go hang out with Grim. Let's see, is there anybody else covering this right now? any of the LA homies actually covering this. Where's Tofu Ghost? We need Tofu Ghost. Chat, Tofu chillin', I know, but check out the union screening with the, I don't want to put the link in. You know, go to my Instagram or whatever. It's right here. There's my IG, only one T. Posted it on there. Unelectable airwaves. Okay. Okay. Sure. We'll read that. Follow the YouTube, new YouTube video out now. Interview with a journalist who was attacked at the UCLA encampment. A student journalist. It was a great interview. I really appreciate it. If you missed it earlier this week, it's on the YouTube channel, !YouTube in the chat. Go subscribe. Come back another night. Hey, if you're here and you're just watching for the fire coverage, drop a follow. I'm based in LA. We do a lot of local politics coverage. You know, if you're curious, why does our city feel like it's run so poorly? We can help you to provide answers. We talk about city politics, city council shit all the time. So, drop a follow, hang out, come back another night. We appreciate you. Thank you all so much. Take care, everybody. If you're in SoCal, please keep an eye out. John Hopote, thank you so much for the sub. Well. This isn't the Blowjob Brothers.
John Hopaway just subscribed.
We're raiding.
Gian Alsori just got here.
Take care, everybody. Also, go see Nosferatu. I saw it today. It's so fucking good. Go check it out.